You ever get the feeling that a place is not finished with you? Not a person, not a memory, a place. This forest was supposed to be a weekend escape when I was 18. We brought a tent, cheap whiskey, and my dad's pistol, thinking that made us invincible. We heard laughter outside the tent that night. I fired into the dark, and we ran, and we never talked about it again. Years passed. I moved on. At least I thought I did. Until the forest started showing up in other people's missing posters. So this is me going back in. If you are listening to this, you are coming with me. Just remember one thing. I am not the only thing in those trees that remembers that night. The road to Red Hollow looks smaller than it did when I was 18. Back then, it felt like some endless sacred tunnel into freedom. This 2-lane strip of cracked asphalt snaking between rolling hills and hardwood forest. Now, it just feels narrow. The trees lean over it like they are tired of the whole performance and ready to close in. The dash clock says 3:17 p.m. The late autumn sun is already slipping sideways, turning the tops of the pines the color of dirty brass. I have been driving for hours, and my legs buzz from too much gas pedal and too much coffee. The recorder sits in the cup holder, a little red light blinking. I can hear my own breathing in the tiny speaker, the low hum of the engine, the rubber hiss of tires on old pavement. Okay, I say mostly to myself, but technically to whoever might one day hear this. This is day 1. Return to Red Hollow. I guess that is what I am calling it. My voice sounds like someone else's older, rougher around the edges, not the kid who drove this same road with the stereo screaming and 3 other people crammed into the car, drunk on sugar and freedom and the certainty that nothing truly bad could happen to us. Back then, there were 4 of us, I continue. Me, Nate, Jess, and Emily. 2 tents, 1 bad map, 1 cheap pistol my dad insisted I bring so he could sleep at night. We came out here for the waterfalls, for the kind of camping that makes you feel like the rest of the world doesn't exist. I pause, letting the recorder pick up the faint rattle of something in the glove compartment. The road curves, and a faded green sign flashes by Red Hollow National Forest. Next right. My stomach does this small, tightening thing, like someone cinching a knot, 1 loop tighter. We drank, I say. We laughed. We smoked whatever Nate had managed to steal from his older brother. We told each other ghost stories we half remembered from other people's campfires. It was stupid and joyful and careless in the way only 18-year-olds get to be. The sound of that night comes back in fragments. Jess's snort laugh, Emily singing off-key into the dark Nate, trying to impress everyone by naming constellations and getting half of them wrong. The pop of cheap beer cans, the hiss of the little camp stove, the river somewhere below us, whispering over stone. And then there was the other laughter, I say quietly. I do not describe it yet. Not the way it came from just beyond the firelight. Not the way it moved slowly around the tents like it was trying on our fear to see how it fit. I do not describe the man with the machete either. Not yet. I tap my thumb on the steering wheel 3 times slow. The habit is old. It started after that night. I told myself it was just a way to bleed off nerves. It has never really stopped. Point is, I tell the recorder we left that forest alive. We got in the car, at dawn, shaking, and hungover, and pretending we were fine, and we drove away without telling anyone what happened. No cops, no rangers, no parents. We swore we would never talk about it again. I let a beat pass, and then I add, one of us didn't really make it out. I do not say who. Not yet. The story has to unwind in the right order, or it feels like I am cheating. But the image is there anyway, a hospital room. Years later, a gray face against a white pillow eyes that keep flicking to the corner of the ceiling like they're seeing trees that are not there. A pickup truck passes in the other lane, heading back toward town, its bed loaded with firewood. The driver barely glances at me. To him, I am just another outsider with a roof box and out-of-state plates, another weekend pilgrim going to worship at the altar of clean air and curated risk. He does not know I am driving toward something I never finished. I take the exit for Red Hollow. The highway breaks off into a narrower road, the asphalt patched and repatched over the years until it looks like a quilt. Old farmhouses crouch back from the shoulder behind bare trees and rusting fences. The forest rises ahead of me, a dark band on the horizon. I did a good job ignoring this place, I tell the recorder. I moved away. I went to college. I got a job. I did all the normal things you do when you are trying to pretend the past is just background noise. The first time I saw the name again was on a missing poster. It was online, some local news article that a friend forwarded half-jokingly with a caption like, "Remember that psycho forest you dragged us to?" You see this? There was a photo of a woman in her 20s smiling into the camera. Underneath, last seen, hiking in Red Hollow National Forest. A few months later, it was a different face. Then another. Different years. Different seasons. Same words. Officially, Red Hollow is just another big patch of wilderness with bad cell service and a few tragic accidents, I say. Unofficially, I let the question hang. The car eats another mile. Unofficially, I continue. You start to notice patterns. Trailheads, where people park and never come back. Specific drainages. A cluster of pins on forum maps where experienced hikers say, "Weird vibe here turned around," or "Whole forest went quiet all at once." That was what finally got me. Not the missing posters, not the news segments with rangers in stiff uniforms saying all the right meaningless things. It was the anonymous posts, the half-remembered trip reports on message boards, the ones that sounded like the night we had out here. I kept waiting for somebody else to tell this story, I admit. For some podcast to dig into it, connect the dots, say the part that no one wants to say out loud. The road dips through a small town that feels like it exists solely to be near the forest. A diner with peeling red trim. A motel with a crooked vacancy sign. A gun store whose parking lot is fuller than the grocery store next door. I pull into a gas station that is trying very hard to be friendly. Bright lights, big windows, hot coffee sign in red neon. The air outside bites my cheeks as I step out. The bell over the door chimes when I go in. The place smells like burnt coffee and fryer oil and something sugary from the pastry case. Inside, life is small and ordinary. A teenage cashier scrolling on her phone. A man in a reflective vest buying cigarettes. A rack of tourist-grade souvenirs, ceramic bears, shot glasses printed with pine trees. T-shirts that say, "I got lost in Red Hollow, and all I got was this shirt." On the wall by the restroom door, held in place with a thumbtack, is a flyer. Black and white. Text, heavy, missing hiker. Information needed. I force myself to walk over and look. The paper is slightly curled at the corners, like it has been there through at least one season of damp air. There is a grainy photo of a man in his 30s, baseball cap, sunglasses pushed up, neutral expression, Under it, the usual last seen date vehicle, make contact number. Someone has underlined red hollow trailhead in blue pen. Twice. Behind me, the fridge hums. A coffee machine gurgles. I feel the forest outside the gas station walls like pressure, like a storm front waiting. 3 confirmed missing. In the last 5 years, I say. Into the recorder, once I am back in the car door, shut engine off for a moment. 2 bodies found way off trail. 1 never found. That is just the official count. Unofficially, you hear more. I start the engine again. The recorder's red light keeps blinking. The ranger station sits just inside the park boundary, a squat building of wood and stone, half surrounded by trucks with government plates. The American flag out front hangs limp in the still air. I pull into the lot and sit for a second watching my own faint reflection in the glass doors. I do not have to go in. I could just drive past. But then, this really would feel like sneaking in. And I told myself I was done sneaking. Inside the ranger station is warm and dry and smells like map paper and wet wool. There are informational posters on the walls. No, before you go be. Bear aware, stay on marked trails. On a big corkboard behind the main counter, a cluster of laminated trail maps is pinned up. A few sections have neat strips of red tape across them with printed labels. Closed for maintenance seasonal closure. Do not enter. The ranger behind the counter is maybe mid-40s, sun-lined face hair pulled back. She looks up as I approach professional polite expression already in place. Afternoon, she says. Heading out for a hike. Yeah, I say. My voice sounds too casual in my own ears. Just looking to get some miles in. I used to come here a lot when I was younger. Good place for it, she replies. Where are you thinking of heading? I glance at the map board, at the web of colored lines. The main loop trails form neat, friendly shapes. Then there are the faint, barely marked old service roads and unofficial connectors spidering off into the green. I'm not sure, yet I lie. I figured I'd start on one of the main loops and see how I feel. Her eyes flick to my pack, to the boots, the layers the way I stand. You look like you know your way around the woods, she says. Still make sure you sign the register. And she taps a laminated card on the counter with one finger. Stay on the marked trails, she recites. A lot of people think they can cut across and it'll be faster. It usually isn't. We've had a couple of bad calls this year. She does not say the word missing, but it sits there unsaid between us. I saw the posters, I tell her. Her jaw tightens just a fraction. Yeah. Well, that is part of why some areas are closed off right now. She gestures at the strips of red tape on the map board. We are doing some environmental work too, but until we are done, those sections are off limits. Understood. Understood, I say. She smiles, like she does not quite believe me, but is too tired to push. You got a map, I printed one, I say, holding up the folded paper in my hand. But I can grab another. Take the official one, she says. The online versions are not always updated. Her words meant as a small, helpful comment land heavier than she intends. Not always updated. Like the forest is changing faster than the maps can keep up. I thank her, tuck the official map into my jacket, sign my name in the hiker register, along with today's date and a rough note about my intended route. I do not write the part where I plan to leave the marked trails behind. Back in the car, I sit with my hands on the wheel engine, idling, listening to the steady tick of the turn signal as I signal left out of habit toward the big paved lot and the main trailheads. The recorder in the cup holder blinks patiently. You heard her, I say softly. Stay on the marked trails. The words echo the way they did years ago in another ranger station with a different face behind the counter, different posters on the walls. We did not listen then either. The blinker keeps clicking. The forest line is ahead, the road splitting left toward the crowded, well-worn paths, and right toward a smaller gravel pull-off I remember from before. A service road, a fire road, one of those names that means somebody used to need this once. I flip the turn signal down. The ticking stops. Then it starts again, clicking right this time. Officially, I tell the recorder, as I pull out of the lot, I am obeying the rules. Unofficially, you and I both know that whatever is wrong with this place is not sitting on a family-friendly loop with a brochure stand. The car bumps off the main road onto gravel stones popping under the tires. The trees close in thicker, closer to the shoulder. The last thing I see in the rearview mirror before the curve takes the ranger station out of sight is the flag out front hanging limp as if the air itself has decided not to move. I take a breath, tap my thumb on the wheel 3 times, and drive toward the part of the map that is just green. The trail starts wide and obvious the way they always do near the main lot. Gravel crunches under my boots. Someone has laid down timber steps in the first steeper section, the wood damp and dark from earlier rain. There are little green blazes painted on tree trunks every so often, just in case anyone forgets which way is approved nature and which way is just the rest. It smells like leaves and cold dirt and the faint ghost of campfire smoke from someone's breakfast a mile behind me. There is comfort in that smell. It is the smell of every campground my parents ever took me to, of rainy day hikes and school field trips to learn about ecosystems. I let my shoulders drop a little. Okay, I murmur more to the forest than the recorder this time. We can start with this, one step at a time. Birds ping little metallic notes from the higher branches. Some unseen insect buzzes past my ear, a high, fast whine that vanishes before I can swat at it. Somewhere far off, a woodpecker taps out a slow, irregular code. The main trail curves along a ridge, then dips into a shallow hollow where recent rain has turned the dirt into a slick, dark ribbon. My boots bite it well enough. I pass a couple, coming the other way, matching rain jackets, matching trekking poles, the man carrying a DSLR on a strap like a credential. We exchange the standard trail nod. They smell like sunscreen and laundry detergent. Their faces have that relaxed weekend looseness. You could almost believe this is just another park. For a while, walking is simple. My breath falls into a rhythm. Inhale, count 3. Exhale, count 5. The weight of the pack settles on my hips, my shoulders. Muscles that spend too much time hunched over a keyboard remember something older, the simple animal job of moving forward through uneven ground. It is almost therapeutic the way I hoped. Maybe I think this really can help strip the story down to facts. No haunted angles, no melodrama, just trees and rocks and whatever happened to us when we were dumb and 18 and thought the world was a movie with good guys and bad guys and clear endings. The forest breathes around me. Every so often, though, the sound drops out. Not for long. Just a heartbeat or two when the birds go silent and the wind fails, like someone hitting mute on everything at once. The first time it happens, I almost do not notice. The second time, it brushes my nerves the wrong way. By the third, my skin has started that prickling thing along the back of my neck, the way it does when you feel eyes on you. I remind myself, forests are full of micropauses, air shifts, predators move, prey reacts. There are 1,000 reasons for a patch of quiet that have nothing to do with whatever I brought here in my head. Still, the silences feel too clean. I walk on. An hour and the families thin out. The laughter and kid complaining fades behind me. The trail narrows roots, knitting across it like thick black ropes. The green blazes are further apart. I pass a wooden sign, leaning slightly, its letters burned in red loop, moderate 2.7 mi. There is an arrow to the left, where the path continues neat and reassuring. Off to the right, behind the sign, the forest thickens into shadow, and there is only leaf litter and the faint suggestion that once long ago, something might have come through there. I know from the map that the left loop will bring me back safe and boring. I did not come here for safe and boring. I check my watch. I have light left. I pat the recorder in my chest pocket more out of habit than anything. The GPS on my phone shows a jittery little blue dot near the edge of a contour line, then freezes, then jumps a few meters sideways. Red Hollow is notorious for bad reception. I expected this. I take out the folded paper map and smooth it against my thigh. The ranger station route is highlighted in yellow. My finger tracks away from it along the contour of the ridgeline. There is an old service road marked as a dotted line somewhere out here according to a user-modified map I printed last week. The official map does not bother with it. On the page, the forest is pale green. On the ground, it is 1,000 overlapping shades of dark. Left is safe, I tell myself. Right is honest. The decision takes about 5 seconds and has probably been made for years. I step off the marked trail. Instantly, the ground feels less certain. The leaf layer is deeper, sliding a little under my boots. Small plants I cannot name brush my calves. Branches snag the straps of my pack. The air is cooler a few feet off the main corridor, the light fractured more sharply by trunks that have never had to leave room for people walking side by side. I keep the map in one hand and my compass clipped to my chest strap in view. I have done this kind of thing before in other forests. Cut between switchbacks. Follow a drainage instead of the trail that loops around it. Find a high point by feel and contour instead of by signage. Usually it feels like freedom. Today, it feels like stepping off the edge of something you cannot see the bottom of. It does not take long for the trail noise to die completely. The last giggle of a child, the last bark of a dog, the faint, friendly call of trail from a runner, they all fade, swallowed by the thicker woods. I move carefully. The ground slopes down, then up again, rolling over buried stone. My boots sometimes slide on hidden branches under the leaves. I test each step before trusting it. Maybe this will fix me, I say, under my breath, half mocking, half sincere. Come back here, walk the same general ground, prove to myself it was just some crazy night. Some drugged-out local, some misread rustle in the dark. I do not say the part where I also want it to be something more than that. If it was only one unhinged man in the trees, then we left him there. We left other people to find him. That is worse than a story about a haunted forest. That is just a story about cowards. A branch snaps under my boot sharp as a gunshot. For a split second, my body is 18 again, adrenaline spiking so hard I swear I can taste the copper of it in my mouth. The flash of memory comes without warning, the tent walls glowing faint orange from dying embers outside. Jess's breath slow and heavy in the sleeping bag next to mine. The sound of someone or something walking just outside the nylon, slow dragging footsteps pausing here and there like it was listening. Then that laugh too close, too human to be anything else. I blink and the forest snaps back into place like a backdrop lowered on ropes. The light is different. I am older. There is no tent, no friends within shouting distance. Just trees and the subtle, constant ache of middle-aged knees. Get it together, I mutter, shaking my head hard enough that my hood rasps in my ears. The GPS on my phone loses its mind completely as the terrain dips. The blue dot vanishes, reappears 50 yards west, then freezes again. I slide it back into my pocket and trust the compass more than the screen. The ridge should be ahead and slightly right. The gorge, if the contour lines mean what they seem to, will be beyond that. The air grows damper as I walk, a cold stone smell rising from somewhere I cannot yet see. The trees thin a little on the far side of the slope, and then suddenly, I am standing at the edge of it. The gorge. It is not the Grand Canyon. It is not even the dramatic kind you see in hiking magazines with crystal clear water and dramatic rock formations. It is at first glance just an ugly, inconvenient gash in the earth, maybe 30-40 feet deep, the walls steep and crumbly stitched with dead roots and slabs of shale. At the bottom, a skinny creek threads its way between rocks, making more sound than you would think for that little water. It has the stubborn voice of things that have been quietly grinding stone for a very long time. The opposite side is just as unforgiving. There is no good way down that does not look like a controlled fall, and no clear way up that does not end in broken bones. I stand there, hands on my hips, heart still ticking faster from the exertion and the surprise. On the map, this is just another contour line. On the ground, it is a hard stop. So that is why the service road used to go around, I say softly. The faint remnant of a roadbed is visible a little to my left, where the forest floor flattens and then drops away, where the earth has undercut. A landslide maybe decades ago. Enough to eat the old access track and leave this ragged wound in the hillside. For a brief, stupid moment, I feel a kind of relief. Here finally is something I can point to and say, this is dangerous in a normal way. This is just geology. Then I see the tree. It has fallen across the gorge at a slight angle, its massive trunk spanning the gap like a natural bridge. The roots are still clinging to the near side, a twisted fist of dirt and wood half ripped from the ground. The crown is buried somewhere in the underbrush on the far bank, tangled with other deadfall. The bark along the upper side is worn smooth in a long, shallow strip, as if many feet have passed over it. There are faint smears of dried mud, the ghost outlines of old boot soles. I feel my chest tighten in a different way now. Of course there is a way across. Of course it is nothing so simple as a fallen log I can laugh at and walk away from. It is a very obvious choice: go back the long way or trust a dead tree with my weight and my life. The distance from one edge to the other is just long enough that if the tree goes, I will not be able to jump for it. If I fall, the best case scenario is a broken leg and a long, slow, cold wait in the bottom of a shaded ravine with no cell service. Worst case, well, I crouch down at the near end and put a hand flat on the trunk. The wood is cold and slightly damp, but solid under my palm. There is moss on the shaded side, bright green and slick, where the air stays wet. Where feet have worn the bark away, the pale inner wood shows, through ridged and scarred. Someone does this, I say. People do this all the time. Or they did anyway. The mud smears are not fresh. They are old stains the color of dried blood. I shift my weight forward, pressing more of my hand into the trunk, feeling for any give. The tree does not move much. Maybe a fraction of an inch, the kind of flex that any long span has. But no shudder, no ominous crack. Still, the human part of my brain, the part that loves paved sidewalks and railings, flinches at the idea. Another memory surfaces unwelcome. We never had a gorge on that first trip. Not that I remember anyway. But we had something like this choice. Stay on the trail, back toward the campground, or take Nate's shortcut through a shallow ravine to save time as the light died. We chose the shortcut. We chose wrong. I stand up and string the strap of my trekking pole tighter around my wrist, even though I am not sure how much good a pole is going to do in the middle of a log. You came here to walk where it is not safe, I remind myself. You came here to see the parts that break people's stories. The wind chooses that moment to pick up a little sliding along the gorge, cool and insistent. It tickles the hair at the back of my neck, slips under my collar. My eyes water from the sting of it. I put my first foot on the tree. The bark gives a fraction under my boot, then holds. The sound it makes is small and dry, a whisper rather than a crack. I shift my weight, carefully easing my other foot up so that both are on the trunk, now my toes pointing down its length. The drop opens beneath my peripheral vision, the gray-brown tumble of rock, the thread of water glinting dully. I try not to look at it directly. Step. The tree responds with a tiny creak, more like an old house settling than anything failing. My arms come up a little for balance. The pack on my back shifts, pulling me off center for a heartbeat before I correct. Step. The middle of the span feels narrower somehow, even though I know it is not. The worn path along the top of the trunk is only a few inches wide, the rest falling away into rounded bark and moss. The wind gusts again, swirling up out of the ravine, cool and humid. It brings with it the smell of cold stone and old water, and something faintly metallic. For a second, I can hear nothing but that wind in my ears, as if the forest itself is holding its breath, waiting to see which way gravity will vote. My heart pounds in my chest in a way that is almost pleasant. It has been a long time since I have felt this kind of pure, uncomplicated fear. Not horror, not dread. Just the immediate animal calculation of don't fall, don't fall, don't fall. Step. The far side looks further away than it did from the bank. It always does. That is the trick distance plays when there is nothing between you and the ground but air. I place each boot like it is a fragile thing. There is a moment where my heel slips half an inch on a patch of damp moss, and my whole body clenches, every muscle surging into a tight line. The tree wobbles under me, a subtle, horrifying shiver. I freeze. The gorge breathes its cold breath up my legs. Slowly, carefully, I shift my weight forward again, hugging the invisible line down the center of the trunk where the bark is driest. Step. 2 more. Then my boot finds dirt instead of wood. I step onto the far bank, with both feet, my legs shaking a little with leftover adrenaline. I let out a breath I did not realize I had been holding until my chest hurts with the release of it. Okay, I say, half laughing, half gasping. Okay, still got it. The forest on this side looks much like the other trees and leaves and ferns and shadows, but it feels different, not in any mystical way, not yet. Just in the simple, stupid sense that I am now cut off from the direct way back. The easiest path behind me hangs on the spine of a dead tree. For the first time all day, I feel something like happiness. Real, sharp-edged, unfiltered. A tiny pulse of pride runs through me. I crossed. I did the risky thing. I am not just some ghost returning to a crime scene in my head. I am a body moving through space choosing. The recorder in my pocket hums faintly against my ribs when I tap it. Proof that I was here. That I did this. That if nothing else, someone could one day hear my voice describing it and know I did not just sit at home and let the forest exist as a rumor. I take a few steps away from the edge, putting a bit of safe ground between me and the drop. My legs still tremble a soft aftershock. My hands feel light, almost tingly. Then something nudges at the back of my mind. I turn and look back at the tree. From this side, it looks smaller, frailer somehow, like I can see more clearly the ragged break in the root mass, the splintered place where it tore out of the earth. The worn strip, where feet have crossed it, is narrower, more exposed. I imagine what would happen if this afternoon, or tomorrow, or a week from now, some other hiker put a foot wrong, hit the same patch of moss I did, and shifted just a little too hard. The thought slides a thin blade of unease between my ribs. The wind moves through the gorge again, making a low, hollow sound as it threads around the trunk. For half a second, it sounds almost like a voice just at the edge of hearing. Don't I tell myself firmly? It's just a log, just a gap, just physics. I turn my back on the gorge, on the tree bridge, on the carved-out slice of sky between the banks. That tiny unease stays, though, like a splinter under the skin. I push it down, the way I have pushed down so many other things connected to this forest, and then I start walking deeper in. I do not get far before I decide to stop and adjust the pack. The climb away from the gorge is steeper than it looked at first glance. Roots crisscross the slope, and loose rock rolls underfoot, making every step just a little too interesting. After 10 minutes, my shoulders burn, and a hot knot digs into the base of my neck where the strap has twisted. I pick a spot where the ground flattens a little, and the trees thin just enough to let in a square of pale sky. The air feels strangely still here, muffled, like someone shut a door behind me. I shrug the pack off with a grunt and set it down against a rock, the muscles in my back sighing in relief. The gorge is behind me out of sight, but I can still feel it. The way you can feel a stair you have just climbed if you stand at the top with your eyes closed. A memory of space under you that is not safe. I take out my water bottle and unscrew the lid. The plastic crackles in my fingers. The first swallow is lukewarm and metallic, but it hits the dryness in my throat like something holy. For a moment, everything is ordinary. Trees, breath, the faint buzz of some insect tracing lazy circles high above. I am turning the lid back on when I hear it. Thunk. A dull, heavy sound from somewhere behind me. At first, my brain files it under normal forest noises, a branch dropping a distant woodpecker hitting a thicker patch of bark. Then it comes again. Thunk. The exact same tone, the exact same rhythm. My hand freezes halfway through twisting the cap. The plastic squeaks under my fingers. Thunk. It is not a random crack or a natural creak. It is deliberate. It is tool against wood. An axe my mind supplies before I have time to argue with it. My body reacts before the rest of me catches up. My heart lurches into a faster gear, breath stalls high in my chest. The world seems to narrow, the way it sometimes does, right before you realize a car is about to run a red light in front of you. For a second, I stand absolutely still, as if motion will make me more visible. Then I remember that I am not on a battlefield. I am on a hillside above a gorge in a national forest in broad daylight. People cut wood. People do maintenance. There are mundane explanations for sharp sounds. Relax, I whisper. It's probably just thunk. No, no, it is not just. The angle is wrong for someone felling a tree up here. The sound is coming from lower where the gorge is, where the bridge is. A very stupid part of me thinks instinctively, it cannot be that. It cannot be that straight line obvious. That would make the story too clean, too theatrical, but the sound keeps coming measured and patient. Thunk, thunk, thunk. I set the bottle down by my pack. My fingers feel a little numb around the plastic. Every horror podcast I have ever listened to, every cautionary tale about hikers ignoring their gut lines up in my head and shakes its finger at me. But not going to look feels worse. So I go. The walk back down the little slope takes longer than it should because my legs have gone interestingly weak. Dry leaves slide under my boots, making soft sighing noises. Somewhere, a jay shrieks, once then goes quiet, as if it regrets calling attention to anything. As I step between two close-set trees, the gorge opens up again ahead of me. The drop is exactly where I left it, its walls gray and raw and unforgiving. The water at the bottom glints dully, and the tree is there, and so is the man. He stands on the far side, maybe 10 feet back from where the trunk meets the bank. He is angled slightly away from me, weight set wide, both hands on the handle of an axe that swings up and down in a slow, brutal rhythm. Thunk. The blade bites into the middle of the trunk, right through the pale strip of worn wood where my boots just went. A small spray of splinters jumps up with every impact, tiny pale flecks that catch the light before falling onto the darker bark. Thunk. The tree shivers, a subtle tremor that travels along its length across the gap and up through the earth into my soles. It feels like a muscle twitching in some enormous sleeping animal. My brain gathers details and jolts out of order. He is older than me by at least 20 years. Maybe more. It is hard to say because his face is turned down toward his work and the brim of his filthy cap throws a shadow over his features. Gray stubble clings to his jaw like frost. His jacket is old camo, the pattern faded into a general green-brown smear. His jeans are stiff with mud, darker at the knees and cuffs. He could be any backwoods hunter, any local doing something completely ordinary. Firewood, clearing hazards, except he is chopping through the only thing between me and the world I came from. Hey, I shout the word bursting out of me louder than I intended. My voice slams against the gorge walls and comes back thin and warped. A couple of birds explode out of a nearby tree, flapping hard for the thicker canopy. Thunk. He does not look up. The axe rises and falls, rises and falls, like I am background noise to a job he has been doing for a long time. Hey, I yell again, moving closer to the edge, so the drop yawns at my toes. What the hell are you doing? This time, my voice cracks halfway through. Thunk. A deeper chunk of wood comes loose this time, tumbling down into the ravine. It clacks off rock and disappears. The stripped clean path along the top of the tree is starting to dip slightly in the center, sagging where he has notched it. My stomach flips. I just crossed that I hear myself shout. I need that to get back. Now the axe pauses midair, held there for a heartbeat, like a held breath. Hope kicks up in my chest. Then it comes down again. Thunk. Rage pushes past the fear. It is easier to be angry than to be afraid. Anger feels like something you can use. Are you deaf? I scream across the gap. Stop. Are you out of your mind? The word mind bounces in strange ways off the rock coming back to me. Thinner stretch like someone else is repeating it from farther away. If he hears any of it, he does not show it. He just keeps working. Thunk. The tree groans a long, low complaint from somewhere inside its heartwood. A strip of bark on my side splits with a faint tearing sound, curling away from the trunk like old paint. A picture flashes in my head, vivid and perfect, me halfway across when that last cut goes through. The world lurching the tree, rolling out from under my boots, my arms pinwheeling at empty air, the sky tilting the ground, rising, the white panic of falling, filling every cell. The wet, sick sound of landing, where I can still see the sky, but not move anything else. It hits my nervous system like electricity. What is wrong with you? I howl. I do not recognize my own voice. It sounds high and thin and ugly. Stop cutting, I need to cross back. Do you hear me? Maybe I think, if I stack enough words on top of each other, they will build a bridge louder than his axe. Thunk. Another splinter of pale wood arcs away into the ravine. I start swearing then. Really swearing. Every word I have been trained not to say in meetings or in front of children spills out of me jagged and raw. I call him names that do not even make sense in sequence. I threaten to report him, to sue him, to what I do not even know. My voice is shaking. My hands are shaking. None of it matters. The axe keeps swinging. Thunk. With every stroke, the cut into the tree grows deeper, a mouth biting toward the core. I take an involuntary step closer to the edge, as if proximity has weight, as if physical nearness can anchor this thing in the world of reason. The dirt crumbles a little under my boot. Small stones tinkle down into the shadows. Stop, I scream again, the word ripping at my throat. I just crossed that, do you understand? That was me. I am over here because of that tree. I need to go back. The rhythm breaks. He stops mid-swing, the axe head hovering just above the scar in the wood, like it is reluctant to let go. Slowly, with the sluggish deliberation of someone coming out of a deep private thought, he lowers it until the metal rests against the trunk. His shoulders rise and fall once under the jacket. Then for the first time, he looks at me. He takes a few steps toward the very edge of his side of the gorge, boots grinding in the dirt, and the details of his face come into focus. Time and weather have carved lines into his skin, furrows running from nose to mouth, from brow to temple. Stubble crawls unevenly along his jawline, more white than anything. His lips are pale and thin, set in a line that is not quite a frown, not quite anything at all. It is his eyes that hold me. The skin around them is darkened not just by dirt or shadow, but by that deep bruised exhaustion you see on people who have not slept properly in years. They sit in their sockets like stones sunk in mud. But behind them, something moves, slow and curious. Not surprise, not guilt at being caught. Something closer to mild interest, the way you might look at an animal that has wandered into your yard. We stare at each other across the gap. The space between us is full of air and distance, and the thin, brittle crack in the tree he has been cutting. For a few seconds, the forest is utterly silent. No wind, no birds, just the echo of my own pulse in my ears, loud as footsteps on a hollow floor. When he speaks, his voice is rough, but steady, the accent, generic rural nothing that pins him to any particular region. You crossed on this, he asks, nodding once toward the tree at his feet. Yes, I spit. Yes, I did. And I would like to not die here today, thanks. So how about you stop trying to? He tilts his head slightly, as if tasting the shape of my panic. Then he lets his gaze travel from me to the ravine below, then back up again. Shouldn't have done that, he says. The words are not cruel. They are not sympathetic either. They sit somewhere in that flat, factual middle ground that makes them harder to grab onto. "What is wrong with you?" I repeat. But the heat is going out of the question now, leaving something colder behind. "Why are you cutting it?" He studies me for another long beat, like he is deciding whether I deserve an answer. Then with a kind of small, resigned shrug, he shifts the axe in his hands, sets it down on the ground beside him with surprising care, and steps closer to the very lip of his side of the gorge. From here, I can see every line in his face. The little notch in one eyebrow, where an old scar cuts through it, the way his pupils do not quite match in size. He leans forward just enough that I feel absurdly like I should lean back to balance us. "I know this forest a lot better than you do," he says. The sentence slides across the gorge like something heavier than air. It is not a threat. There is no raised volume, no emphasis. He could be telling me the time. He could be commenting on the weather. There is no need for him to add or else to the end of it. The or else is there already in his complete lack of hurry, in the fact that he has been working on the only bridge without feeling the need to explain himself. I open my mouth, close it. There is a dozen things I want to throw back at him, sarcastic, defensive, furious. None of them make it past my teeth, because the thing that lands under my skin, under the outrage, is the quiet certainty in his tone. The way he says it, like he would say, "Water runs downhill. Fire burns." He knows this forest better than I do. He knows what happens to people who wander off its marked paths, and he is not surprised to see me here. For the first time since I stepped out of the car, I feel genuinely deeply out of place. Not just a visitor, an intruder. We stay like that for a moment, two figures on opposite cliffs, joined by a dead tree slowly failing between us. Then he straightens up, the creak of his joints, faint across the air, and picks the axe back up. My chest seizes. Wait. He does not look at me again. He swings the axe casually up onto his shoulder, turns and walks away from the edge, back into the trees on his side. His stride is unhurried, as if we have just finished a polite, forgettable conversation on a sidewalk somewhere. In a few seconds, he is swallowed by the undergrowth, the camo jacket blending with moss and trunk and shadow. The only sign he was ever there is the fresh, pale wound in the tree. For a while, I stand there with my mouth slightly open, listening for the return of that steady, murderous thunk. It does not come. The forest slowly begins to exhale again. A bird calls tentative, then another. The wind stirs a little, picking up a thread of cold air from the ravine and wrapping it around my ankles. When I finally force myself to move, my knees feel watery. I inch closer to the edge and look down at the tree. The cut he made is deep. Not all the way through, not yet, but deep enough that the structural confidence I had in it before is completely gone. The trunk bows slightly in the middle now, the worn path dipped like a tired back. I imagine stepping out onto it and feel in the soles of my feet the moment the remaining fibers give way, the way the world would drop out from under me. Even if the tree held, do I trust the edge where it bites into the far bank, the dirt there loosened and chewed by his chopping? The splintered patch looks ready to crumble under any uneven weight. A little shiver runs down my spine that has nothing to do with the air temperature. I pull my phone out with clumsy fingers, thumb it awake. No bars, not even the mocking little emergency calls only text, just a blank indifferent signal icon. Of course. Okay, I say aloud, trying to steady my voice. Okay. Think. I could stay here. Wait. For what exactly? For some other hiker to happen by. on this unmarked unofficial crossing and offer a magical solution? For the man with the axe to come back, smiling, saying he has decided to be reasonable after all. My laugh comes out thin and mechanical. The gorge throws it back at me in pieces. No. I am on this side now. This steep, shadow-tilted side of an unmarked ravine with the compromised bridge behind me and somebody who knows the forest better than me somewhere out there between me and my car. Nobody at the ranger station knows I changed my mind about the trail. My name is in the register, headed for a loop in the opposite direction. And the only path I thought I could double back on is now a booby trap carved by local hands. I feel the shape of the realization settle into me heavy and cold. I am not just off the trail anymore. I am on the wrong side of the gorge, of the map, of whatever line separates the part of Red Hollow people visit from the part they vanish into. Behind me, the forest waits. The light has shifted a little more toward evening, drawing longer shadows between the trunks ahead. I take one last look at the wounded tree bridge, at the jagged, pale bite out of its spine, and then I turn away from it. My boots crunch on the leaf litter as I step back under the trees, deeper into the side of the forest that man said he knew. The recorder presses against my chest through my shirt, a small silent wait, as if it is waiting to see what I will say next. For a few minutes, I just walk. Not because I have a plan yet, but because the alternative is standing still and waiting for the panic to bloom all the way out. Moving gives the fear something to wrap around. It makes it feel like I am at least participating in whatever happens next. The ground on this side of the gorge slopes gently down and away, a long shoulder of hill wrapped in leaf litter and the occasional jut of stone. The gorge itself stays mostly out of sight behind the trees, but I can feel its presence off to my left, like the weight of a drop pressing at the edge of my awareness. I have gotten lost before I say out loud after a while, testing the words like a mantra. I have always found my way out. It is true, technically. I have taken wrong turns in other forests, overshot trail junctions, followed the wrong drainage for an hour or two before realizing my mistake. I have had that cold little moment of realizing nothing looks familiar anymore, and I have walked it back with a map and a compass and a little patience. It has never felt like this. Still, I cling to the familiar narrative. You are not the first person to screw up their route in a national forest, I tell myself. You are not special. This is not destiny. This is just a problem to solve. I pull the paper map back out and smooth it with cold fingers, bracing it against the nearest tree trunk. The contour lines squirm a little as my hands tremble. According to the map, the ravine I am standing above should not be more than a short notch, something I crossed when I was still on the marked trail, or could easily walk around higher up. The old service road, the dotted line that only appears on the user-edited version, curls near where I think I am, then ends. There is nothing that suggests a long, continuous gorge yawning through this section. I glance up at the real thing, then down at the simplified version in ink. One of them is wrong. The GPS on my phone takes its sweet time finding itself. A spinning wheel, a blank gray grid. Then grudgingly, the little blue dot appears somewhere near the edge of the green patch that marks Red Hollow, jittering in place like it cannot quite decide what layer of reality to belong to. I am closer to the printed border than I thought. Closer to that comfortable, crisp line where the forest stops and white space begins. Except the forest does not stop there. I can see that with my own eyes. The trees keep going. The gorge keeps going. The map's confidence feels almost insulting. Fine, I mutter. Fine. You never match exactly anyway. I orient the map to the terrain, turning it until the shapes line up as best they can. Ridges to ridges, streams to depressions. The gorge, if I trust its curve, runs roughly northeast-southwest. My car is somewhere back toward the southwest beyond the point where I crossed. The main trail system lies generally to the east and south. Staying on this side and following the gorge upstream might bring me to a narrower section. A fallen tree, I can actually trust a shallow spot to scramble across. At least that is how it works in other places, on other days, in other stories. I trace a path along the edge of the ravine with my fingertip, imagining it superimposed on the map's blank space. Okay, I tell myself, you follow the edge. You look for a crossing. You do not do anything stupid on something half cut through. You keep your head. Saying it out loud helps. It makes it sound concrete. I tuck the map back into my pocket clip, the compass where I can see it, and angle my steps toward where the gorge should be moving parallel to it, keeping it at roughly the same distance off my left side. At first, there is plenty of room. A comfortable flat strip of ground, maybe 15 feet wide, runs between the tree line and where the earth drops away. The leaf litter is thick here, muffling my footfalls. Every so often, I slip on a hidden rock or an old branch, but my balance holds. I stop once and edge up to the brink to look down. The walls are close together here, shelves of crumbly stone, layered like stacks of broken plates. The creek at the bottom threads steadily along its surface, broken by rocks into white chiaroscuro. The sound of the water is louder than it was back at the tree, as if it has been joined by other trickles, feeding in from unseen cuts in the hillside. On the opposite side, the bank seems slightly lower. The trees bent in a way that suggests more light reaches them. For a second, I let myself daydream that just around the bend, the two sides will slope down to meet each other, offering a neat, dramatic little crossing point, the kind you see in park brochures. I step back before the soft edge can crumble under me. As I move on, the character of the ground begins to change. The comfortable strip narrows without me quite noticing at first. The way daylight fades so slowly, you only realize twilight has arrived when you look up and cannot see the sun anymore. The trees on my right lean closer to the gorge, their roots curling like fingers into the thinning soil between me and the drop. Under my boots, what looked level from a distance reveals itself as a subtle sideways tilt toward the ravine. Each step wants to slide just a little bit left. I am still fine, I say more quietly now. I have space. I have time. The silences come more often. Those weird clipped-out pockets where the forest seems to stop mid-breath. In one of them, as I am placing my foot carefully between two roots, I notice a pattern that my brain must have been collecting for a while without telling me. The same kind of tree repeats. Red Hollow has a mix of species: oaks, maples, pines, a handful of other hardwoods I can never quite name. But along this strip, for perhaps 50 yards now, the trunks immediately to my right are all the same, tall, straight, smooth-barked, with a particular pale gray tone and a flaking pattern like curling paper. I do not know their name. I just know that they have arranged themselves here like a row of pillars in some old colonnade, each one roughly the same thickness, the same spacing from the gorge. If I look further away, the natural chaos of species mix returns. It is just here, hugging the drop, that the repetition sets my teeth a little on edge. Coincidence, I tell myself. Microenvironment. Maybe the soil, the moisture, The light all favor this one kind of tree along this particular micro edge of the ravine. But the part of my brain that likes horror stories thinks somebody planted these. I keep going. The gorge does not seem interested in getting any shallower. If anything, the impression is that it is deepening the slopes on each side, drawing a sharper V against the sky. The creak sound grows louder, echoing off steeper walls. I check the map again at one point, breathing harder now from the sideways walking, and feel a small, bright thread of irritation unspool in my chest. The gorge on paper should have bent away already. The contour lines want it to hook back toward the main drainage. But here on the ground, it continues steadily indifferent to the inked predictions of cartographers. Maybe the map is old, I say. Maybe there was more erosion. Landslide. Climate, whatever. Things change. The words taste thin. I come to a section where the path, if it can even be called that anymore, pinches down to a narrow ledge, no wider than my 2 boots, placed heel to toe. A slab of stone juts out from the hillside on my right, bulging toward the gorge, forcing me closer to the edge. The earth there has slumped away, leaving a crumbly, uneven band with a scattering of loose rock waiting to betray my weight. There is no room to swing wide, no easier way above or below that I can see without backtracking a long way. I stand there for a second, looking at it, feeling the air move in the cut. The drop seems steeper here, the creek farther down. The sound of water has become a constant murmur, like static in my ears. This is where I could turn back for real. Admit that following the gorge was a bad idea. Bushwhack up the slope away from it. Try to reconnect with something that the maps actually believe in. Instead, I gingerly put one boot down on the narrow band and feel how it holds. The dirt is firmer than it looks. The rock under it gives a sense of solidity of mass. My pulse drums hard in my throat as I bring my other foot to join it, shuffling cautiously sideways, one shoulder nearly brushing the cold stone to my right, the other hanging over open space. There are places in the world where people pay money to do this on purpose, strapped to via ferrata cables, photographed for adventure magazines, grinning into the sun. I am not grinning. By the time I ease around the bulging rock and back onto slightly wider footing, sweat has broken out along my spine despite the chill. My muscles buzz with the aftershock of it. See, I tell myself between breaths, you made it. You can still do this. You are fine. But the sin wave does not climb as high on the comfort side this time. The doubts do not smooth out entirely. It is in this less than steady state that I start to see other things. Up ahead, half buried in leaves, near the base of one of those repeating gray trunks, a chunk of wood catches my eye. It is not like the fallen branches around it, all angles and splinters. This is the lower part of a stump, the cross-section exposed, the top sheared off in a clean, straight line. I step closer, picking my way with more care now, and crouch to look more closely. The cut is old, weathered silver with time, but the surface is unmistakably artificial. Axes and saws leave different scars than storms and rot. You can read the difference even years later. Someone felled this tree on purpose. That in itself is not strange. People cut trees. Even in protected areas, there are sometimes logging operations, trail work, hazard clearing. But there is no sign of a maintained path here, no obvious direction that the removed tree would have cleared. The trunk that once rose from this stump would have grown right along the edge of the gorge, just like its neighbors. Taking it down does not seem to have made the area safer for anyone. If anything, it has left a small, awkward dip in the line of trees, a weaker spot along the rim. I look up and down the gorge edge. A little farther along, there is another stump with the same flat, unnatural top. Then another, not all in a line, not obvious, but enough that if you string them together in your mind, they form a broken path of absence. A person could stand here and look down and think, if I drop a tree here and another there. I straighten up slowly, aware now of the way the hair on my arms has lifted. Beyond the stumps, I see something else. In a patch of ground, where the leaf litter is thinner, the dirt shows faint depressions. Not clear tracks, not sharp prints, just the suggestion of weight having passed this way multiple times. Heavy weight, human weight, not deer. I move carefully closer, trying not to disturb them too much. Get low. They overlap and cross in ways that make it hard to tell how many people made them or when. The edges are softened by weather. There are no crisp treads to read, no brand names stamped into the earth. One thing does stand out, though. None of them lead away from the gorge. They go along it, parallel like mine, walking the same line I am walking now, walking it enough times to pack the dirt just a little firmer. My mouth goes dry. Maintenance, I say, but the word feels brittle ridiculous. There are no blaze marks here, no survey tape, no chainsaw scars, no evidence of official hands. The only paint is whatever nature has splashed on bark and stone. Whoever cut those trees, whoever walked this edge over and over, did not do it for the benefit of weekend hikers with trail apps and hydration bladders. They did it for some other pattern. The gorge bends a little to the right, and with it, the narrow ground I am on. When I reach the curve and look back the way I came, the opposite wall of the ravine seems farther away than it did before. The distance between the two sides has widened. Not by much, not in a way I can measure exactly, but I know how a river carves outward in a meander, how it eats at one bank more than the other. The map's contour lines suggest that the gorge should be doing the opposite here, pinching in before spilling out onto a wider, shallower valley. This feels like the wrong end of that equation. I check the map again, more out of stubbornness than hope. The paper does not care about my confusion. The printed gorge remains a modest, reasonable cut, tucking neatly back into the main flow where someone decided it should. The real gorge does not seem interested in that plan. The light is changing. I notice it first, not by darkness, but by color. The green around me starts to thin into a flatter palette, the moss losing some of its depth, the leaves on the ground shifting from gold brown to a more uniform gray. Shadows stretch a little longer between trunks, knitting together into looser, more ambiguous shapes. My watch insists it is not that late. There should be at least a couple of hours before the sun really starts dropping, and yet the air has picked up that pre-evening chill, the kind that slides under your jacket and curls against your ribs. When I breathe out, I see the faintest hint of steam gone as soon as it appears. Time always moves weird in the woods, I say, trying to smooth the edge off the thought. Canopy, angle of the sun, all that. My voice sounds small, swallowed quickly by the trees. I walk on, hugging the wrong side of the gorge, while the world around me tilts almost imperceptibly towards something that feels like night, even though the sky, when I can see it through the branches, is still more pale than dark. I notice the first mark because it does not belong to the tree. From a distance, it just looks like a darker patch on the bark, a shadow, or a smear of damp. Up close, I see the cut edges, the fresh-turned wood, a shade paler than the outer layer, even under the film of dirt beginning to cling to it. It sits at about chest height on a trunk near the lip of the gorge, a rough circle carved deep into the gray skin of the tree. Not a perfect circle, more like someone who knew the shape in their head, but did not have the patience to make it pretty. The edges are jagged, the line thick, but the intention is their roundness repeated. Across the circle's center, 2 horizontal lines have been gouged. They are not quite straight either. One tilts up at the end, the other slightly down, like a crude equal sign someone drew while the tree wobbled. It is not a heart with initials. It is not a date. It is not any letter I recognize. Well, that's not ominous at all, I mutter. I glance around automatically, as if whoever carved it might still be in earshot. The forest answers with a few indifferent rustles and one distant crow call that sounds more like a cough than a bird. I reach out and brush my fingers lightly over the mark. The cuts are deeper than you would get from someone idly stabbing at the bark with a pocket knife. Whoever did this committed to it. You could fit the blade of a hunting knife in that groove and still have room to wiggle. Hunters mark trees sometimes. They blaze trails of their own through unmanaged sections, leave secret codes only they and their buddies understand. Survey crews do it too. Loggers. People who have reasons to move through the off-map parts of the world. Probably something like that, I tell myself, stepping back. Old survey line. Boundary marker. It is easier to imagine a man in an orange vest and a hard hat leaning in with a carving tool than anything else. I keep going. A little further along, I see another one. Different tree, same height, same approximate design, a circle with 2 horizontal lines across it. This one is cleaner, the edges of the cuts sharper, like it was carved more recently or by a steadier hand. Beyond it, maybe 20 yards another. Something in my chest tightens. That small, quiet part of me that has been counting repetitions ever since the row of identical trunks along the gorge perks up. I slow down and start really looking. Once I am tuned to the pattern, I see even more. Not every tree has a mark, but enough of them do that there is a rhythm to it. 3 unmarked trunks, then one with a circle, a gap, then 2 marked in a row. Some of the symbols are variations a circle with a single horizontal line, or with a short vertical stroke hanging off the bottom like a tail. One has a smaller crooked circle cut within the larger one, like an eye with a cataract. They are all carved facing the same general direction, deeper into the forest, away from the gorge. My first instinct is to keep pretending they are something sensible. Old survey route, I think again. Markers for a trap line, maybe. Hunters leaving signs for each other go this way. Game's good over here. But trap lines do not usually run inches from a hazardous drop. And survey markers, in my limited experience, tend to be more standardized numbers. Stripes paint. These are not standardized. These have personality. I stop at one of the cleaner ones and take my phone out thinking I will take a photo, maybe compare it later with some online symbol list. As I wake the screen, I see the time and flinch. Less has passed than it feels like. The battery icon is already a little lower than I like. The GPS icon still sulks, unable to commit. I frame the symbol in my camera thumb, hovering over the button. The idea of capturing it and putting it into that tiny rectangle suddenly feels wrong, like I am flattening something that does not want to be pinned down. Ridiculous thought, but it makes my skin crawl anyway. I lock the phone and slide it back into my pocket without taking the shot. As I move on, the frequency of the carvings increases. They are not random anymore. Together, they form a loose, lurching line that diverges from the gorge edge at a shallow angle, leading into thicker, darker stands of trees. It is not a trail yet. The ground between them is still fully grown in, no clear path stamped through the leaves. But the intent is there. Someone has walked this line often enough to bother marking it. I halt, where the invisible fork presents itself straight ahead, continuing to creep along the gorge's lip as it grows more ragged and treacherous under my boots. Or, right away from the drop deeper into the trees, following the private hieroglyphics of whoever has carved this place up. My rational brain ticks through pros and cons. Stay with the gorge, I keep a handrail of sorts. It is a linear feature I can track on a map, even if the map is lying about its precise length and shape. It is also a continuous hazard, one bad step away from a serious fall in a place where no one expects me to be. The narrow sections will likely get narrower, and if the gap really is widening, I am gambling that it ever pinches back enough to cross. Follow the signs, I abandon the comfort of the gorge as a landmark, but in exchange, I gain something human-made. Humans mean purpose, roots, maybe even structures. Cabins, old shacks, some kind of presence that isn't just stone and water and indifferent trees. Humans also mean hunters, trespassers, people like the man with the axe. I look back the way I came. The idea of threading my way around that bulging rock again, hugging the crumbling lip with the drop yawning below, makes my stomach twist. I look right into the thickening rows of marked trees. The air there is no darker, not really, but it feels denser, like a room that has been closed for a long time, holding on to its own temperature regardless of the house around it. Old survey route, I say again, testing the phrase one last time. Saying it makes walking that way feel less like stepping into a trap someone set and more like joining a logic that existed before me. Then I do it. I turn my back on the gorge and follow the signs. The change is immediate. Without the open space of the ravine to my left, the trees close in. The sensation of exposure, of being one misstep away from empty air, is replaced by something else, the feeling of walking into a throat. The carved symbols guide me. Each one appears just at the edge of where I would have started to wonder if I had drifted too far off course. They are spaced with the kind of messy precision you get when someone has walked the same line dozens, maybe hundreds of times, marking trees only when their own internal compass hums at the right pitch. I try to tell myself that is comforting, that it means I am on a path someone else has tested. Then I see the bones. At first, I mistake them for dead branches caught in the crook of limbs overhead. The forest is full of that wind-snapped sticks that fall and wedge themselves pale and brittle against darker bark. But these hang differently. One dangles from a thin cord of something dark and fibrous twine maybe, or stripped bark tied in a careful knot around the end. The object at the bottom spins slowly in the faint breeze, tapping softly against the trunk. I step closer. It is a small bone, maybe 3 inches long, with rounded ends and a slight curve. Avian, my brain suggests. Bird-sized. Someone has drilled a neat little hole through one end and threaded the cord through it. Above it, carved into the same tree, is the circle and line symbol, deeper and more confident than the first ones I saw. The bone hangs directly beneath, as if it is the punctuation mark to a sentence I cannot read. My heart does a peculiar little double beat. Hunters, I say again, but the word is starting to lose conviction. Hunters might hang bones for some purpose, I suppose. Totems, trail charms, whatever. But something about the way this is placed at eye level directly under the carved sign feels less like utility and more like declaration. A few yards further, another. This time, it is 2 bones thinner, crossed like a crude X, bound together with the same dark cord and suspended from a lower branch. They twist gently as I pass, knocking against each other with a faint, hollow clink that makes my teeth ache. Beside them, caught on a twig, higher up, a piece of metal, rusted almost to the same color as the bark. It looks like it might once have been part of a tool, a broken handle bracket maybe, but time and oxidation have softened its edges into an ugly, corroded lump. Someone has bent it into a rough shape that could almost be another circle if you squint. The deeper I go, the more of them I see. Bones of different sizes, most small, a few thicker leg bones of something rabbit-sized maybe. A jaw fragment with tiny teeth still embedded, wired to a branch with old blackened wire. Feathers stiff and ragged, tied in clumps with strips of cloth that the weather has faded to the color of old tongues. And always, the carved symbols on the trunks nearby, watching silently as I pass. My skin feels too tight. The air presses against the back of my neck like a hand. "Okay," I whisper. Definitely not a survey route. The sin wave dips. This is the part in the story where the narrator admits that what they thought was quirky human behavior is edging towards something else. I stop and turn a slow circle, scanning for any sign that there is an ordinary purpose to this. An old camp. A line of aluminum cans hung as a makeshift warning for deer hunters. A yurt, even. Something to anchor this in the real. There is nothing but trees, and the quiet clatter of one of the bone charms knocking softly in the growing breeze. The sensible thing would be to backtrack. Go all the way back to the gorge, to the broken tree. Accept the risk of the drop of the man with the axe, of everything I already know is wrong back there, instead of following this new wrongness deeper. I take a step back in that direction. Just one. The ground behind me feels different. Slightly looser, slightly more uncertain underfoot. The forest back that way toward the ravine sits in my peripheral vision with a kind of blank indifference. The path ahead, if you can call this loose line of symbols and hanging things a path, feels intentional. Awful, but intentional. People have walked there over and over enough to mark their way with a language of cuts and trophies. Where there are people, there may be help, or harm, or at least answers. And underneath that rationalization, something more primal whispers, there is nothing for you back by that gorge now, but a dead tree and a distance you cannot cross. I stand there in the gray light, breathing a little too fast, feeling the forest tilt around me like a slow carousel. I am already off the map, I say finally. Might as well follow the only thing out here that looks like a decision someone made on purpose. It is such a thin justification that it almost makes me laugh. Almost. I turn back toward the marked trees and keep walking. The symbols come closer together, now no longer content to stand alone. Some trees bear multiple carvings layered over each other's circles, intersecting with lines, crosshatches that look almost runic. Strange, angular designs that might once have meant something to whoever cut them. At certain angles, they resemble faces, all mouths, and no eyes. At others, they blur into nothing more than scars. The bone charms creak softly, their cords twisting. Bits of rusted metal chime faintly against bark and bone. In one place, someone has tied a forked branch to a trunk with strips of fabric, making a crude Y shape that points deeper into the woods. The fabric used to be white, I think. Now, It is the color of dirty dishwater. The further I go, the quieter everything becomes. Not in those sharp, sudden drops from earlier, but in a gradual dampening. The sounds of the forest bird calls distant woodpeckers, the whisper of small animals in the underbrush, all thin out until the only constant is my own breathing and the soft thud of my boots. It feels less like walking through public land and more like entering a house without knocking. There is no sign that says private property, no fence, no posted notice. The national forest boundary legally is still somewhere behind me on some unseen line. On paper, this is all as open and shared as the trailhead back near the ranger station. But law and territory are not the same thing. The land here hums with a sense of ownership that has nothing to do with deeds or permits. It exists in the repetition of the marks, the deliberate placement of objects, the way the trees have been written on until they stopped being just trees and became signposts. Someone, or several someones, has claimed this little crooked corridor between trunks again and again enough that my presence on it feels like trespass. The realization settles over me like a cloak I did not agree to wear. I am no longer just a hiker in a big, wild, neutral forest. I am in somebody's hallway. The symbols pull me onward, and I let them. They appear now with a kind of grim reliability. Every time I start to wonder if I have drifted off whatever invisible line I am following, another carved circle presents itself on a trunk just ahead, like a reassurance in a language I am not supposed to understand. The forest floor dips and rises in slow, shallow waves. Roots twist under the leaves. I catch my toe once on a hidden rock and stumble, catching myself on a nearby tree. When I look up, my hand braced against the bark. There it is again, the circle, with its twin horizontal lines cut deeper than the others. The grooves, almost wide enough to lay a fingertip in. "You wanted off the main trail," I mutter. "Congratulations. My voice sounds different out here. Thinner, maybe. Or maybe it is that the forest has become greedier with the sound it allows to exist for more than a second. Anything that is not my own footstep seems to get swallowed, quickly pulled down into the thick layer of leaves and old decisions. The first sign that the trees are about to break is the change in light. It is subtle at first, a lightening between trunks ahead, a loosening of shadows. Then the undergrowth thins, the close-set markers drift a little farther apart, and the trees step back. I come out into a small clearing that could almost be a relief if it did not feel so immediately wrong. It is maybe 20 feet across, roughly circular, the ground inside it more bare than the forest around. Not completely stripped, there are still leaves here, still a scattering of twigs, but the layer is thinner, like feet have tamped it down over and over. In the very center sits a cluster of stones. From the tree line, it looks like the familiar hub of any backcountry campsite, a fire ring. Circular, waist-wide gray stones stacked in a rough donut shape around a core of darker ash. I have seen 100 versions of it in 100 different forests. People are nothing if not consistent in how they choose to rearrange rocks to make a temporary home. My first reaction is a flicker of relief so sharp it is almost painful. Finally, I breathe. Other people. The idea that someone else has been out here recently, that there might be other hikers or hunters or weird loner campers with questionable judgment is suddenly intoxicating. If there is a campsite, there might be a trail leading away from it, or at least some sign of where they came from, where they went. I step into the clearing, feeling the slight change in texture under my boots as the compacted earth takes my weight. Up close, the illusion wobbles. The stones in the fire ring are not in a simple circle. They have been stacked, not just arranged side by side. Some are flat and wide, laid carefully on top of others to produce small arches. A few stand upright, balanced on end, in ways that should not be structurally sound, but somehow are. One larger stone has been tilted at an angle propped against two smaller ones, forming a sort of jagged doorway facing nowhere in particular. It is not the casual work of people trying to corral sparks and coals. It is something fussier, more deliberate. The ash in the middle is not evenly spread either. It lies in a somewhat rectangular patch, darker in one half than the other, as if only a portion of the structure ever really saw flames. Mixed in with the gray powder are bits of other things, a corner of fabric melted into a blackened crust, a glint of something metallic, half-buried a bone fragment the size of a knuckle. Someone has left trash too. To the left, near where a log might once have made a good seat, a crushed beer can lies on its side, faded and partially filled with brown rainwater and bits of leaf. A second can, torn almost in half, is wedged between two roots as if kicked there. A strip of plastic wrapper flutters weakly when a breeze sneaks through the trees. Nearby, the ground shows the shallow depressions you get from the legs of folding camp chairs pressed into soft dirt and left long enough to memorize their positions. The chairs themselves are gone, but their ghosts remain 4, maybe 5 little rectangles softened by time, but still clear enough if you know what to look for. For a second, just a second, the scene tries very hard to behave like a familiar story. Other hikers were here. They built a fire they drank. They sat in their bright nylon chairs and talked into the night. They packed up sloppily, maybe in a rush. They left a few things behind. Maybe they went home. Maybe they did not. I cling to that narrative like a drowning person to a floating log. Then the details begin to sharpen. On the trees around the clearing, the carved symbols I have been following appear again, but larger now and angrier. Instead of a palm-sized circle with thin lines scratched across it, I see versions as big as dinner plates, the grooves an inch deep, wide enough to swallow my thumb if I pressed it in. The bark around them is scarred and puckered sap, long since dried in resinous tears, where the blade bit too close to living tissue. On one trunk, 4 circles are carved in a rough vertical row, each with a different pattern of lines slashed through it. It looks absurdly like a tally in some private notation. On another, the circle has been cut and recut so many times that the center is just a hollow, a gaping pale mouth in the tree's skin. The symbols face inward toward the clearing, the way paintings in a room all turn toward the space where you are supposed to stand and look up at them. Under one of these marked trees, right where its roots fan out above ground, something has been tucked into a natural hollow. At first, I think it is a clump of leaves, caught there darker and more tangled than the rest. Then I see the shapes inside the tangle, the pale arcs and angles. Bones. Not hanging this time, not decor in the canopy. These are bundled almost nest-like, a fist-sized cluster, pushed into the earth and stained a deep, unpleasant brown at their edges. They are too small to be anything adult human. That is the first thing my mind does, scrambling trying to file them under not the worst possible option. They could be from a raccoon, a fox, a large bird. The forest is full of bones if you look for them. Things die all the time. The woods clean themselves. But someone has gathered them. That is the part that will not sit right. Bones do not get up and curl together neatly under a marked tree. animals I whisper, roadkill, leftovers. The words evaporate on my tongue. The air in the clearing smells wrong. At first, it is just a stronger version of the forest's normal perfume. Damp earth, old smoke, the sour tang of decaying leaf matter. But layered underneath is something sharper, metallic, and faintly sweet, like the scent of pennies rubbed between fingers and left in the sun. It is not strong. Not the overpowering reek of a fresh kill or a badly buried carcass. It is more like a memory of that smell hanging on in the pores of the place. A ghost stink that the wind cannot quite scrub away. The breeze shifts and brings with it a thread of cold air from the direction of the gorge, sliding into the hollow of the clearing. Goose flesh races up my arms. The more I look, the more the little wrongnesses stack. Nailed to one tree, half lost in moss, is a strip of cloth that might once have been part of a t-shirt. The printed design is too faded to make out just a smear of color, but it has been tacked there with an old crooked nail. The edges of the fabric have curled and darkened as if someone held a lighter to them, once testing how far they would burn before blowing them out. On another trunk, a length of wire wraps around twice before diving into the bark, half swallowed over the years. A small object dangles from it, a key maybe, or a piece of hardware, so rusted it has lost any sharp edges, turned into a warped, reddish-brown lump. There is a log on the far side of the clearing that at first glance is just a log the kind campers drag over for a makeshift bench. The bark has been worn smooth in the middle from people sitting, shifting, standing up. But the top surface is etched with more of the symbols scratched in shallow lines, as if by bored hands or restless knives, over and over, until the wood is a pale palimpsest of circles and angles. Someone sat here, many times, with enough time to let their hand drift and cut and repeat the same shapes until they covered every reach of wood within arm's length. The idea of anyone being comfortable enough to sit here for long, to drink, to joke, to whittle, to listen to the fire crackle, makes my skin prickle. This is not one of those opportunistic campsites that spring up wherever a nice flat patch of ground meets a good view. This clearing has been used and used and used again, not for relaxation, for something else. Okay, I say under my breath, and the word comes out shaky. Okay, time to go. There is no sense in lingering. I am not a detective. I am not a ranger. I am not here with a team and a radio and the legal authority to poke around. I am one person alone already, and deeper than I meant to be standing in the middle of what feels less like public land and more like a workshop or a chapel. The thought makes my throat tighten. I turn slowly, scanning the margins of the clearing for any sign of a real trail, a path leading away that looks traveled a direction the trash suggests people came from. There is no obvious exit. The ground is equally scuffed in all directions. The carved symbols dot trees on every side. For a dizzy moment, I have the impression of having stepped into the exact center of a wheel, each mark on the trunks a spoke pointing inward at me. My heart hammers against my ribs. I choose a direction more by instinct than by reason, the one where the trees seem a hair thinner, where the light looks a shade less compressed. It is not the path I took in, I know that much. But doubling back through this place, through the bone nest and the stacked stones, feels worse than carving a new route out of here. As I leave, I pass closer to the stone structure in the middle than I meant to. Up close, the arrangement of rocks is even stranger. Some are smeared with a darker residue than ash, something that has seeped into their pores. There are marks scratched into their surfaces, smaller versions of the tree symbols, worn by heat and time until they are just ghost lines. I catch a flicker of color among the gray, a melted bead of green glass fused into one of the crevices, like someone threw a bottle into the fire and watched it slump and distort in the coals. I taste something bitter at the back of my mouth and realize I have been holding my breath. I do not look any closer at the bone fragment in the ash. I do not touch anything. I walk out of the clearing with my spine very straight and my shoulders very tight, as if the forest is a person I am desperately trying not to show my fear to. The moment I step back under the trees, the smell changes. The metallic sweetness thins, replaced by more ordinary scents. Lone leaf mold, the faint hint of resin from a damaged conifer somewhere. It is like walking out of a room where something has been cooking for hours into fresh air. I realize, with a small jolt, that I have been clenching my jaw hard enough to make my temples throb. I make myself loosen, it flex my fingers, roll my shoulders once. "Not your business," I mutter. "Not your world. Just keep moving." It sounds cowardly in my own ears, but the cowardice is laced with survival. And at the moment, survival is winning. As I push further between the trees, the sense of being watched rises around me like fog. It is not focused, not a single pair of eyes, burning holes between my shoulder blades. It is more diffuse than that, and everywhere at once awareness that prickles along my skin. The feeling you get when you walk into a room where a conversation has just stopped. That thick, expectant quiet. I stop one's heart pounding and turn in a full circle, scanning the forest. There is nothing, just trunks and branches, symbols and bones and rusted scraps, shadows and light. No movement that I can pinpoint. No flash of clothing. No shift of human weight behind a tree. But the sense of attention does not fade. It settles instead, patient and heavy like hands resting lightly on the back of my neck, waiting to see which way I will go. By the time I can no longer see the clearing behind me through the trees, I know one thing with a kind of cold, creeping certainty. Whatever Red Hollow is on the map, a shaded polygon, a green blob with contour lines, I have stepped into something else now. This is not the forest the ranger station brochures talk about. This is someone's place, someone's pattern, someone's habit worn into the land over and over until the trees themselves carry the record of it. And I am walking through it like a stranger through a stranger's house, every footfall, a small, ignorant trespass that whoever is watching could choose to notice at any time. By the time I notice how gray the forest has become, it is already too late for the kind of easy reassurance that says, you have plenty of time. The light does not go with a dramatic snap. It leaks away slowly, drop by drop, until the green that has been filtering through the canopy all afternoon dulls to a flat, dusty color. The spaces between trees, which were just shadows a few hours ago, begin to look more like openings into something else. I glance at my watch and feel that little lurch you get when the numbers do not match what your body was expecting. It is not quite as late as it looks. The sky and the thin strips I can see through branches is still more pale than dark, but down here, the color has shifted. Greens to grays, browns to blacks. The forest has started that quiet transformation into its nighttime version, and I am still deep in the middle of it on the wrong side of the gorge, in a place where the only trail markers are carved circles and dangling bones. I stop walking and turn a slow circle, trying to assemble my mental map. The direction of the gorge, the direction of the ranger station, the path of the sun, all the things I have told other people to pay attention to when they hike swirl for a second without locking into place. Somewhere in the last hour of following symbols and avoiding clearings that feel like altars, I stopped keeping a clean thread back to anything official. The trailhead might as well be on another continent. Okay, I say, taking a breath that feels like it has to fight its way down into my chest. You have been lost before. You have always found your way out. The phrase is starting to taste thinner each time I use it, but I keep saying it anyway. I take the map out again. The paper looks almost fluorescent in the failing light, a rectangular piece of brightness in my hands that does not match the world around it. According to its clean little lines, I should be somewhere near the eastern edge of Red Hollow, now brushing up against the white margin where the forest ends, and whatever comes next, private land roads, fields begins. The forest ahead does not look like an edge. It looks like more of itself, stretching on and on between the trees. The GPS on my phone tries, fails, tries again. The blue dot jumps, hesitates, then settles somewhere vague and unhelpful, as if the device has decided the whole general region is close enough. Sure, I murmur. We will call that accurate. The air has taken on that damp chill that always feels colder than the number on the thermometer. My breath doesn't quite steam yet, but it feels like it wants to. A thin breeze moves intermittently through the branches, carrying with it the smell of cold leaves and something else I cannot quite place, a faint sourness under the loam. I fold the map back up and stuff it away. At some point, I have to pick a direction and commit. Standing still will not stop the light from bleeding out of the sky. I start walking again, angling my steps toward where I think the forest boundary should be, away from the gorge, away from the clearing, away from the feeling of standing in the center of someone's wheel. The ground here is uneven, but not dramatically so. Fallen branches hide under the leaves, waiting to roll under my boots. Roots lie in quiet ambush just below the surface. I keep my eyes down more than I should, watching for the next thing that might twist an ankle. That is why it takes me a minute to notice the sound. At first, it is just extra noise in the background, part of the general rustle and sigh of the forest. It threads between the distant creaks of tree trunks, shifting the occasional drip of water from branch to branch, the scuff of my own steps. It is only when I stop to adjust my pack strap that I hear the difference. My boots go silent, so does the sound. The forest holds its breath around me. I stay still a moment longer, straining my ears. There is nothing but the thin hiss of air in my own nose, the distant muffled murmur of the creek far behind me down in the gorge. I take another step. Somewhere behind me, there is the soft drag and crunch of leaves underfoot. I freeze. It could be a squirrel, I tell myself immediately, a deer circling, a raccoon nosing through whatever scraps that ritual campsite left in the world. Forests are full of things that move when you do. I take another step, concentrating on the sound my boot makes as it presses down and lifts away. There it is again. A fraction of a beat after my own. Scuff. It is not loud. It is not dramatic. If I had earbuds in, I would never know it was there. It is almost polite in how it mirrors me, staying just at the edge of certainty. My skin remembers other sounds before my mind does. The soft, dragging footsteps outside a tent wall. A slow circle in the dark. Laughter, where there should not be laughter. I swallow, my mouth suddenly dry. Deer, I say aloud as calmly as I can manage. Probably a deer. The forest does not contradict me. I stop again, this time more abruptly. Nothing. The exact same nothing as before. I turn my head, slowly trying to see as much as possible without moving my feet. The trees stand where they stood a moment ago. The carved symbols on a few nearby trunks stare back impassive. In the brush between them, I catch no clear movement, no flash of fur or antlers, no flicker of human clothing. My heart has picked up its pace anyway. I tell myself that the smart play is to keep going. The more time I waste standing here, trying to outstare the underbrush, the more of the day I will lose. Animals follow people. It is what they do. Curiosity, opportunism, predation, whatever the motive, it is part of this ecosystem. I have walked with unseen things ghosting my trail before. Once a fox shadowed me for half a mile. Once, a dog that had clearly gotten away from someone's cabin fell in behind me and kept a precise, amused distance until I reached a road. All of those times the fear passed when I saw the source. All right, I say, trying on the host voice I use when I record narration in my closet back home. This is the part in any good wilderness story where you remember that not every sound is about you. The attempt at humor lands badly in my own ears, but I keep moving anyway. The sound follows. It tracks my rhythm, discreetly echoing my steps with just enough delay that I cannot blame it on my own boots. When I speed up a little, so does it. When I slow, it adjusts. After a few minutes, other noises begin to bleed in, faint at first, then clearer. A crackle to my left, a small slide of dirt to my right. Whatever is behind me is not alone. A prickle runs from the base of my skull, down between my shoulder blades, like someone dragging a fingertip down my spine. Okay, I tell the recorder, pulling it from my chest pocket, with hands that are trying very hard not to shake. So, update. The little red light blinks at me, unemotional. I am currently somewhere beyond where the official map thinks I should be, I say, slipping into the practiced cadence I use when interviewing people about their weird experiences. I have followed a series of carved symbols off the trail system past what I am pretty sure was let's call it a non-standard campsite, and now I am hearing what sounds like something pacing me in the trees. Hearing myself talk about it in the present tense like this has a strange effect. On one hand, it makes the situation feel more real. On the other, it gives me a half step of distance, as if I am both here and in some future editing room, listening back, pausing the audio, muttering, "You absolute idiot. You should have turned around there." The rational read, I continue, is that I am being followed by wildlife. Deer, maybe. A bear, if I am unlucky. Coyotes. Wolves at the very dramatic end of the scale. This is their house. I am the weird noise in it. They are checking me out, waiting to see what I am. Behind me, to the left, leaves rustle. To the right, something heavier shifts. The sound is no longer confined to the neat, convenient position of behind me. It has spread out, thinning into multiple points, some closer than others, all staying just far enough back that I cannot see their source. I keep talking into the recorder, as if narrating will somehow pin the universe down to the version of events where this remains a story and not an obituary. I am not seeing any eyeshine yet, I say. No direct movement. If this were a movie, this would be the moment the audience yells at the screen for me to look behind me, and I would turn around and something would be standing there and we would all get our jump scare. But this is not a movie. This is just a lot of rustling in the undergrowth that happens to be aligned with my anxiety. To prove how rational I am, I stop walking. The sounds stop with me. The sudden quiet is almost obscene. I can hear my pulse in my ears, a low, steady drumming. I can hear the subtle rasp of my jacket fabric when I shift my shoulders. For a moment, I think, see, you are scaring yourself. You are mapping your fear onto every twig that moves. Then something directly behind me takes one more step. Just one. A single deliberate crunch of leaf and stick that could not be anything but a weight bearing down and lifting off again. Every muscle in my body tightens. Slowly, very slowly, I turn. There is nothing there that I can see, just trees spaced a little closer than I would like. Underbrush, flattened here and there, where animals or people have passed before. Shadows layered on shadows. If there is anything looking back at me, it is doing a good job of staying still. This, I tell the recorder. My voice thinner now is the part where the rational explanation starts to sweat a little. I take a step backward, eyes still on the trees I just scanned. Nothing moves. I turn again, facing the direction I was originally traveling, and start walking once more faster this time, a tight coil of energy forming in my legs. The forest walks with me. To my left, a soft rush of leaves, like something pushing through with the same urgency. To my right, the faint crack of a twig under weight. Somewhere behind the steady, almost polite repetition of my own rhythm, half a beat off. It feels very suddenly, very strongly like I am being sorted. Not chased yet, not driven, just escorted, flanked. Maybe I start, but I do not get to finish the sentence. From somewhere ahead, and slightly to my right, low to the ground, a sound rolls out that turns my bones to water. It is not loud, not at first. It starts as a vibration, more than a noise, a pressure on the air that my body interprets before my ears do. A growl, a real one, the kind I have only ever heard from behind fences or in nature documentaries, with the volume turned down. It is deeper than it has any right to be, considering how far away it must be. And it has that layered quality, like multiple voices humming the same note just out of sync. It cuts through my practiced monologue like someone has taken a knife to a tape. My throat closes around the rest of the word. The hand holding the recorder spasms reflexively, and it slips from my fingers. For one absurd second, I watch it fall in slow motion, the black plastic flipping end over end, as if it is considering landing neatly back in my palm. Then it hits the leaf-littered ground with a small thud and vanishes in the mess of brown and gray. The growl swells just a fraction, as if whoever issued it has stepped closer, no longer interested in hiding behind the thin veil of polite rustling. Every nerve in my body lights up at once, screaming a message older than language. Run, something says. Run now. The growl lifts the world into a sharper focus than I knew I still had in me. Everything I have been half noticing all afternoon snaps into brutal clarity. The grain of bark on the nearest trunk, the way my breath curls in the cold air, the exact spot where the recorder disappeared into the leaves at my feet. The corner of it, still visible, red light blinking faintly like an idiot heartbeat. I do not bend to pick it up. Every primitive sensor in my body is screaming not to break eye level with the world. Do not look down. Do not give anything the space to move while your gaze is elsewhere. The growl comes again, a low rolling sound from ahead and to my right. Closer now. I lift my head slowly. They are just there. 6 No-7 shapes half parted from the trees, arranged in a wide, lazy semicircle around me. At first, my brain tries to plug them into other categories. Big dogs, shadows, tricks of the light, because it does not want to admit what it already knows. But the longer I look, the less room there is for doubt. Wolves. Not big media gloss versions with heroic soundtracks and slow-motion snow. These are lean, real animals. Their fur is mottled gray and brown, darker along the spine, lighter at the belly, patchy in places, with the roughness of winter coming on. Their heads are broad ears, pricked noses, black and wet as they test the air between us. Their eyes catch the dim light and return it in small, unnerving glints. Not glowing like in bad horror movies, just responsive. Little cold coins reflecting a sky I cannot see. 3 of them stand almost directly in front of me, spaced arm's length apart, forming the center of the arc. 2 more hover at the flanks, 1 on each side. The last 2 are set further back, slightly out of sight between trunks, but I can see enough of their bodies to know the curve is complete. They have formed a shape around me that is not yet a circle, but could be with very little effort. None of them are panting. They are not playing. Their mouths are closed, except for the one whose throat has been broadcasting that low, vibrating warning. He, she. It stands a little forward of the others. Chest, square head lowered, but eyes fixed on me. The growl rolls up from deep in its barrel, a sound I can feel in my own ribs. The fur along its neck is raised a subtle but stark ridge. I have read a lot of things about wolves over the years. I know in the rational documentary watching part of my mind that they are not usually interested in people, that they avoid us when they can, that actual attacks are rare enough to become lore when they happen. That part of my mind is very small right now. The rest of me is standing in a gray, thinning light surrounded by 7 apex predators who have come close enough to count. My legs are shaking. My hands, too. The tremors run through me in thin, hot wires, as if my muscles do not know whether to bolt or collapse. Oddly, my thoughts feel colder, cleaner. This is it, I think. There is no drama in the sentence, no exclamation point. It lands with the flat certainty of a fact finally arriving at its destination. I flex my fingers, testing them. Then slowly, I let my right hand slide down toward my belt, toward the sheath clipped there. The knife is not big. A 4-inch fixed blade, solid and practical, sharp enough to cut rope and food, and if I am delusional enough, maybe defend myself for half a second if something truly bad happens. I brought it because that is what you do. When you go into the woods, you bring tools. Little talismans of preparedness that make you feel like you have a say. I close my fingers around the handle and draw it out, keeping the movement small. The leather shucks softly. Several of the wolf's ears twitch at the sound. The lead one, the growler, does not move. Its gaze stays locked on my center, unblinking. I remember things now. Half-remembered advice from articles, snatches of safety talks. Do not run. Make yourself big. Do not look like prey. I have never felt more like prey in my life. My heart thunders against my sternum, but beneath the panic is a weird, brittle calm. The kind that sometimes drops over you in the second, between seeing the car veer into your lane and deciding where to aim. Okay, I whisper, voice barely more than breath. Okay, we're doing this. They do not care what I say. The words fall to the ground and die there. I force myself to straighten, to stand up as tall as I can. I am not a huge person, but I have a pack on layers of clothing arms I can raise. I lift them slowly, knife in one hand, the other palm, open, fingers spread. The movement draws a reaction. A ripple runs along the semicircle, barely visible, just a subtle shift of weight, from back foot to front, a slight pivot of shoulders. The wolf's attention, already unnervingly focused, sharpens. I realize I have been staring mostly at the eyes of the one in front of me. I drag my gaze away and let it move along the line, counting. 1, standing slightly forward, growling. 2 to its left ears, flicking barrel of its chest, rising and falling in slow, deliberate breaths. 3 to its right, head angled, as if trying to pick up some cue I am not emitting loudly enough. 4 and 5 at the wings, bodies angled inward, tails low, pupils dark. 6 and 7 ghosts between trunks peering from partial cover, ready to complete the arc when the time comes. I have never been so aware of being outnumbered. My mouth is dry. My tongue feels like it has shrunk. I think of my dad suddenly and vividly, the way he looked the day he handed me that Taurus pistol at 18. The weight of it, alien and heavy in my hand. Just in case he had said, "People are the dangerous ones, not the woods." There is no gun on my hip now. Just this small knife and a lot of outdated confidence. I think of the 3 people who were with me that first night here. Nate, lanky and loud, pretending he was not scared while his eyes betrayed him. Jess, half laughing as she called out into the dark for whoever was circling our tent to show themselves. Emily, quietest of all, staring at the nylon wall like she could see through it, her hand wrapped around my wrist until my fingers went numb. Our lives spiderwebbed out from that night in different directions. Jobs, cities, relationships. One of those threads snapped completely later in a way none of us were ready for. That hospital room flashes in my mind now, white and antiseptic, so far from this forest and yet sitting under the same shadow. If I die here, I think it will not be in a bed surrounded by beeping machines. It will be in the dirt, bones eventually gnawed, scattered, maybe collected and wired into someone's hanging charm. The thought should terrify me more than it does. There is fear, yes, a huge tidal wave of it pressing against the inside of my skull. But layered under it is something else, something almost like resignation. Maybe this is the shape my story always wanted to make. At home, there are half-edited audio files waiting on my laptop. Outlines taped to the wall. A growing audience hungry for stories about the strange, for neat arcs and haunting endings that leave them shivering safely in their beds. I wonder, with an absurd detachment, if anyone will ever hear this recording, tucked half buried in the leaves, the last few seconds of me trying to joke my way past the moment where the growl cut me off. The wolves do not care about arcs. They do not care about narrative or guilt, or the symmetry of me dying in the same forest I ran from all those years ago. To them, I am a shape in their territory that smells wrong and moves wrong, and might, if brought down, feed the pack. The lead wolf takes a step closer. It is not a pounce, not a sudden explosion of speed. It is a careful testing glide weight shifting forward onto its front paws, shoulders rolling under its fur. The growl deepens, a warning note that feels like it is being played inside my chest cavity. I see with brutal clarity the details of its body. The way the muscles bunch along its haunches, coiled and ready. The faint scar along one ear where something once tore the tip. The bits of forest debris stuck in the fur along its legs. Burrs a small twig, a matted patch of something I do not want to identify. It is not a mythical creature. It is a working predator in the middle of its working day. The others hold their positions, slight shifts, betraying their readiness to move if this one does. One in the back licks its lips without taking its eyes off me. Another lifts its nose and scents the air, as if cataloging all the flavors of my fear. I realize my breathing has gone very shallow. In all the documentaries, I think absurdly calm for a second, There is always a narrator explaining what happens next, how the pack tests the weak, how it closes distance, how it decides whether to commit. There is no narrator here but me, and my voice does not seem interested in cooperating. My fingers tighten on the knife until my knuckles ache. If they come, the best I can hope for is to hurt one badly enough that it decides I am not worth the cost. Maybe that buys me a gap to climb a tree to. What wait them out? Wolves wait longer. Wolves have nowhere else to be. My brain keeps calculating anyway, because that is what brains do when they are not allowed to simply scream. If the first one lunges, stab for the eyes, the throat. Do not fall. Do not go down. Going down is the end. If they come from behind, you will not see it. There is nothing to prepare for there. Somewhere in the mess of panic and calculation, another thought surfaces quieter, more shocking than any of the rest. I am sorry. Sorry to my dad for not visiting enough. Sorry to Jess and Nate and Emily for never really pushing us to talk about what that first night did to us. Sorry to myself for thinking I could come back here alone and turn this into content. The lead wolf takes another step. We are close enough now that I can hear its breath, a wet rumble under the growl. Its eyes remain locked on mine, not in any romantic meeting of souls. We're just a predator, making sure it knows exactly where its target is before it moves. Its lips peel back a fraction, exposing yellow teeth, not the gleaming white fangs of nature posters. These are chipped in places, worn with use, stained with the history of 100 smaller kills. My legs want to run. Every instinct I have screams to turn and explode into motion, to put distance between myself and those teeth. But another older instinct, the one that remembers in some dim ancestral way that turning your back on a pack is worse, holds me in place. Do not run. I think the words, beating in time with my heart. Do not run. Do not run. The wolf lowers its head another inch. The growl cuts off for a heartbeat, replaced by a silence so thick I can feel it pressing at my eardrums. All at once, every muscle along its shoulders tenses. Something in the air changes a tiny electric shift, like the charge before lightning. The rest of the pack leans in imperceptibly, the arc tightening by degrees. I know with the same cold certainty, I knew this was it a minute ago, that the next move will be the one that matters. The lead wolf's paws spread slightly. Its weight rocks forward. The fur along its spine stands fully on end now, a bristling ridge. Its eyes never leave mine. Then in a single fluid motion, it gathers itself to spring. The wolf gathers itself to spring. Its muscles tense in one clean line from shoulders to haunches. The growl cuts off mid-rumble, replaced by a silence that feels like something being sucked tight. The rest of the pack leans forward by degrees, weight-coiling eyes, bright tails low. I brace without meaning to. Knees bend, knife hand tightens. Some useless part of me imagines how it will feel when those teeth meet my arm or my throat or anything they decide to close around first. And then every wolf freezes. Not one by one, not in some staggered reaction to the others all at once. It is like watching 7 photographs drop into place over 7 moving animals. Every leg locks. Tails stop. The lead wolf's mouth hangs half open, teeth barely exposed, the start of a snarl caught and left there. Their ears shoot up in the same heartbeat. The growler's head turns first, just a fraction eyes flicking past me. The others follow the motion in eerie sync, no delay, no confusion, as if something invisible just walked through all of them at the same time and tugged on the same string. They are not looking at me anymore. They are looking past me, over my shoulder, into the deeper forest behind my back. The change in their attention is so complete that it feels physical. The focused pressure of their gaze lifts off my skin and points somewhere else, like stepping out from under a hot lamp and realizing the heat was more intense than you thought. For one strange suspended second, we are all part of the same question. What is over there? The world drops into a silence I did not know it had in it. The wind dies, just stops. Leaves that had been rustling minutes ago hang utterly still, each one a tiny waiting blade. Whatever faint insect noise was still ticking under the louder sounds shuts off like somebody hit a switch. Even my own body joins in. My breath catches halfway in. My heart seems to pause between beats stretched out over an impossible distance. 7 wolves and 1 dumb human, all listening to the same place in the trees. I do not hear anything. That makes it worse. If there were a snap, a crash, a roar, I could file it under something. A falling tree, a bear, a human with bad timing. But there is nothing. Just the direction their bodies are screaming at, just the way their eyes have gone wide, and very, very dark. The lead wolf's lips peel back all the way now, but the sound that comes out is not the steady working growl from before. It is a short, sharp sound, almost like a yelp, strangled halfway born and killed in the same breath. A note of pure alarm. Then the pack breaks. They do not stalk away or retreat with calculated dignity. They explode. As if someone has thrown a rock into a flock of birds, the semicircle shatters into motion fur and muscle-twisting paws digging for purchase. They wheel, as one turning their backs on whatever they were just looking at and sprinting in the opposite direction. For one wild moment, 3 of them charge straight at me, and my brain has just enough time to think this is it in a completely different register before they shear off at the last second, sweeping past on either side so close, I feel the wind of their bodies. Their smell hits me in a hot animal wave, meat and earth and wet fur. Then they are past gaunt tails, tucked tight, bodies low running flat out. The rest follow, crashing through the underbrush, with a total lack of caution they did not show with me. Whatever they are fleeing from has stripped away the careful, strategic patience they showed when I was the problem. They do not spare me a glance. I might as well be a rock, an obstacle on the ground they must go around. In seconds, the pack is nothing but the sound of fleeing bodies, then just the fading echo of that sound, then gone. The forest closes behind them with unsettling speed. Branches sway, leaves shiver, then settle. The marks of their passage snap twigs, scuffed leaves, or small things that the woods begin immediately to reclaim. I am left standing exactly where I was, knife in my hand, breath locked in my chest, listening to a silence that has somehow gotten even larger. The sin wave that had been climbing toward teeth and blood and the bright, brutal simplicity of being eaten has just flipped violently into something else. The thought comes in like a cold draft through a crack in the wall. What makes wolves run like that? My legs decide belatedly that they are made of something unstable. I force myself to bend slowly, keeping my head up my eyes on the space where the wolves were staring a moment ago. My fingers grope blindly through the leaves, brushing damp and grit in small sticks until they close around the cool, familiar shape of the recorder. The red light is still blinking. It never stopped. I pull it up, and without looking, thumb it off. The tiny click is grotesquely loud in the vacuum of sound. It takes me a few attempts to draw a full breath. When it finally comes, it feels rough, like my lungs are out of practice. "Okay," I whisper. "Okay." There is nothing okay about any of this. The wolves. The thing in this forest I had decided to be afraid of, just voted unanimously that something else is worse. Bad enough to abandon an easy meal. Bad enough to turn their backs on a cornered animal and bolt. I turned very slowly to face the direction their eyes had locked onto before they ran. There is nothing extraordinary to see. Just forest. Trees standing in their usual careless geometry. Underbrush thick in some places, sparse in others. No dark figure, half hidden, no towering shape. No glowing cinematic eyes. The colors, though, are wrong. Everything looks muted. It takes me a second to recognize the sensation because I have only ever felt it in places that are not this at a doctor's office when I stood up too fast and the blood rushed out of my head. On a train once, when the air got close and I thought I might black out. The world flattens. The greens and browns lose their depth, sliding toward a uniform gray-brown that reminds me of damp cardboard. The edges of my vision get a soft, fuzzy halo, as if the forest at the corners of my eyes is slightly out of focus. I blink hard, rub at my face with the back of my hand. It does not clear. I realize my hearing has narrowed too. It is not just that the usual sounds are gone. It is that the entire range feels compressed, as if someone has built a small padded room around my head. No wind, no birds, not even the distant comforting murmur of the creek in the gorge. Just the faint, steady thump of my own heart sounding wrong in the smothered air. Maybe. I start, and my own voice sounds like it is coming from the next room. Maybe there was a smell, something upwind. It is an attempt at rationalization so weak that I almost laugh. A smell that I cannot detect, but that an entire pack of wolves decided meant run. A bigger predator, a bear maybe, or a mountain lion. Except neither of those is supposed to make wolves behave like that. Not all at once, not in near-perfect choreography, not with that edge. It was not just fear in their reaction. There was something like recognition too, as if this has happened before. I turned my head and spit quickly, half expecting to see some dramatic sign in my own saliva blood foam, any indicator that what I am feeling is some kind of neurological event, a stroke, an aneurysm, anything that could explain this flattening of color and sound. It is just spit. It hits a leaf and slides off ordinary as rain. The direction the wolves had been staring in is not arbitrary, I realize. I dig the map out again, fingers clumsy, and fight to unfold it without tearing the damp paper. The grid looks unreal in this light, overlaid on the world in lines that insist on a kind of order my senses do not recognize right now. I crouch, place the map on a relatively clear patch of ground, pull my compass from the strap on my chest. The needle swings lazily, then settles. I line the orienting arrow up with north, adjust the map until its printed compass rose agrees. According to this neat, smug rectangle, the boundary of Red Hollow, the white space that means roads and farmhouses and other people's land, lies roughly in the same direction the wolves were facing. Not exactly, but close enough. If I am where I think I am, a generous assumption, but the best I have than walking that way is my best chance of hitting something human-made before full dark. Walking the other way, the direction the wolves ran, would aim me back toward the interior, deeper into that blank green, where someone has carved symbols and hung bones and stacked stones for purposes I have no desire to grasp. I stare at the arrow on the compass. at the faint line my finger makes when I trace it across the map. At the trees beyond, it all wearing the same muted color, like a uniform. To get out, I will have to go toward whatever made the wolves panic. Of course I will. There is a moment where I honestly consider staying right here, just sitting down on the cold leaf-damp ground, leaning my back against a tree and letting whatever happens, happen. Someone might find me, eventually, or they might not. Maybe I would just become another quietly unsolved mystery for local reporters to mention when the next hiker goes missing. The thought tastes like surrender. I am not quite ready for that. My legs feel unsteady when I stand up again, the blood in them tingling like they fell asleep. I slide the knife back into its sheath with fingers that do not seem fully attached to me, then immediately take it back out again, because the idea of having it any farther than a hand's breadth away is suddenly intolerable. Old habits reassert themselves. Check pack straps. Tighten hip belt. Glance at the sky. Count the hours of light you think you have left, and then subtract one because you are always wrong in the woods. The sky, what little of it I can see through the branches, is sinking into a color that is not quite evening, not quite day. The gray has thickened. I put the recorder back into my chest pocket. For a second, I consider turning it on again, picking up the narrative where panic knocked it out of my hand. Okay, so the wolves left, I could say. They decided something else was worth being more afraid of than me. And instead of turning back or curling up, I am going to walk straight toward it, because out of all the bad choices, this is the one that looks most like going home. I do not do it. Some experiences do not want to be narrated in real time. I leave the recorder off. It sits there, a small silent weight against my ribs. Its last stored sound, the cut-off shape of my own voice. When I take my first step toward the direction, the wolves were staring. The ground feels subtly different under my boot. Not softer or harder, just attentively there, like a stage floor, remembering every foot that has crossed it before. I move slowly, not because I want to, but because my body refuses anything else. Each crackle of leaves is louder than it should be. The trees seem to lean in a fraction, their trunks a little closer together than they were a minute ago. As I walk, I realize the flattened colors are not just a trick of my vision. The forest really does look drained. Moss, that should be bright on the north sides of trunks, is dulled to a tired olive. Fallen leaves, which earlier held 1,000 variations of gold and rust, now look like they have all been dipped in the same thin wash of gray-brown. Even my own hands, when I glance down, seem paler. The skin on the backs of them looks like it belongs to someone slightly older. Time has gone strange around the edges. I am a dozen steps into this new direction when I hear it. A sound so small and so far away that at first I am not sure it is a sound at all, and not just my blood finally roaring back into my ears. I stop, every muscle tightening again, and tilt my head. They're faint from somewhere ahead, from exactly the spot in the forest that emptied 7 wolves of all their courage. It is impossible to describe cleanly. Not a growl, not a crack, not human, not animal, not mechanical in any obvious way. A single thin note, high and distant like metal, tapped once underwater, the vibration traveling more through the bones of my skull than through the air. If I had to put words to it, I would say it sounds like something knocking, very politely, very far away on the inside of the world. The sound vanishes almost as soon as I recognize it, leaving a silence that feels even thicker in its wake. I stand there in the washed-out light, breath caught, every instinct in me clawing for the nearest direction that is not toward that invisible door. The compass needle in my hand stays where it is pointing, unwaveringly the same way. The way out. The way the wolves would not go. I swallow tasting metal and take another step in that direction, knowing with a clarity that feels like someone else's voice in my head that whatever waits, there is not finished with me yet. For a while, I just stand there, like an idiot in a maze who has finally understood that both paths are bad. To my right, the direction the wolves fled. They chose it without hesitation, bodies flattening into motion tails, tucked angling instinctively toward deeper shadow. If I follow them, I am following animals that know this place better than I do. But I am also walking back into the middle of the map's green, away from the white edge that means roads and houses and fluorescent light. Straight ahead, the direction they looked before they ran. The direction of the strange, thin sound that slipped through my bones like a tuning fork. The direction the map insists the forest ends and something else begins. Every story I have ever told, every episode I have ever edited tries to weigh in at once. Half of them are about the mistake of ignoring instinct. The other half are about the mistake of trusting the wrong fear. If I go after the wolves, I may never find my way back out. If I go toward whatever made them panic, I may wish I had not. Topography wins, I say finally under my breath. It is a cheap mantra, but it is something. Maps, ridges, water flows downhill. You know this. I take the compass in both hands, as if holding it tighter will make the needle more honest. North, where it should be. The direction the wolves were staring in is still roughly east-southeast, the same orientation as the printed margin of Red Hollow. The boundary, the invisible line between forest and everything else. I have trusted worse data than this in my life. So I turn my back on the direction of the wolves, square myself toward the invisible edge of the map, and start walking toward what scared them. The first few steps feel like the moment you step onto a moving walkway in an airport, a tiny disorienting shift underfoot, as if the ground has its own idea of motion. The dried leaves crumple under my boots like paper too close to a fire. The air changes quickly, not colder, not yet, but denser somehow. The muted colors from before seem to compress even further, as if I am walking deeper into a photograph that someone has been slowly draining the saturation from. I keep my eyes up, scanning the space between trunks, looking for movement that is not mine. The forest obliges with something else instead. A few dozen yards ahead, I come to the first line of fallen trees. It is not unusual to find downed trunks in the woods. Storms take what they want. Disease hollows from the inside. Gravity brings everything down eventually. Whole hillsides can look like a giant's game of pickup sticks after a bad wind. This is not that. 3 trees lie parallel to each other, all pointing in the same direction, their root plates tilted up at nearly identical angles. They're not quite touching, maybe 2 or 3 feet of space between each, but the alignment is uncanny. Their crowns tangle a little where they reach into the undergrowth, but their trunks run straight as railway sleepers. They form a kind of low barrier across my path, knee-high in some places, waist-high in others. Up close, I can see that they did not all fall at once. One is older bark, furred with moss, smaller branches already rotted away. The next is more recent, its wood still pale where the bark has peeled. The third looks downright fresh, thin strips of cambium still damp and curling where the trunk cracked near the base. 3 different falls, 3 different times, all somehow landing in the same orientation as if the forest has a preferred direction for collapse now. Coincidence, I murmur, because I have to call it something. Prevailing winds. Slope. The slope does tilt slightly in that direction. The logic is not entirely wrong. It is just tidy. Too tidy for a place that is supposed to thrive on chaos. I step over the first trunk plant, my boot on the second, then swing my other leg over the third, feeling the wood flex faintly under my weight. The pack tugs at my balance. For a second, the gorgeous dead tree bridge flashes in my memory. The shudder that cut the man with the axe watching from the far side. I land on the other side of the line with a little more force than necessary. Leaves puff up around my boots. As I move on, I start to see more of these alignments. Single trees sure fallen at random, but here and there are duos, trios, lying in eerily parallel formation. Sometimes they are spaced out, sometimes almost touching. Once I pass a group of 4, fanning slightly, like fingers, all pointing the same general way. The further I go, the more my sense of walking through something unplanned erodes. It feels like walking between lines drawn by someone else's hand. High above, in the thinning canopy strips of cloth, hang in places where no windstorm should have been able to put them. At first, I think they are just shreds of bark caught in branches, or maybe leaves clinging to bare limbs out of season. But as I get closer, I see the edges frayed threads, fibers loosened by weather. Some are long, like torn sleeves. Others are small and square, fluttering slightly, even in the almost non-existent breeze. They are too high for anyone to have reached from the ground, 10-15 feet up in some cases. I scan the trunks for signs of climbing broken branches, boot scuffs, anything, and find nothing obvious. Maybe they threw them up there, I say quietly. Drunk idiots, kids. Except the placement is too precise. One strip is knotted neatly around a branch, its ends dangling evenly. Another has been threaded through a natural fork, tied off in a careful, deliberate bow. Someone climbed or used a ladder, or had time and determination enough to find a way up. For what trail markers, territory flags, fashion choices for trees, I catch a glimpse of faded print on one piece, a ghost of letters in a font I almost recognize before it twists away. T-shirt, maybe, or a banner. The implication that clothing once wrapped around a warm body and is now decorating a high branch like an offering makes something in my stomach knot. You wanted a story, I remind myself. You wanted to see the part the map called just green. The carved symbols return too, as if they have been waiting for me. They had thinned out after I left the ritual clearing, as if I had crossed some boundary in their density. Now they begin to appear again, closer together, more insistent. Circles with lines, circles with tails, crosshatch scars that look like runes, drawn by someone who has only ever heard about runes secondhand. Some of them seem to have evolved extra strokes, added additional rings, cutting inside older circles. On a few trees, the cuts have been arranged in pairs, about head height, 2 ovals, with slashes above them, like crude eyes glaring from the bark. It is a stupid illusion. They are just shapes, but walking past them with the flattened light and the dead quiet, it feels like being inspected, judged. I slow down, without meaning to, falling into a shuffling pace better suited to hospital corridors than woods. The knife in my hand has become more of a talisman than a tool, a bit of metal weight my fingers cling to, so I do not start shaking in earnest. Maybe I say, trying as always, to talk myself back towards some kind of rational plateau. This is all just human nonsense. The words sound thin, but I push them out anyway, piling them up like sandbags against the rising water. Some weird local cult. I go on out here getting high and carving the trees, hanging bones, leaving trash. People love to make meaning where there is none. They reenact whatever folklore they picked up from a blog, and it feels big to them because the woods are big. That does not mean the woods are playing along. The idea has an awful kind of comfort to it. Drugged up locals, edgy teenagers with knives, adults who never quite grew out of flipping off the world by pretending to worship something in the dark. Those at least I know how to picture. Pack them into flannel and cheap boots. Give them off-brand cigarettes and discount whiskey. Let them laugh too loud in small hours around a strange fire. Let them talk themselves into believing the forest cares what they carve. Humans are the scariest thing in any story because they think, because they rationalize, because they choose. If this is just a human nest, it is bad, sure. But it is not cosmic. It is not whatever my hindbrain thinks it heard in that thin, faraway sound. I hold on to that for as long as I can. The ground begins to slope very gently downward, almost imperceptible at first, just enough that my knees feel a slightly different pull, just enough that my boots start to slide a fraction more with each step. The trees thin ahead of me, their trunks pulling back from one another, as if giving something else room. Light grows, but not in the way it should. It is not that the sun has decided to grace this particular patch of forest with a last-minute cameo. The sky is still a bleeding gray smear through the branches. The brightness comes from absence fewer trunks, fewer layers of branches to diffuse what little daylight is left. What filters through feels pale and sickly, like the kind of light you get in waiting rooms at dawn. I realize I have stopped seeing hanging cloth and start seeing something else instead. The trunks at the edges of what is clearly some kind of opening are covered in symbols. Every tree that forms the perimeter of the thinning wears them like disease. Circles upon circles, lines upon lines, some carved so deep that chunks of bark have fallen away entirely, leaving raw, exposed wood beneath. They cluster thickest at about my height, but they reach higher too, into places my arms could not reach. There are newer, sharper cuts overlapping older weather-smoothed ones, layer upon layer, until the bark itself is almost gone, in places replaced by a palimpsest of intent. Mixed among the familiar motifs are others I have not seen before. Vertical rows of short dashes, spirals hacked crudely into the wood marks that look like someone tried to copy an alphabet from memory and got it wrong. Taken together, they give the impression of a wall covered in writing a script I cannot parse but can feel the weight of. The air at the edge of the thinning is different too. Cooler, yes, but more than that, stiller. The quiet that has been building since the wolves fled condenses here into something heavy. I pause just before stepping fully into the more open space, my toes a few inches from the line where the undergrowth stops trying as hard. This is stupid, I think. You do not have to go in there. You could skirt it, cut around, keep the perimeter in sight. Avoid walking into the center of whatever this is like some willing offering. The compass in my hand does not care about my nerves. It points unwaveringly across the gap toward the far side of the thinning, and beyond that, if the map can be believed, toward the boundary. I take a breath that feels thin and unsatisfying, as if the air here does not want to inflate my lungs all the way. Colt, I say, one more time softly. drug den, weird art project, humans. The word feels almost like a spell. If I can keep whatever this is pinned to that explanation, I do not have to consider the alternative. I step across the line of carved trees and into the more open place, walking toward the one patch of forest that looks at first glance brighter. The last sane part of me understands, even as my foot comes down, that brightness is not always the same as safety. For a few steps, it feels like any other opening in the woods. The ground under my boots flattens out, the undergrowth steps back, and the press of trunks eases. The sky makes a grudging appearance overhead, a pale gray disk framed in dark branches. Then the shape of the place resolves, and I understand that this is not just an absence of trees. It is a room. The clearing is almost perfectly round, 30, maybe 40 meters across. The trees around its edge stand like pillars, evenly spaced in a way that nature rarely bothers with. Their trunks, the same gray, smooth-barked species that lined the gorge earlier, are carved from root flare to as high as I can see. Up close, the volume of marks is overwhelming. Circles, of course, dozens of them, some intersecting, some nested inside each other like growth rings. Horizontal lines slash through vertical strokes, hanging off small triangles hacked into edges. Other symbols too, crude spirals, rows of short parallel dashes, shapes that want to be letters but are missing pieces. In places, the cuts overlap so much that the bark has given up. Sheets of it have fallen away, leaving raw wood exposed, pale and scarred, as if the trees have been flayed. Between the marks, someone has driven nails and hooks into the trunks, black iron gone dull with age. From these things hang. At first, they are just dark shapes in my peripheral vision, clumps and clusters, swaying almost imperceptibly in the still air. When I force myself to look straight at them, they resolve. Bones. They dangle in little bunches on cords of leather or twisted fiber. Bird bones, mostly long and thin, their hollow centers making them lighter, more eager to move. Tiny vertebrae strung together like obscene beads. Rib fragments. Here and there are thicker pieces, rodent leg bones maybe, or from something slightly larger. A few are small enough that my brain insists on calling them finger bones, and then immediately tries to back away from that thought. The cords are tied in careful knots, some wrapped several times around the supporting branch, or nail, others looped in decorative patterns. Someone cared about the way these hung, about their weight and their spacing. They knock softly against one another. When they move, a faint, dry clicking that seems to come from everywhere at once. Not loud enough to be sound exactly. More like an idea of sound skittering at the edge of hearing. Mixed in with the bone clusters are scraps of metal. Rust has eaten almost everything recognizable out of them. Most are just twisted reddish-brown shapes that could once have been hinges, buckles, bits of trap scrap from tools. Whoever hung them has bent some into crude loops or rough circles, echoing the carved motifs on the trunks. Others are left as is, little jagged silhouettes that catch the scant light in filaments of dull red. One piece still stubbornly announces its old life, a flattened padlock body corroded into an irregular lump shackle, forced open in a jagged V. It swings slowly from a string, knotted through the hole where the key used to go. When the breeze, what little of it gets this far, finds these objects, they make a soft, discordant chime, bone on bone metal, on bark cord rubbing dry against old wood. Together, the carved cut, hung things form a ring around the clearing. A belt of symbols and trophies that makes the space inside feel contained, defined. I am standing just inside that ring, now close enough to see the details, but not yet committed to the center. my first instinct is to step back. My second is to lift my hand and touch one of the hanging clusters just to prove I still exist in the same physical rules as this place. I do neither. Instead, I let my gaze travel inward toward the middle of the clearing. The ground there is bare, the leaf litter scraped away sometime in the recent past and not yet fully reclaimed. At the exact center sits a structure of stones. Calling it a fire ring feels like an insult. Yes, there is ash. Yes, the general arrangement is circular, but nothing about it has the casual, practical messiness of a campfire someone built to warm their hands and cook their dinner. The stones are stacked, fitted balanced. Several flat rocks form a low platform, their surfaces relatively even, as if chosen from among many for that quality. On top of them, smaller stones are perched in deliberate arrangements, 3 in a row, 2 leaning together, 1 bridging a gap between others in a way that should not be stable, but somehow is. A ring of taller stones stands around this inner arrangement, tilted inward slightly, like the teeth of a gear. Between them, in the gaps, smaller pebbles have been poured, filling the spaces in a way that speaks of patience and repetition. It looks less like someone wanted to contain flames and more like they wanted to build a shape that meant something to them, if to no one else. Inside the circle, spread unevenly, lies a bed of ash. It is old ash, not the rich black flakes of a recent fire, but a lighter gray, matted clumped where moisture has touched it and then dried. In some places, it has hardened into crust, cracked in a pattern like dry lake bed. Mixed into the ash are other things. I see cloth first. Not big pieces, no full shirts or coats, but scraps. A corner of denim, the seam still intact. A bit of nylon webbing with melted edges. A fragment of flannel, its plaid faded almost to invisibility. All of them are singed, some partially fused to the underlying stone and ash as if they were thrown in while the heat still had teeth. A loop of something metallic glints from under a layer of gray. When I edge closer, squinting, I see it as a chain. Thin, links the kind you might see on a cheap necklace. The pendant, if it ever had one, is gone. Nearby, half buried, is a key ring, the metal warped and blackened. One key still hangs on teeth chewed by corrosion. A small plastic tag clings to the ring, as well its surface bubbled and deformed by heat. The logo, or text it once carried, has been cooked into unrecognizable blobs of color. The more I look, the more of this kind of thing I see. A partially melted bottle cap, aluminum crumpled and singed. A broken plastic buckle from a backpack strap, the brand name warped, but maybe recoverable if I took the time to clean it off. A length of shoelace one end, knotted the other charred. These are not ancient offerings. They are contemporary, banal, pulled straight from the catalog of what people carry on their bodies when they walk into the woods. This is a camp, I say, my voice sounding too loud in the strangled quiet. Or was. People were here. People. The word feels both grounding and terrible. If humans did this, then there is a pattern I can in theory understand. Ritual cruelty, superstition, boredom taken too far. All of those have names I recognize. It is better, or at least simpler, than the idea that something else built this place. Something that cannot be bribed or reasoned with something that does not care about our symbols because it has its own. I cling to that thought like a handhold. Weird local cult, I tell myself. Survivalists. People who live too deep in the hills and need to make themselves feel bigger than the world by scratching their claims into bark. I can picture them if I try. A circle of figures standing where I am now, boots on this scraped earth hands, blackened with soot and sap. Tobacco breath, cheap liquor, the crack of green wood in a too-hot fire. Laughter, maybe, or chanting, if they are that kind of cliche. They toss things into the flames. Old clothes, trinkets, maybe their own, maybe taken. They watch them blacken and curl. They talk about cleansing, or about power, or about nothing at all. Humans, I say again, trying to make the air hold that explanation. I push my perception outward to the ring of trees, taking inventory like a cop at a crime scene in a movie. Bones, yes. Metal, yes. Symbols, yes. All within the scope of what people can do with enough time, plus boredom, plus belief. My eyes snag on one hanging bundle of bones and refuse just for a moment to move on. It is not the shape that stops me. It is the color. Most of the bones are the muted off-white of aged remains stained by weather and smoke. This cluster, though, is darker at the joints, a deep reddish brown, leaching up into the pale like spilled ink sucked into a paper towel. Old blood. It might be animal. It is probably animal. There is no reason to assume otherwise. Except my brain unhelpfully supplies the image of a hand small enough to fit inside my palm, the delicate bones stained in the same way, and I have to look away before the thought can settle all the way in. It is a cult, I say firmly, as if volume equals truth. It is messed up, but it is human. That is all. The air in the clearing does not agree or disagree. It just presses. That is when I realize what has been bothering me since I stepped between the first carved trunks. A place this used, this marked, should smell like fire. Even if no one has been here in weeks, even if the last flames died long before I decided to be the kind of idiot who leaves marked trails, soot and char have a way of lingering. They sink into bark, into fabric, into soil. They cling to the air in subtle layers, especially in places where ventilation is poor. I draw a slow, deliberate breath, trying to pick the scent apart. There is earth, of course, damp and metallic the way forest floors always are when you get your nose close to them. There is leaf mold, faintly sweet, the smell of things turning back into the dirt that grew them. There is the ghost of smoke, but it is old enough that it has settled into the stones more memory than active presence. What is not here is the sharp nose sting of recent fire. No acrid bite, no warmth hiding under cooling ash. Whatever burned here burned a long time ago. And yet the clearing does not feel abandoned. It feels occupied. Not in the sense that I expect someone to step out from behind a tree at any moment, though that possibility creeps at the edges of my thoughts, but in the sense that something has been done here, often enough to leave a pattern that persists even in stillness. Like walking into a church early on a weekday, empty of people, but still heavy with the residue of all the words spoken inside it. There is another scent, layered under the damp and the ghost smoke, faint, subtle. The kind of smell you might not register at all if you just pass through quickly, sweet almost. Not the sweetness of flowers or sap. More like rot, stopped halfway, fruit just beginning to turn, meat kept cold enough to stave off full decay, but not cold enough to erase the hint of what it contains. It rides the air in thin, elusive strands, stronger near the center of the clearing, where the stone structure sits weaker toward the perimeter. I take half a step closer to the stones and feel it sharpen. My stomach turns not violently, but with a low queasy roll. The hair along my arms lifts, as if the scent is not just something my nose is processing, but something my skin recognizes too. This is old, I tell myself. though my voice sounds less certain now. Nobody has burned anything here in a long time. It is just residue, leftover, whatever. The word leftover hangs in the air between the bones and the ash and the stacked stones and feels like an accusation. I force myself to look one more time at the things in the center. The cloth scraps, the jewelry, the keys, the plastic tags, the hiker detritus half melted into the fire's history. People have stood here, people like me, boots like mine, packs like mine. Some of their belongings are charred and broken and lying in front of me. Did they toss them in themselves on purpose as part of whatever this is? Or did someone else do it for them later after they no longer had a say? The question slides in under my ribs and settles there cold and heavy. The forest outside the ring of trees remains utterly silent. No wind stirs the hanging bones now. They hang straight, and still their shadows thin and fragile on the scraped earth. The smell, not smoke, not quite rot, something between sits in my nose like a hand over my mouth. I realize with a clarity that makes my fingers tighten on the knife that whatever happened here most recently did not end with the fire going out. Something else has been happening since. Something that does not need flames or new wood to keep the clearing feeling full. I stand in the middle of it, surrounded by symbols and hanging bones and the mute testimony of burned things, and understand in a way that has nothing to do with maps or podcasts or narrative arcs that I have walked straight into the heart of someone's ritual. And the ritual is not finished. For a while, my attention stays on the ground, on the stones, on the ash cracked like a dry riverbed, on the melted keys and half-eaten buckles, and the little scraps of other people's lives that now live in this circle, as if that was always where they were meant to end up. It is safer to look down. All the horror down there has names: fire, metal, cloth, bone. I do not know what makes me look up. Maybe it is the feeling that something is waiting for me to, that I am standing in a room where all the interesting things are higher than eye level, and I am the rude guest examining the floor. Whatever the reason, my gaze lifts. For a second, all I see are trees, the ring of them around the clearing, the strips of gray sky between their upper branches. Hanging bones, thin cords, the slight sway of rusted metal. Then my eyes find the thing hanging in the air and lock there, and everything else drops away. It is just to the left of the stone structure, not directly above it, not centered like some altarpiece, but offset by a few feet, as if whoever arranged this place had to compromise with where it wanted to be. It floats at about my height, maybe a little higher, 6 feet off the ground, give or take. If I stretch my arm up, I might just be able to brush the bottom of it with my fingertips. It is the size of a small door, not perfectly rectangular. The edges blur and feather slightly refusing neat geometry. But the general proportion is there taller than it is wide, a vertical slab of something that my brain insists on calling smoke, even though it is wrong. Smoke moves. Real smoke curls and frays and breathes. It thins at the edges, coils. When wind touches, it rises or falls depending on its temperature and the air around it. This does none of that. It hangs a dense black-gray pane in the middle of the clearing, unanchored to any visible source. No wisp connects it to the fire pit. No plume extends upward. It does not drift, does not twist, does not smear itself against the air. It is a solid idea of smoke held in place. I stare at it and search for detail. Inside the dark mass, there are hints of texture, not shapes exactly, but slight variations in density. The way clouds have darker bellies and lighter edges, but I cannot pick out anything clean. No figures, no movement. It is just darker than everything around it, like a hole punched in the scene. My mind scrambles for easier explanations. Gas leak, I think. Chemical spill. Some idiot burning plastic barrels in here until something in them ruptured and left. This. I know it makes no sense, even as I think it. There is no smell of chemicals, nothing singed or melted in a wide enough radius to support that kind of event. The ash in the stones is old. Whatever happened here with fire happened long before today. Maybe it is just my eyes. A floater. A migraine, or some weird neurological trick triggered by stress and blood pressure and too much adrenaline. I blink hard. The clearing goes dark for a second as my lids scrape across my eyes. When I open them, the thing is still there exactly where it was. I take a small step to the side. The whole clearing shifts with my perspective trees, sliding relative to one another. Bones describing tiny arcs, the stone circle revealing new angles. The hanging thing does not parallax correctly. Objects closer to you should seem to move more against the background when you change your position. Objects farther away should slide less. This patch of whatever moves wrong. When I sidestep the trees behind it glide a little one way, the bones another. The black slab seems to lag just slightly, like the world is redrawing itself in the wrong order. It still hangs in the air in front of me, its central position maintained as if the clearing is the thing moving, and it is the fixed point. A stupid little laugh tries to claw its way up my throat and dies there. I should turn around. That is the sensible response. Back away from the weird thing in the middle of the weird clearing, in the middle of the weird forest. Go find a ranger or a scientist or anyone whose job description includes looks at impossible stuff and does paperwork afterward. Instead, I take half a step closer. The instinct to treat it like a window kicks in before I realize that is what I am doing. The distance between me and it is exactly the distance you stand from glass when you are looking at something outside without wanting to press your nose against the pane. My brain obligingly flips the relationship. 1 second, I am standing in a forest, looking at a black patch. The next, I am standing in a dim room, looking through a dirty window at a forest that might be miles away. It is not a hallucination as much as it is a rearrangement of labels. The trees beyond the dark slab feel suddenly far, as if they belong to another property entirely. The ring of carved trunks becomes the view. The hanging bones are things outside the house I am in. The black shape in front of me is the frame, the wall, the pane. I know it is wrong. I know somewhere logical that I could reach my hand forward and touch empty air and then stones and then ash. That there is no glass, no room, no change in distance. But my body has gone along with the trick. My shoulders tighten the way they do when I am indoors looking out. My sense of the air around me shifts, picking up the feeling of being enclosed, even though nothing has actually come closer. There is a heaviness that comes with it, not just physical, emotional. Grief lands on me so fast I almost stagger. Not a specific grief, not something with a clear face attached. More like a wave of anticipatory mourning, the kind that settles over you in waiting rooms when the doctor has not come back yet and the clock has stopped meaning anything. I am not thinking about anyone in particular, and yet my chest aches in that same slow way. My eyes sting. There is pressure behind them, like the buildup before tears that might not come. It feels exactly like the moment you know someone is going to die soon, and there is nothing you can do about it. Except no one has said anything. No one is here. I am standing alone in a carved circle of trees, staring at an unmoving patch of darkness, and my body is grieving for something it cannot name. Layered into it, wrong and quiet, is something that feels like nostalgia. A weird, hollow longing for a place I have never been. It is not my childhood home, not the college town I left, not any city I have ever moved through. It is else, somewhere dark and narrow and familiar in a way nothing should be if you have never actually seen it. A hallway maybe, a stairwell, a long room where the air is cold and the walls remember more than they should. Every hair on my arm stands up. This is nothing, I whisper. The words sound thin and stupid and very far away. It is just smoke, or some gas, or my eyes. The thing in the air does not change. I realize distantly that I'm not breathing well. Each inhale is shallow, held for too long, released in a slow leak. It is the kind of breathing you do when you are trying not to cry, in public quiet, contained, careful. There is no one here to see me cry, except the bones and the carved trees and whatever is pretending to be a window. Still, my body behaves like it is being watched. The sense of time starts to slip sideways. I cannot tell you how long I stand there. My memory of it is a single stretched out moment, like when you close your eyes to blink, and for some reason, they stay closed just a fraction of a second too long. Long enough for you to notice the dark. I know intellectually that minutes must have passed. My legs ache later in a way that suggests I did not move. The sky through the branches will be in a different place when I look up again. But that whole segment, the actual duration between first seeing it and whatever comes next, is smeared in my head like wet ink. I remember details, just not in order. The way the dark surface seemed to deepen the longer I looked at it, like someone slowly turning down the brightness on the rest of the world. The faintest hint of motion somewhere deep within it, not enough to call movement, more like the suggestion that if you stared long enough, something would eventually swim up from the bottom. The sense at one point that the room I thought I was in, the imaginary interior my brain had built around me, was getting smaller. The walls inching closer, the air thinning. I know I thought about stepping closer. I know I wondered what would happen if I reached out my hand. I know. And this is the worst part, that for a few seconds, the idea of getting closer felt like relief. If I could just put my hand through the memory cuts there, not gradually, not like a fade. One moment, I am in the clearing, in the knot room, staring at the hanging window of smoke, with my throat tight, and my eyes burning, and my fingers itching to see if it is solid. The next clear thing, I remember, I am moving. I am already in the trees again. The clearing is behind me, though I do not recall turning away. The ring of carved trunks is somewhere at my back. I can feel the direction of it in the unwilling set of my shoulders, the way every instinct screams not to look. The ground under my boots is sloped differently pitched at a slight angle that pulls me sideways every few steps. The hanging bones are gone from my peripheral vision, replaced by normal branches, normal leaves. The light is wrong. Darker than it should be for the time my watch later insists it is. Flat and bruised in the way the sky gets just before a storm, except there are no clouds visible through the canopy. My knife is in my hand. I do not remember drawing it again. The first actual thought that registers fully formed is not about what I just saw. It is, how long have I been walking? I stop. the forest around me stays still. My heart is going hard enough that I can feel it in my neck. There is no answer to the question. No series of linked images I can play back. Just that smeared moment in front of the hanging smoke, and then this mid-stride, mid-breath in motion. I bring my hand up to my chest. The recorder is still there, its plastic warm from my body. I do not remember turning it back on, or off, or touching it at all since I picked it up from the leaves after the wolves ran. When I check it later, there will be a gap there too. At home in my apartment, with the hum of the fridge and the traffic through the windows and the safe, boring sound of neighbors moving around upstairs, I will scrub back and forth over that section of audio and find nothing but the moment where the wolf's growl cut me off and the moment I start talking again. No static, no glitch, just missing. You can probably hear it in my voice now, even if I am trying to smooth it out for you. The way I keep circling this part, the way everything I say about the clearing and the stones and the hanging bones eventually comes back to the same thin, frayed edge. There is a piece I cannot account for. The next thing I remember, I was already moving, and the light was wrong. Before the wolves, before the carved trees, and the hanging bones, and the thing in the air that was not smoke, there was the trip we never really talked about afterward. We were 18, which meant we thought we were old enough to die, but too special to actually do it. There were 4 of us crammed into my beat-up Subaru, me behind the wheel, Ben riding shotgun, Ash and Riley in the back, with their knees jammed against the cooler. The car smelled like fast food salt and spilled weed, and the faint chemical lemon of the gas station wipes my mom kept shoving at me just in case. Red Hollow was just a name on a brown sign to us then, a nice backdrop for pictures. Trees, waterfalls, maybe a black bear if we got lucky and it stayed far away. We left before dawn, when the sky was still the color of dishwater, and the parking lot lights outside my parents' house made everything look flatter than it was. My dad walked out with us in his flannel and old work boots, a coffee mug in one hand, and something else held awkwardly in the other. "Hang on," he said, and that alone was weird. He was not the dramatic one more thing type. He held out the black case like it was a lunchbox. Inside was a handgun I had only ever seen when he took it out once a year to clean it at the kitchen table, laid out on an old towel like a medical instrument. A Smith & Wesson compact mat, scuffed at the edges from years of being carried and almost never fired. My stomach did a strange little flip. "Dad, seriously," I said. "We're camping, not robbing a bank." Ben leaned over my shoulder to stare impressed in the way only a teenage boy could be impressed by something that implied danger without actually being dangerous in that moment. "Dude," he whispered. My dad's face did not do much, but his eyes were softer than usual. "4 of you," he said, "driving 9 hours into the middle of nowhere, staying out past the campgrounds because I know you and I know how just 1 more mile turns into we can totally bushwhack from here." He set the case on the hood and opened it the rest of the way, the foam inside cradling the gun like it might break. "It's not the bears that worry me," he added. "It's people. Take it. Don't show it off. Don't touch it if you've been drinking. It stays in a tent at night unless something has really gone wrong." Understood. I remember the weight of it in my hand, how small it actually was, how heavy it felt anyway. Riley watched from the back seat, arms wrapped around herself in my old hoodie. "I thought this was supposed to be wholesome," she said. "Waterfalls, and bonding and whatever. It still is, Ash said, grinning already, half in adventure mode. This is just extra credit. I slid the gun into the lockbox I kept under my seat and snapped it shut, half reassured, half vaguely uneasy. 18-year-old me decided that counted as being prepared instead of inviting bad stories into your life. We pulled out of the neighborhood with the windows down, even though the air still had a bite to it, music too loud for the hour. The first few hours of the drive blurred together, highway rest stops, coffee, the cramped intimacy of people who have known one another long enough to speak in half sentences. Ben did impressions of our teachers. Riley flicked sunflower seed shells into an empty cup with the accuracy of a sniper. Ash braided and unbraided her hair, then leaned forward between the seats to argue about which trail would have the best view. We hit the main falls. First, she said, tapping the guidebook we had printed off from some hiking forum. Then we go off the loop a little. There's like user trails people have made if you know where to look. User trails is code for places you are not supposed to be, I said. Yeah, she said, grinning wider. Exactly. That's where the good stuff is. We crossed state lines with a chorus of exaggerated whoops like the border was some invisible ribbon we had just broken in a race. Red Hollow got closer on the GPS, one of those clusters of green on the map that hardly looks real until you are in it. By the time we turned off the highway and onto the smaller roads, the sky was fully awake. Thin fall light slanted through the windshield, catching every smear and bug streak I had never quite managed to clean off. The trees thickened on either side, their leaves doing that subtle autumn thing where you do not notice the change until suddenly everything is a shade warmer than it was a week ago. We drove past the ranger station, a squat building with information boards out front and a few cars parked haphazardly on the gravel. There was a big laminated poster stapled to the bulletin board, missing hikers. If you have information, call. I remember glancing at it as we rolled by, catching a glimpse of a face, the blocky black letters. Spooky Riley said from the back. Every park has one of those, Ben said. Half those people probably just forgot to tell anyone they went home. I believed him because it was easier than thinking about other options. We checked in at the main campground because that was the smart, responsible thing to do. And because if you tell your parents you are going to an official campsite, it feels less like lying when you also plan to hike a little beyond it the next day. The campground smelled like smoke and charcoal, and that specific mix of bug spray and sunscreen, that means summer, even when the air is technically fall. Families were setting up big dome tents, kids tearing around on gravel bikes, someone grilling something that made my stomach growl. Our site was near the edge, one metal fire ring, one scarred picnic table, a patch of dirt, and pine needles flat enough to host our two small tents. Beyond that, the trees gathered themselves up into forest proper, the trailhead sign visible through the trunks like an invitation. We spilled out of the car in a mess of limbs and backpacks, stiff from the drive but buzzing. There is a kind of joy you only get at 18, at the beginning of something you are sure you will remember, but cannot yet imagine how. Ben immediately claimed the job of fire master, hauling a bundle of wood from the camp store like he had just felled it himself. Ash fussed with the tent poles refusing help until the structure tried to sag on top of her, at which point she swore and let me and Riley step in. We built our little camp with the earnestness of people who have watched enough survival shows to think they know what they are doing. Rain flies tied down, just so food hung from the provided bare pole gear, laid out in neat lines, like a catalog spread. The gun stayed in the car until the last of the neighboring camps had quieted down, until the RV 2 sites over dimmed its string lights, and the kids with the glow sticks finally surrendered to being dragged into their tents. Then, quietly feeling both stupid and serious, I moved it. Lockbox, tent. Tucked way down at the foot of my sleeping bag, under layers of clothes, and the illusion that we would never actually need it. As the sun slid behind the trees, the campground took on that communal glow that happens when a dozen fires are burning at once. We cooked like we were trying to impress somebody foil packets of vegetables, hot dogs skewered, and blistered marshmallows sacrificed in various states of perfection and ruin. Ben had smuggled a bottle of cheap whiskey in the false bottom of the cooler. Ash produced a small mason jar of pre-rolled joints, like a magician completing a trick. "We are so extremely prepared," she announced, waving the jar. "For like every possible emergency." "Yeah," Riley said dryly. "Bear attack. Shoot it. Existential dread. Get it high." By full dark, we were all a little drunk, a little stoned, the fire painting our faces in hot orange and deep shadow. The woods beyond the circle of light were just a texture, then a wall of black, with occasional suggestion of depth when someone's headlamp swept across it. "If you listen," Ben said at one point, poking at the coals with a stick, "you can almost hear the serial killers deciding which campsite to pick." "Shut up," Riley said, though there was a laugh under it. "There are kids here." "That makes it creepier," he said cheerfully. "They always pick the family that looks the happiest." Ash threw a marshmallow at him, missed by a mile, and almost toppled off the log. "We told ghost stories, because that is what you do when there is nothing between you and the dark but canvas and firelight. The ones we chose that night were the usual mix: a local legend Ash had read online about a woman who disappeared near the falls decades ago, an urban myth Ben half remembered from his cousin about something knocking on the side of a tent in the middle of the night, a true crime case I had listened to on a podcast sanitized by distance, retold now as entertainment. We scared ourselves just enough to feel brave talking about being scared. I swear, Ben said somewhere around story 4 tomorrow night, we should camp off the main loop, like up by that creek marked on the map, away from all these minivans. Tomorrow night, Riley echoed, leaning back to look up at the sliver of stars visible between the branches. "Yeah, last night of freedom, before we have to go back and pretend to care about midterms." "We can handle it," Ash said. "We've got gear. We've got skills. We've got exactly one responsible brain cell between the 4 of us," I said, and they all pointed at someone else when I said it. The fire burned down to a quiet bed of coals. The night sounds settled in around us. Crickets, the low murmur of someone's portable radio. A few sights away, the occasional car whispering further up the access road. At one point, when I got up to pee in the bushes at the edge of the campground, I stood there for a second and looked out past the last circle of firelight. The forest felt different, just for a heartbeat. Not menacing exactly, just vast. Like an ocean at night, all that unknown volume, sitting there indifferent to the tiny flickering pockets of light at its edge. It was enough to make me think about the missing hiker poster again, about how easy it would be to step a little too far off a trail and never find your way back. Then someone from our site let out a whoop at something a joke, a spill I do not remember, and the spell broke. I shook it off, zipped my jeans, went back to the fire, and let the warmth and the smoke and the voices wrap around me. We crawled into our tents late, smelling like wood smoke and cheap whiskey, and the kind of happiness you only recognize as fragile years later. I remember lying there with my girlfriend's cold feet pressed against my shins, listening to her breathing, even out the faint snore that meant she was really gone. I remember hearing Ben whisper something through the nylon to Riley in the other tent, both of them trying and failing not to laugh. The campground around us creaked and sighed. Someone's fire popped one last time. A zipper rasped somewhere in the dark. I closed my eyes and thought about waterfalls and freedom, and how we would tell stories about this weekend for years, always making it a little bigger, a little braver each time. I did not know it yet, but that was the last uncomplicated night any of us would ever spend in Red Hollow. The next morning started like every good second day of a trip, too early, too bright, and just hungover enough that everything felt slightly unreal. The campground was already in motion when we unzipped the tents. Someone's kid was crying because their pancake had touched their eggs. A dog barked 3 sites over, possessed with the holy mission of informing everyone that squirrels existed. A truck backing a camper into a spot kept lunging forward and back in those jerky little bursts that screamed marital tension. Ben crawled out of the other tent, looking like someone had poured him out of a cup and forgotten to finish the job. "You snored," Riley informed him, squinting at the daylight as she shuffled toward the picnic table. "You talked in your sleep?" he shot back. "You said," and I quote, "No, that's my burrito, you corpse." She paused, blinked, then shrugged. "Sounds like me." We made breakfast, like we were trying to summon the ability to care about hiking instant coffee, oatmeal eggs fried in a pan that sloped just enough that everything ran to one side. The air had that thin, cold cleanness that only exists in forest before the day has properly woken up. Mist clung in low pockets between the trees beyond the campground, turning them into a layered watercolor of gray trunks and softer gray shadow. At the ranger board near the trailhead, we stopped because that is what responsible campers do, even when they are not as responsible as they pretend. A guy in a green jacket was stapling up a new laminated sheet as we approached. Another missing hiker alert. The photograph showed a man in his 30s, beard ball cap, the kind of smile that looks forced for the camera. The text below was all the usual language. Last seen near X Trail. If you have information contact, this number, please do not attempt your own search operations. Riley read it out loud in a bad local news anchor voice. Authorities remind visitors to stay on marked trails and check in with rangers before heading into backcountry areas, she intoned. Ben clutched his chest in mock horror. Marked trails. In this economy. The ranger glanced back at us, giving the 4 of us a once-over. "Packs boots, dumb youth. You kids sticking to the main loop," he asked. "Waterfall today," I said, because technically that was true. Then probably back up to the second campground nearer the ridge. He nodded slowly, the way adults do, when they absolutely do not believe you will do what you just said. "Trails busy by the falls," he said. "A lot of folks think they can cut around the switchbacks and end up on slopes they can't get back off. Stay on the blazes." "We will," Ash said, and meant it at the time. The first part of the hike was all postcard. The trail wound up through hardwoods and pine, the ground springy with needles and damp leaves. Sunlight pushed thin fingers through the canopy, catching on spiderwebs, and the white flash of mushrooms clustered at the base of old stumps. The air smelled like dirt and cold water. There were other people at first-day hikers in bright jackets, a couple with an overexcited golden retriever, a trail runner who passed us on an uphill and did not appear to be using lungs like the rest of us. The sound of the creek followed us, a low, consistent rush that got louder in bursts when the trail swung closer to the ravine. Occasionally, through gaps in the trees, we caught flashes of water on rock white and blue and fast. We fell into the easy rhythm of walking in a group lines, forming and reforming conversations, looping back on themselves. Ben told some elaborate story about his roommate nearly setting the dorm kitchen on fire. Ash argued with Riley about whether ghosts were possible but unlikely, or already definitely listening to us. By the time we reached the overlook above the main falls, the sun was high enough to wash the whole bowl of rock and water in light. The waterfall crashed down into a deep frothing pool mist, ghosting up in little banners that caught rainbows if you squinted. We did all the things people do. Took pictures. Yelled into the spray just to hear our own voices swallowed. Let the cold on our faces erase whatever hangover lingered. It was easy then to believe the world was simple. We ate lunch, sitting on warm rocks above the spray boots, off socks, steaming faintly in the cool air. Other hikers came and went, couples posing with their backs to the drop, a family coaxing a nervous kid closer to the rail, an older man with walking poles who nodded at us and said, "Perfect day for it." Later, what we would remember about him was not his face, but the fact that he had a whistle clipped to his pack strap and a small battered radio on his hip, tuned to some static-ridden station. Prepared, we said, with that smug teenage mix of admiration and mockery. After the waterfall, the crowd thinned. The main loop peeled away, sweeping back toward the campground. A narrower path continued upstream, less maintained, less obvious, a line of trampled leaves and the occasional faint blaze on a tree. "This is where all the good stuff is," Ash said, pointing. "Swimming holes, caves, real campsites, not just those gravel pads with picnic tables." We hesitated for maybe half a second. "Ranger said stay on the blazes," Riley pointed out. "There are blazes," Ash countered. "They're just more aspirational." Ben grinned, already turning his boots one step onto the narrower track. "Come on, we'll camp closer to the stars. Less RV generator noise, more existential dread." I looked at the map, at the thin blue line of the creek, at the dotted suggestion of user-made trail someone had added in ballpoint on the photocopy we'd printed. It did not look dangerous, just less official. "Fine," I said. "But if we die, I'm haunting all of you." "That's the spirit," Ben said. The path narrowed the ground, more uneven. Roots reached up to grab at ankles. Branches leaned in low enough that we had to duck. The creek was a constant presence to our left, sometimes close enough to touch, sometimes hidden below a drop too steep to approach. At some point, without us really noticing, the other hikers stopped appearing. The chatter from the main loop fell away. No more flashes of bright nylon through the trees, no more snippets of other people's conversations. Just our four voices, our four sets of footsteps, and the tireless rush of water. It felt good. Wild in the smallest, safest sense of the word. We were still laughing when Riley stopped. She was in front at that moment, the order having shuffled. 1 second, she was talking about some professor who mispronounced her name every roll call. The next, she was just still. She said, "Guys, there is a tone people use when something has tilted just outside normal. A half-laughing, half-uncertain note. She had that tone now. I came up behind her, following her gaze out into the trees on the right side of the trail. At first, I did not see anything, just trunk saplings, the uneven grid of shadow and light. Then my eyes caught on a vertical shape that did not belong to any of the others. He was standing maybe 40 yards off the path, far enough that I could pretend I was misseeing him if I wanted to. A man. Middle-aged, maybe older. Hard to tell at that distance. He had a beard, that much I could see, and a baseball cap pulled low. Camo jacket, the kind hunters wear, or guys who want to look like hunters wear. He was not moving, not leaning on a tree, not walking, not even shifting his weight from foot to foot, just placed there in the space between trunks, body lined up with the vertical of the tree behind him so neatly that if you were not looking for him, you might miss him entirely. He was facing us, or facing the trail at least. I could not quite see his eyes under the brim of the cap, but the angle of his head, the set of his shoulders, made it obvious he knew we were there. "Okay," Ben said, coming up beside me. "That's not creepy at all." The man did not wave, did not call out, did not start toward us to ask if we knew where the trail went. He just stood. "Hi," Ash yelled, because of course she did. "Nice day." Her voice sounded weirdly small in the trees. It should have bounced echoed. Instead, it went out and seemed to get swallowed, like the air was thicker between us and him than it should have been. He did not respond. "Maybe he can't hear you," Riley said. "Maybe he's..." "I don't know," bird-watching Ben cupped his hands around his mouth. "Yo, you good?" The man moved then. Not toward us. He turned, sharp and efficient like someone deciding between aisles in a grocery store. No wave, no acknowledgement. He pivoted on one heel and walked away deeper into the trees, his boots finding a line between roots with the kind of ease that said he had done this a lot. He was out of sight in seconds. No crunch of underbrush trailing behind him, no lingering flash of his jacket. Just gone absorbed by the woods, like he had always been part of them. That was... Riley began, then trailed off. Some weird hunter Ben said too loud, or a local. Old guys love to lurk and judge, it's like a hobby. He was staring at us, Riley said. Maybe he thought we were going to steal his secret fishing spot. Ash said, "We'll put it in the guidebook. Come to Red Hollow. Get silently judged by Camo Jesus." We laughed because that is the thing you do when something unkinks the world a little and you do not want to think about it too hard. The laughter did not quite fill the space the way we expected it to. We kept walking and the forest closed behind us, and I told myself it was nothing. A dude, a hunter, somebody with bad social skills, and a preference for watching people instead of interacting with them. Hours later, or maybe it was only 2 time bends weird, on the trail, we started looking for a place to camp. We had left the murmuring comfort of the creek some time back, following a smaller tributary uphill until it became more of a trickling suggestion than a proper stream. The ground was a patchwork of damp and dry moss and rock roots, and the occasional clear patch. Up by that little pool, Ash suggested pointing ahead. Flat ground water nearby, no neighbors with generators. The spot she meant was a kind of natural amphitheater, a shallow bowl in the hill, with a pool of clear water at one end, fed by a thin fall that dropped maybe 6 feet over a lip of rock. The sound of it was soothing, a softer version of the big falls we had seen earlier. We were tired in that good, bone-warm way. Packs heavier now, with the knowledge of how far we had to haul them shoulders. Sore knees scuffed faintly from one almost fall on a slick rock. It felt like arriving, and then she was there. There is no good way to describe the tall woman. That is what my brain calls her now, capital letters, and all without making her sound made up. At the time, she was just a shock in the middle of a path. We rounded a bend, laughing about something stupid Ben had done, an impression of one of our professors tripping over a tree root, complete with flailing arms, and then our laughter just stopped. She stood dead center in the narrow trail a little ahead of us, between us, and the little bowl of rocks and water. Tall is the first thing. She had to be at least 6'5", maybe taller. I have friends that tall. It happens, but there was something about the way her height sat on her frame that felt wrong. She was too narrow for it, too stretched. Her arms hung a little too long at her sides, hands almost reaching mid-thigh. Her clothes looked like they had once been normal jeans, a long-sleeved shirt, but they were filthy now, stained with mud and something darker. The fabric hung loose in odd places, as if it had been pulled and twisted and never quite returned to its intended shape. Her hair was a wild matted tangle dark and shot through with streaks of gray spilling around her face and shoulders in clumps that had clearly not met a comb in a long time. Her face. I remember her eyes most. They were not glowing or missing or anything as dramatic as the stories would make them later. They were just dark, set deep, ringed with skin that looked bruised or shadowed or both. She did not blink. We all stopped at once the way animals do when they hit an unexpected shape. Ben said, which seemed to be all he had left. She just stood there, not stepping toward us, not stepping away. No backpack, no gear, nothing in her hands. She did not look like a ranger, or a hunter, or a day hiker. She looked like someone who had been in the woods too long and forgotten what other people were for. "Hi," Ash said, after a moment, because her solution to every problem was volume. "We're just looking for a place to camp." Silence. The woman's gaze flicked over us one by one, like she was counting pieces. It stayed on our packs a fraction longer. On the bulge at my hip, where the weight of the lockbox sat under my jacket. A thought I did not like wormed its way into my head. Does she know exactly what that is? "Can we help you?" Riley asked, her voice tight. Nothing. The woods felt weirdly small around us. The air had a thickness to it again, that same swallowed quality it had when Ash called out to the man in the trees. Ben cleared his throat, squared his shoulders, like he was about to step onto a stage. "Hey," he said louder now. "We're just passing through, okay? Maybe you should keep moving." She did not react. His jaw tightened. He hated being ignored more than anything, especially by someone who did not play along with his almost charming routine. "We've got a gun," he said. I flinched internally, but did not say anything. Some stupid part of me thought maybe that was what would make her decide to step aside. Her eyes moved again, down to my hip, back up. Her expression did not change. "Leave us alone." Riley added the words faster now, sitting on top of genuine fear. "Seriously, we don't want trouble." For a moment, the woman remained a statue carved from dirt and cloth and bad choices. Then, with a slowness that felt deliberate, she turned. She did not step backward. She rotated in place as neatly as the man earlier, then began to walk off the trail. Not down it, not away from us, in the direction we had come or were going. Straight off at an angle, into the trees. Her steps made almost no sound despite the mess of branches and leaves and debris. The woods seemed to part for her. She did not look back. Her profile appeared once between trunks, the angle of her jaw, the line of her nose, and then she was gone, swallowed by the same trees that had taken the man that morning. We stood there listening, waiting for the sound of her moving through underbrush. There should have been snapping twigs, rustling leaves. There was just the waterfall, a little louder now that we were closer. That was not normal, Riley said, finally voice small. People live out here, Ben said automatically. Cabins, off-grid types. She was probably just, I don't know, high as hell. She knew about the gun, Ash said quietly. What? Her eyes. Ash said. She looked at it, like she already knew what it would do, like she's seen it before. That doesn't even make sense, Ben snapped. Defensiveness sat wrong on him, sharp and loud. Guns are not like secret. They're everywhere. She could know what one looks like without it being some horror movie thing. I let them argue my heart, doing a small, fast thing in my chest. The tall woman felt wrong in a different way than the man had. He had been unsettling because he refused to acknowledge us in a situation where normal people at least wave or nod. She was unsettling because she acknowledged us too much. She looked at us like we were not strangers, like she recognized something about us that we had not admitted to ourselves yet. We ended up camping near that little bowl of rock and water anyway. We told ourselves it was fine, that she was probably miles away by then, back to whatever shack or tarp setup she crawled out of. We put on bravado, stuffed the weirdness down under jokes. Later that night, when we heard laughter outside the tents that did not belong to any of us, we would remember the way she had stood there, the way her eyes had lingered on the gun. But in that moment, we did what most people do when something comes along and cracks the surface of their safe little narrative. We smoothed it over. We decided it was nothing. Just a man in the trees. Just a woman who was too tall. If the first night in Red Hollow felt like a postcard, the second felt like somebody had written something underneath it in ink that only shows up later. We picked our little campsite near the creek like we were choosing a table in a restaurant. The pool at the base of the small fall was clear enough that you could see stones on the bottom, rounded and pale. The ground nearby was mostly flat, soft, with needles and old leaves. A few big rocks made natural stools. A fallen log did the rest. There was just enough sky visible through the trees to promise stars if the clouds behaved. Perfect Ash announced dumping her pack with a theatrical groan. See way better than listening to someone's RV generator all night. We went about the business of making the wilderness ours. Tents up. Stakes kicked deeper into the dirt with the heels of our boots. Bear bag hung from a branch that looked sturdy enough. Fire ring improvised from stones dragged in a wide circle, gaps patched with smaller rocks. By the time the first orange tongues of flame started licking at the kindling, the light was already going. The creek took on that metallic sheen it gets under a dimming sky, all silver and shadow, the surface suggesting depth even where it was only inches deep. Dinner that night tasted better than it had any right to. We had lugged in chicken rice vegetables, way too much for 4 kids, who'd also packed half a pantry's worth of snacks. We cooked like it was a feast chicken sizzling on a camp pan until the edges browned vegetables, steaming in a foil packet. Rice bubbling in a battered pot that had seen better days. The whiskey came out again, passed around in swigs that burned less with each turn. The jar of pre-rolled joints made another appearance, the paper crackling softly as Ash tapped one free and lit it with a stick from the fire. Smoke layered on smoke. Wood first, thick and sweet. Then weed, skunky and familiar, weaving through the other scents. We sat in a rough circle around the fire, me on a rock, Ben sprawled in the dirt like he owned it, Ash perched cross-legged on the log, Riley with her knees drawn up under her chin, sleeves pulled over her hands. It was one of those nights that feels padded. The sounds of the forest beyond the pool of firelight were steady and unremarkable. The murmur of the creek, the occasional rustle of something small in the underbrush, a distant owl calling once and then not again. We told the same kind of stories as the night before, only a little louder, a little messier. Ben reenacted the tall woman in a way that made her ridiculous, overextending his limbs, rolling his eyes back, groaning like a cartoon ghoul. Riley nearly choked on rice laughing. "It's not funny," she said, when she could breathe again. She was weird. "Everything is weird," Ash said, waving smoke away from her face. "That's why we came out here. You want normal. You hang out at the mall." I laughed along with them, but some part of me still saw the way the tall woman's eyes had lingered on my hip, on the gun hidden there. On the way, her expression had not changed. The lockbox with the Smith & Wesson in it sat at the back of my tent, now under a pile of clothes as far from the fire as it could be without leaving camp. I kept telling myself that was just good sense. At some point, the conversation thinned into comfortable nonsense. Smoke and tiredness wrapped around us. One by one, our jokes got slower, our reactions lagging. "Okay," Riley said eventually, standing up and stretching until her spine popped. "I am officially full high and done with you idiots for the night." Ben flopped a hand at her. Rude. We doused the fire down to safe coals not out entirely because we were young and thought that made us experienced rather than careless. Sparks glowed under a layer of gray. The night moved in closer as the flames shrank. Inside the tent, the world got small. My tent was just big enough for 2 sleeping bags and our shared chaos of stuff. My girlfriend, I am still calling her my girlfriend there because X came later, wriggled into her bag with a contented sigh. Riley and Ben were a scuffle of zippers and muffled curses in the other tent, 2 silhouettes shifting, trying to find room for knees and elbows. Canvas walls make everything feel both too close and too far. I lay there, listening to the creek, to Ash's soft mutter about how the ground had a rock exactly where her hip wanted to be, to the occasional snort of laughter from the other tent, as Ben said something just for Riley. The wilderness had shrunk again, not the vast, indifferent ocean of the first night's bathroom break, but a small bubble around our camp, held up by nylon, and the idea that we were alone out here in a way that meant freedom, not risk. I do not know when I fell asleep, just that at some point the sounds outside my own body blurred, and my thoughts stopped lining up in sentences. The first laugh woke me like a slap. It was not particularly loud, but it was wrong. I came up through sleep all at once, heart-pounding, brain flailing around, trying to match the noise to something. For a half second, I assumed it was Ben. It had the right sort of pitch, not his voice exactly, but the same mischief in it. A jagged little bark of amusement, like someone who had just seen a joke land exactly the way they wanted. I blinked in the darkness. The tent walls glowed faintly with moonlight on one side. My girlfriend shifted next to me, making a soft, questioning noise. "Dude," I whispered, thinking Ben was just outside trying to be funny. "Shut up." Another laugh. Closer to the back of the tent now, like whoever owned it had taken a couple of steps. It dragged across my nerves in a way Ben's never had. There was something frayed in it, something too high and too low at the same time, as if two different people's amusement had been layered imperfectly. Ben, I called louder this time. Not me, came his voice from the other tent, sharp and clear, and very much not outside. The words dropped into the quiet like a rock into water. Everything went still. For a few seconds, all I could hear was my own heartbeat, too loud in my ears, and the small, tight breaths coming from the sleeping bag next to me. Then very softly, leaves crunched. Not in any rhythm that could be called walking, more like a slow, wandering circling. Steps around a tent sound different than steps on open ground. The taut fabric picks up every vibration, transmits it in shivers you feel more than hear. I felt those shivers now under my palms, where they pressed against the sleeping bag. Something was moving outside. You heard that too, right? Riley whispered through the nylon, her voice pitched low and careful. Yeah, I said. My hand was already moving, even before my brain finished the thought. The lockbox was exactly where I had left it. My fingers found the cold metal, the seam of the lid, the small combination dial. I had practiced the combo at home in my room, smug and responsible. It should have been muscle memory. In that moment, it felt like trying to remember a phone number you have not dialed in years. The first spin slid past the right number. I forced myself to breathe slow, to go back to line it up. Outside, another laugh, closer to Ash's side of the tent this time. Then the sound of someone dragging their foot through dry leaves, slow, like they were drawing a circle. Whoever that is, Ben said, his voice strained through canvas. This is not funny. Maybe it's that woman, Ash whispered. Shut up, Riley hissed. The lock gave finally. With a tiny click, I felt more than heard. I eased it open, fingers closing around the gun's grip. The weight of it was both a relief and a horror. Stay in the tent, I said, though I did not know if I was talking to my girlfriend or to all of us. The zipper sounded deafening as I pulled it. Cold air spilled in, smelling like damp earth and the ghost of our fire. I crawled out into it on hands and knees, then came to my feet in a crouch. Gun held low, but ready, the way my dad had shown me at the range. The creek whispered along, indifferent. The embers in the fire pit pulsed faintly, tiny red eyes in the ash. Between the trees, just beyond the edge of our camp, shadows thickened and thinned. Hey, I yelled, because fear and anger share a border. Whoever you are, you need to leave. Now. The laughter stopped. Silence. Then once, as if in answer, a single step in the dark. I lifted the gun, aiming up, not at anything in particular. My hands were shaking. The front sight wobbled against the sky. Dad's rules paraded through my head. Do not touch it if you've been drinking. Do not fire it unless you are absolutely sure. I squeezed my eyes shut for half a second, opened them, put 3 rounds into the air. The sound was enormous. It cracked off the trees, off the rocks, off the inside of my skull. Muzzle flash lit the branches for a heartbeat, etching everything in harsh white. Something moved in the dark, a shape flinching, stumbling, then turning. Footsteps. Faster now. Running. Crashing through underbrush without care. The laughter did not come back. I stood there, chest-heaving ears, ringing the smell of powder, wrapping itself around the other scents. Behind me, tent zippers rasped. Jesus Christ, Ben said, stumbling out eyes, huge. Did you just... I fired in the air. I said, my voice too calm for how my hands shook. They're gone." We stood like that for a few minutes listening. It felt like longer. No footsteps came back. No laughter. The night sounds slowly, cautiously started to creep in at the edges again. An insect chirp, a small splash from the creek. We dragged the tents closer together, putting them nearly back to back. No one talked much. Bravado had gone thin. "We should take turns staying up," Riley said. "Like a watch." "Yeah," Ben said. "Yeah, I'll go first." We arranged it like that, me after him, then Ash, then Riley, if there was any night left. In reality, I do not think any of us slept deeply, even during the shifts when we were supposed to. Every creak of a branch, every sigh of wind pulled us half awake. Somewhere in the stretched out middle of the night, my bladder made itself known with an insistence I could not ignore. I lay there for a while, hoping it would just stop needing. It did not. The camp was quiet when I eased out again. Ben was slumped in a camp chair near the dead firehead, tipped back mouth slightly open. The gun's weight against my hip was a cold, constant awareness. I told myself it was safe, that whoever I had scared away had gone back to whatever hole they'd crawled out of. I stepped away from the tents, toward the edge of the trees, just far enough for some pretense of decency. The ground was cold under my boots, the air colder against the skin I exposed. Leaves rustled. I froze urine forgotten. It was close this time, not distant circling. The sound of someone's weight shifting on dry ground a few yards away, just beyond a screen of saplings. I fumbled with my headlamp thumb, slipping on the rubber button. When it finally clicked on, the beam cut a sharp white path through the dark. It caught trunks, branches, the pale flash of the creek, and then him. He stood at the edge of the light just inside its reach. Lank hair hanging in ropes around his face, dark and greasy. Clothes torn, stained. His body was wrong thin, the way the tall woman's had been wrong tall. In his right hand, he held something long and dull that my brain refused for a second to name. Only when he shifted did the shape resolve a blade curve slightly, the edge catching a brief cold glint. Machete. We stayed like that for a second, caught in each other's light. Then he moved. He did not walk. He ran, straight at me. There is a limit to how much thought a brain can do in the space between seeing a person sprinting at you with a machete and what you do next. Mine did not bother with nuance. I yanked the gun out. The motion was clumsy, tangled up in my still open fly, my half-zip jacket. The headlamp beam jerked wildly, smearing him into a series of images, a raised arm, the glint of metal, the whites of his eyes too bright in his gaunt face. I did not aim properly. I fired. Once, twice, then I stopped counting. The report of each shot piled on the last until they became a single endless blast. Muzzle flash strobed the trees, turning everything into jump-cut fragments, his body mid-stride, then twisted, then falling. Somewhere in the cacophony, he screamed. Not like the laughter, not like anything that could be mistaken for joy. A raw, tearing sound that cut off midway, as if someone had yanked the cord out of his throat. Then there was just the ringing in my ears, the harsh drag of my own breath, and the high, panicked voices of my friends behind me. "Where is he?" Riley shouted. "Where is he?" I swept the headlamp beam back and forth. At the edge of the creek near the rocks, something moved. A dark shape writhing, then dragging itself. I thought I still think I heard him groan. Once, twice softer each time, like someone dropping down through floors. Then nothing. "Do not." I started as Ben stepped forward. "Don't. Just stay back." None of us went to him. We told ourselves later it was because we did not know if he was really down. if he still had the machete, if he could lunge at us when we were close. That might have been true. It also might have been the kind of cowardice you invent better words for afterward. We did not turn the headlamp on him long enough to memorize his face. Or maybe we did, and something in us refuses to retrieve that file. What I know is this: we did not check for a pulse. We did not look for blood in any systematic way. We did not walk down to the rocks to see whether he was there or gone. We went back to the tents in a tight, stuttering cluster, every one of us talking at once and saying nothing useful. "Cops," Riley said. "We have to call." "No service," Ash snapped, shoving her phone in the air like proof. "Nothing." "We get out," Ben said. "We just go. The cars aren't that far if we cut back. It's still dark, but if we wait..." Waiting felt impossible. We packed in a frantic half-light hands, shaking zippers, snagging. We did not bother taking the tents down properly. We left stakes in the ground lines, hanging fabric sagging like half-shed skins. What we could not carry easily, we abandoned. When the sky finally paled enough to call it morning, we were already on the move. We did not follow the same path back. We cut toward where we thought the main trail would be, stumbling over roots and rocks, slipping in mud hearts, pounding at every snapped twig. The creek stayed on our right for a while, then dropped away. The forest shifted around us. At some point, the faint comfort of a blaze appeared on a tree trunk, bright white against brown. We latched onto it like drowning people grabbing a rope. We passed no one. The parking lot felt unreal when we finally spilled into it. All those cars, orderly and dumb, like nothing had happened. In the early light, the ranger station was still closed. The missing hiker poster on the board watched us leave. The man's frozen smile looked different now, accusatory. Or maybe that was just us reading too much into ink and lamination. We climbed into the Subaru without speaking. I drove. I should not have. My hands shook on the wheel all the way back to the highway. No one reached for a phone. No one called 911. We invented reasons at the time. We did not know exactly where it had happened. We were scared of being arrested. Maybe he had attacked other people. Maybe they would think we were making it up. Maybe he was fine. Maybe we had missed. Maybe he had just run off. We built those excuses together brick by brick until they formed a wall high enough that we could not see over it without getting dizzy. We did not talk about the tall woman again. We did not talk about the camo man in the trees. We sure as hell did not talk about the lank-haired stranger at the edge of my headlamp, the machete in his hand, the way his scream had cut off. When people asked how the trip had been, we talked about the waterfall, about the food, the stars, the long drive. We left out the rest. Time did its stupid, relentless thing. We graduated, moved, drifted. One of us did not make it as far as the others. That is a different story, but it hums under this one like a low note. I told myself for years that whatever happened that night was a terrible, isolated thing, a freak encounter, a situation that could have gone the other way if 1,000 tiny factors had shifted. Then months ago, I saw a news article about disappearances in Red Hollow, about hikers who went in and did not come back out. The dateline included an area that looked awfully familiar on the map. And now, I've walked back into those woods. I have stood on a cut-through tree above a gorge and watched a man with an axe stare at me from the other side, his eyes sunk deep, his beard gone gray, his expression unchanged. I have seen his copies, 3 of them filthy and thin, their faces lit by the same hunger line up at the edge of another fallen tree, looking at me like I am a problem they remember having solved once before. Their faces are older than mine in the ways that count more lined, more worn. And yet, when I look at them, at the man in the camo jacket, at the woman who was too tall when I glimpsed her again through the trees, I cannot shake the feeling that the forest has not let them age the same way it has let us. As if the red hollow that holds them is caught in the exact year we first walked in, and everything we did that night is still happening over and over in a loop none of us have managed to step out of yet. When the clearing and the hanging window finally let go of me, it was not like stepping out of a room. It was more like being dropped mid-stride into a hallway I did not remember walking into. One moment, I was staring at that slab of knot smoke, the grief pressing on my ribs like a second set of hands. The next, I was back among trunks, moving the light already thinner, the slope already different, as if some chunk of my path had been excised and the edges sewn back together. You know that feeling when a sentence has been edited badly and you can hear the missing piece, even if you cannot name it. The forest sounded like that. I kept going because the alternative was to stand still and give the gap time to widen. The compass pointed the same way it had before its needle, stubborn and smug. Map says this direction, it insisted. Geography is still a thing. Fine. Geography wins. The quiet pressed in on me like insulation. The colors never really came back after the clearing. Everything remained slightly washed, like the world had been run through too many cycles in a cheap washing machine. Greens dulled to army drab. Browns flattened toward gray. My own hands, when I looked at them, might as well have belonged to someone 10 years older than I was when I walked in. I walked. I counted steps because it made time feel less slippery. 100, 2, 3. Recalibrate the compass. Check the map, even though the lines on it felt increasingly like suggestions. Around the 400 mark is when I started seeing them. At first, they were just interruptions in the pattern of trunks, little wrongnesses at the edge of vision, a vertical shape where no tree should be, a pale oval at the height a face would be if a face were there, the sense of weight in the air where a body might be standing. I told myself I was jumpy, that after everything with the wolves and the clearing and the window, my brain was working overtime, populating the space around me with ghosts of people I had already decided to feel guilty about. Then, one of the knot trees moved. It was 30 yards off the trail, if you can even call the faint suggestion of flattened leaves I was following a trail anymore. Between two trunks, something stood where the underbrush was thinner. A man I thought at first, but the details refused to lock until I forced my eyes to stay on him. Camo jacket, beard, baseball cap pulled low. He was turned 3/4 away from me enough that I could see his profile, the line of his nose, the angle of his jaw, the gray in his beard that had not been there when I was 18. Except the rest of his face was the same. I do not mean he had aged well. I do not mean he had held up. I mean the exact look of his skin, the slackness or lack of it around his mouth, the way his eyes sat in their sockets. All of that was a perfect match for the flashbulb memory I had carried of him for more than a decade. Same hollows under the eyes, same tightness around the lips that read then and now as tired of other people's nonsense. Time had added a scatter of silver in his beard and maybe a line or two on his forehead. but it had not carved the years the way it should have. My own face in the mirror that morning had looked like someone had taken the 18-year-old me and dragged him forward through every hangover, every late night, editing audio, every heartbreak. The changes were obvious. This man's face looked like it had been paused and then resumed, not allowed to run in real time. He was standing perfectly still, his hands lost in the long sleeves of the jacket. I could not see the axe from where I was, but I did not need to. My skin recognized him before my eyes did. I slowed without meaning to 1 foot hovering over the ground, waiting. He did not look at me. Not at first. His gaze was angled out into the trees ahead, the way you look when you are counting something in the distance. Then, as if he had just remembered I existed, his head turned. Our eyes met across the stretch of gray-green. There was no shock in his expression. No, "Oh, you again." Just a sort of resigned acknowledgement, like when you see a neighbor in the grocery store aisle you both always end up in and know you are going to have to nod. We stared at each other for 2-3 heartbeats. Then he stepped sideways out of my line of sight. He did not vanish into shadow. He did not dissolve. He simply took 3 measured steps behind the nearer tree and did not come out on the other side. I waited for the rest of his body to appear, for his shoulder to emerge, then his arm, then nothing. Nothing came. The space where he had been was just trees again. I told myself, very firmly, that stress does strange things. That the man from my memory had probably died years ago, or moved away, or was yelling at some other idiot on some other trail. That what I had just seen was my guilt wearing his jacket. I kept walking. Most horror stories, the ones I tell anyway, like to give you breathing room between spikes. A little quiet, a little normalcy, a chance to think maybe that was the worst of it. The forest did not care about pacing. I saw her 10 minutes later. Tall is not enough of a word. The tall woman was a proportion more than a person, an equation that had been stretched along one axis until it did not quite balance. She stood between 2 pale trunks, her body so thin that for a second I mistook her for a third tree until my brain registered hair. Same tangled matted dark. Same streaks of gray. Same clothes, though they had worn even thinner, if that was possible. Fabric frayed at hems and cuff stains layered on stains. Her posture had not changed at all. Straight spine. Arms hanging just a little too long by her sides. Head tilted forward at the exact angle that made you feel like she was looking down on you, even if your eyes were technically on the same level. In my memory, her face was a blurry composite, deep eyes, bruised skin, a mouth that did not quite know how to form words anymore. Seeing her again made the details snap into cruel focus. The shadows under her eyes were deeper, maybe. The lines at the corners of her mouth a little more engraved. But the essential wrongness of her, that sense that her body had been pared down to only the parts that mattered to the forest, was exactly the same. She was facing the same way she had on the trail all those years ago. Not toward me, not away. Off at an angle, as if she were perpetually halfway turned toward something I could not see. Her eyes slid to me like they were on rails. Recognition passed between us, though I do not know on whose side it started. I felt it like static across my skin. You. We did not speak. Her gaze dropped just once to my hip, to the place where the gun had been back then, and where now I carried only a knife and the memory of its weight. There was something like disappointment in her expression. Or maybe that was just me projecting. She moved the way she had before, slowly, deliberately, as if reluctant to leave the exact spot she had been assigned. 1 step backward into shadow, then another, then gone. I kept walking. There's a point where fear stops being sharp and becomes something duller, heavier, dragging instead of jabbing. My legs still moved, my eyes still scanned. My brain was busy writing off every glimpse as stress, every familiar shape as coincidence, but my body knew better. The forest around me changed in ways I did not like. The trees spaced themselves a little wider. The underbrush thinned. The ground under my boots grew smoother, less tripped up by roots and stones, as if the forest were politely clearing its throat and making room. I realized with a sick little lurch that I was walking toward another opening, not as cleanly circular as the ritual clearing, more like a natural widening where rock and slope had conspired to push the trunks back. Still, the effect was the same: more sky, more space, less cover. I slowed as I approached the edge of it, knife already in my hand, without me remembering drawing it. You would think, after everything, I would have turned around. There is a kind of momentum to choices like the ones I had been making all day. Once you have decided to walk toward what scared the wolves, once you have stepped into a circle of carved trees and stared at a hanging piece of darkness until your memory skipped, you are already in too deep for sensible decisions to feel real. So I stepped into the thinning. The light in that space was wrong in a different way. Up until then, everything had been washed, muted. Here the contrast had returned, but in patches. The trunks directly in front of me were dark, wet-looking, their bark slick and almost black. The leaves on the ground at my feet were sharp, every vein visible. But 10 feet beyond that, everything blurred again, like someone had painted detail only where they wanted me to look. I was not alone. At first, there were just suggestions. A shape at my left shoulder that could have been a stump. A darker vertical line that could have been a tree. Then the stump straightened. The line shifted. They stepped into the parts of the scene that had been drawn in crisp. The man with the axe was on my left. Same jacket, same beard, same eyes sunk into their sockets, like someone had pressed thumbs into clay. The axe hung easy from his hand, the blade nicked and dull, as if it had been used for something that did not care about clean cuts. The tall woman stood opposite him on my right. She looked taller here, if that was possible. Or maybe it was just that the trunks behind her leaned away as if making room. Behind them, at the far edge of the knot clearing, near a low outcropping of rock, another figure limped into view. He was thinner than the axe man, smaller than the tall woman. His hair hung in lank ropes dark with oil and something else. His clothes were torn, stained the fabric, clinging in damp patches to his chest and side. Even at the distance, I could see the way his body favored one leg, the right dragging just a touch. When he shifted his weight, a darker shadow bloomed along his flank, in the place a wound would be if someone had put bullets through him years ago. His face, when he lifted it, was the worst of all, because I had never actually let myself remember it properly. I had told myself over and over that I had not seen him clearly in the beam of my headlamp, that the night and the panic had blurred him, that I could not possibly know his features well enough to recognize him later. The forest apparently disagreed. Gaunt. Cheeks hollowed not just by hunger, but by a kind of inner erosion. Eyes too wide whites, showing all the way around like an animal caught in a snare. His mouth was slack, the lips cracked. He was exactly the age he had been the night I shot at him by the creek. Not younger, not older. The years between had not left their fingerprints on him. They had on me, I felt them all in that moment. Every morning, I had woken up with a little more ache. Every gray hair that had surprised me in the mirror, every line carved by worry and laughter, and the mix of both. Standing there, I was 30-something, and tired, and afraid. They were frozen in the version of themselves the forest had first taken a good long look at. The three of them, the axe man, the tall woman, the machete man, formed a rough semicircle around the edge of the space distance between them, but an unsettling symmetry in how they held it. None of them stepped closer. None of them ran. They just watched me like keepers assessing something that had wandered into their enclosure. We stood like that in a silence so complete I could hear my own heartbeat in my teeth. Eventually, the axeman spoke. His voice was rougher than it had been by the gorge, but not weaker. Gravel worn down over time, but still digging into your skin if you picked it up. "You came back," he said. It was not a question. And my throat felt dry, the word catching halfway. "Yeah." He nodded once, as if I had confirmed something obvious. The tall woman tilted her head a fraction. The movement was slow, like she was listening for something I could not hear. "This is the wrong side," she said. Her voice was not high or shrill. It was low, almost soft, threaded with a kind of bone-deep weariness. "You said that before I answered, before I could stop myself. You and your friend out on the trail. You acted like we were trespassing." Her eyes slid over me, then flicked to the machete man, then back. "We keep people off it," she said. "Most listen." The machete man laughed then. It was a dry, broken sound, nothing like the wild, layered cackle from that night by the tents. That sound had been full of something like joy, twisted into cruelty. This one was hollow. "Not you," he said. His voice was younger than I expected, still carrying the edges of a 20-something who had thought he had all the time in the world. "You ran," he went on. "You fired and ran, and never looked back." I swallowed. The taste of powder, old and imaginary, blossomed on my tongue. "I heard you," I said quietly. "I heard you scream. You thought I died," he said. "You hoped I did." He took a step forward. The limp was more obvious up close, a hitch in the rhythm of his movement. The shadow along his side seemed to pulse. "It would have been kinder," he added, and for the first time since I saw him, something like genuine feeling crossed his face. Not anger, not exactly. Something tangled up with it. "Why are you still here?" I asked. The question came out more desperate than I meant it to. "Why are any of you?" I gestured around at the knot clearing the flattened light, the two sharp trunks. "You should be somewhere else, doing anything else." The axeman's grip tightened on his handle, his knuckles whitening. "Ask the trees," he said. "Ask that thing you went and stared at." A muscle jumped in my jaw. "You know about that. You think we stand on logs and cut bridges for exercise?" he asked. "You think we wait in the bushes with knives because it's a hobby?" The tall woman exhaled a sound that might have been intended as a laugh and gave up halfway. "It needs keeping," she said. "Doors don't close themselves." The machete man's eyes flicked toward the direction I had come from. The path, if you could still call it that, through the carved trees and the ritual clearing and the hanging slab of darkness. "Sometimes it takes people when it shouldn't," he said. "Sometimes it lets them walk back out with too much of it still on them. Those ones." His gaze settled on me with a weight that made my skin crawl. "We try to turn them around, before they get too far. I wanted to tell them they were insane, that there was no door, no cosmic duty that required 3 human scarecrows to haunt the understory of Red Hollow. But the word stuck, because I had seen the thing in the air, because I had felt my own memory slip like wet paper, because the wolves had run away from this side of the forest like they had heard the ticking of their own ending. "You're not keeping it," I said slowly. "It's keeping you." Their faces did something strange then. The Axeman's mouth twitched as if I had told some unpleasant joke. The tall woman's eyes closed briefly, like she was listening again, not to the forest this time, but to something inside herself. The machete man smiled. It was not a nice smile. It was not even a cruel one. It was the kind of expression you get when someone realizes a punchline has always been there, and they are only just now hearing it. "Doesn't matter," he said. He lifted his hand from somewhere beyond the edge of the clearing, beyond the place where the details blurred and the forest turned impressionistic again. A shape moved. Another figure, thin, bent, carrying something long and dull that caught the light in one place like a blade. "We still have a job," the Axeman said, "and you're on the wrong side." Again, the tall woman's voice dropped to almost a whisper. "You're older now," she said. "It won't be as easy to run this time." There is a moment just after the tall woman tells me it will not be as easy to run this time when everything in me tries to split in two. One part wants to stand there and argue, to demand answers, to make these 3 explain what exactly they think they are doing, haunting the understory of a national forest like something between park rangers and executioners. The other part, the animal part, the one that watched wolves run from this side of the trees, knows that conversations like this only happen right before teeth. I take a step back, just one. No one lunges. No one swings an axe or a blade. But the way their eyes follow me 3 dark, unblinking lines tells me that whatever happens next, I am not walking out of here on a straight line. "Wrong side," the Axeman repeats softer now, like he is tired of saying it. I turn my body sideways, angling toward a gap between 2 trees, where the undergrowth thins. It is the kind of space you could slip through, the kind you automatically mark as possible way out, even before you have decided to use it. The tall woman shifts, without seeming to move. 1 second, she is at the far right of the arc. The next, she has taken a single long step that somehow puts her directly in that gap's line, her shadow spilling across it like a dark fence. I had not heard her feet touch the ground. "Don't," she says. The machete man's limp carries him a little closer, his weight dragging on that wounded side. Up close, the dark patch along his ribs resolves into something worse than a stain, an absence, as if the forest has carved a piece out of him and decided it likes the shape. "You think there's a clean way out," he says. "There isn't. There's just early and late." I pivot the other way, toward a narrow descent where the ground dips between 2 boulders. It looks steep and messy, but climbable. The Axeman takes 2 slow, deliberate steps and plants himself at the top of it, the axe head resting lightly on one shoulder. We asked nicely the first time, he says. "Cut your bridge gave you a chance to understand." I did understand, I snap, despite every survival instinct telling me not to antagonize the people with weapons. "You were trying to strand me, to feed me to whatever that thing is." He shrugs a small hitch of one shoulder. "We were trying to keep you off this side. Bridge goes, you go home." You weren't supposed to circle back through the bad places. You people never listen to the signs," another voice says. It comes from behind me close enough that it peels the skin along my spine. I spin. A fourth figure is standing just inside the ring of focused detail. I did not see him arrive. Thin gray, his face weather-cracked like the bark of the older trees. He holds a length of wood in his hands. Not a weapon exactly, but the way he grips it makes it feel like one. The trees around him are carved so deeply, the marks have become their own texture. Dark grooves running together into a language my eyes refuse to learn. He jerks his chin toward one of the nearest trunks. Circles, lines, bones, all the warnings your soft little brains could possibly need. Stay out. Go back. Keep to the blazes. His gaze cuts to me, then to the compass clipped to my pack. But no, you've got your toys. Little arrows and screens. Think you know better than bark and bone. I didn't see. I start then stop because it is a lie. I saw. I just did what humans always do. When reality becomes inconvenient, I decided it did not apply to me. We told you once, the tall woman murmurs. You still came back. The machete man laughs again, that hollow sound that somehow still hits like mockery. Maybe he wants it, he says. Some of them do. They walk right up to the hollow fog and never look away. Hollow, what I ask. The fog, the gray-faced man says, as if this is obvious. The hanging mouth. The thing in the trees that isn't trees. Images flash in my head, the slab of unmoving darkness hanging above the fire pit, the way the world had rearranged itself around it, the grief that came out of nowhere like weather. It's not of the forest, the tall woman says, but it liked what it found here. Roots, paths, people who wander into places they were not meant to see. We didn't bring it, the axeman adds sharply, tone suddenly defensive. We just found it, and it found us. The machete man lifts his hand palm up, like he is showing me something invisible. Once it's got a hold, he says you don't get to leave clean. It takes pieces, years, faces, futures, unless he lets that hang there. Unless what I ask, even though I am pretty sure I know which way this is going, unless someone keeps it fed, the gray-faced man says bluntly. Keeps it full enough it doesn't seep all the way out, doesn't go looking past the tree line, keeps it fixed where it is. One hole in the world is bad, 1,000 would be worse. So, you, what drive people to it? My voice is thin with disbelief that is only half genuine. The other half is horror at how neatly the idea slots into what I have already seen. The ritual clearing, the ash full of straps and bottles and little bits of hiker life, the carved trees, the signs no one in the program brochures mentions. It calls them, the tall woman says. We just heard. We keep it on a leash, the axeman says. Best we can. We pick who gets close, the machete man adds. Better some than everyone. Better people who don't listen to signs than the ones who do. Rage shoves through my fear, then hot enough to burn through the numbness. And I'm just what I demand. A repeat offender. A punishment for ignoring your little tree scratches. You walked off the blazes twice, the gray-faced man says, as if he is tallying a grocery bill. Once with your friends, once alone. You saw what you weren't supposed to see, and you came back for more. That's more than most. You shot me, the machete man, reminds me, almost conversational. That's bonus. Nice and simple, the axeman says. The forest keeps score. Forest? I bark out a laugh that sounds a little wild even to my own ears. You're the ones drawing symbols and hanging bones. The forest didn't ask for any of this. The tall woman's eyes flick up past my head to where the canopy meets a too bright sky. Tell yourself that, she says, if it makes it easier. The gray-faced man taps his stick against the nearest trunk once, twice. The sound is dull, heavy. Behind me, somewhere deeper in the trees, another knock answers it, then another further off, like someone is passing the sound along. That's enough talking, he says. Line up. The three of them, Axeman, Tall Woman, Machete Man, shift. Not into a charge, not into a circle. Into a line. Spread out across the width of the thinning, each of them taking a position that blocks one of the clearer ways out. Beyond them, in the blurrier part of the world, movement stirs. More figures, pale faces in the trunks. Shadows that might be people moving parallel to one another. They are setting a corridor. Every hunting documentary I have ever half-watched comes back to me in a rush: wolves driving deer into narrow ravines, lions cutting off escape routes, humans beating drums to push game toward nets. This is the same, just inverted. I am the animal. The hanging mouth is the net. No, I say. It is not a plan, just a protest. The Axeman's jaw tightens. We'll try to do it quick, he says. You don't want it chewing on you slow. You've already got enough of it in your head. You don't have to do this, I say, even as my body starts to backpedal, looking for the gap they have failed to see. If you hate it so much, hate isn't the point, the tall woman says. Containment is. The Machete Man grins suddenly too wide. Run, he says. Make it interesting. Something in me snaps. I turn and bolt. The ground under my boots is a mess of roots and half-rotted branches, but adrenaline makes me light. The forest blurs around me, trunks smearing into vertical streaks. My pack hammers against my spine, the recorder thumping in time with my heart. For a few glorious seconds, there is nothing but that breath impact, the hot rush of movement. Then the knocking starts in earnest. Behind me close the crack of wood on wood. Hard. Deliberate. Ahead to the left, another knock answers. To the right, further off, a third. The sounds form a rough funnel in my head, closing routes I have not even chosen yet. I veer left, aiming for a spot where the undergrowth looks thinner. A tree looms up ahead, its bark a mess of deep carvings bones hanging from its lower branches, like warning bells. A figure steps out from behind it. Not one of the three I know. Someone else. Someone with the same hollowed look in their eyes, the same too still way of holding their body. They do not raise a weapon. They just stand there in the exact space my path would take me. I skid pivot hard enough that my ankle screams and cut right instead. The woods open a little tempting. A slope that looks manageable, a gap between two rocks. For a heartbeat, I think I have slipped through. Then a stick slams into a trunk ahead with such force the whole tree shivers. The sound ricochets down the corridor of my panic, blooming into a boom that feels like it has weight. Back someone shouts from the blur, their voice ragged. That way, laughter follows thin and jagged, overlapping, impossible to assign to one mouth. I do not see them every time. Sometimes there is just the sound footsteps, keeping pace on either side, bodies moving parallel through cover. Sometimes a face flashes, pale, sharp, gone. Every safe option leads to more signs. Trees so carved, they look flayed. Bones knotted in clusters, swaying overhead. Pieces of metal twisted into loops brushing my shoulders as I duck under them. They are not just markers. They are rails. The forest feels like it has grown walls where I had not noticed them before. Every time I try to cut sideways, someone is there just close enough that I can see the shape of them just far enough that I cannot grab shove breakthrough. You people never listen. A voice calls the gray-faced man somewhere unseen. We put the bones up for a reason. You were supposed to stay on the nice little trail someone else adds, breathless, almost amused. Take your pictures, go home. Play at wilderness, another voice says. Then leave the real parts alone. Branches whip at my face, leaving thin, stinging lines. A root catches my toe. I pitch forward, slam my shoulder into the ground roll. Pain flares along my side. For a second, the sky reels above me, a carousel of branches and washed out light. Knocking closes in. One blow, close enough that I feel the vibration through the ground. Another to my left, then my right, like someone hammering a box shut around me. Up, I hiss at myself. Move! I scramble to my feet. My breath is a hot, ragged thing tearing at my throat. Ahead, through a thin stand of saplings, I see it a kind of dim glow. Not bright, not natural. A wrongness in the air. A thickening. The smell hits a second later. Not exactly smoke. Not exactly rot. That same strange sweetness from the clearing, stronger now, like whatever produced it has been stirred. No, I whisper. I know what it is. Even before my eyes fully register the darker shape suspended ahead. The hollow fog. The hanging mouth. Whatever name they have given it, whatever name it has for itself, it is there. Not as close as it was in the clearing, but visible through the lattice of trunks, a vertical smear of darkness hanging above ground level. Too solid to be air, too insubstantial to be anything else. The corridor of carved trees narrows toward it, their marks deeper, more frantic. Bones crowd the branches overhead, teeth clicking softly as they sway. Behind me, the line closes. Footsteps, breath, a low, flat voice. This is the line. You're in it now. My body wants to freeze, to go still like prey, hoping to be overlooked. But the thing ahead is not a predator that hunts by movement. It hunts by attention, by proximity, by people like me who walk off trails and stare too long at things that were not meant to be looked at. I do the only stupid human thing left. I run anyway. Not toward the clearing fully, not right into the hung darkness, but along the edge of its pull, skirting the carved trunks, trying to find a seam in the corridor that is not there. Wood slams against wood behind me, the sound bouncing forward like a signal. Voices rise on either side, shouting, laughing their words, shredding into noise. The forest becomes a hallway of echoes, all of them angled toward the same impossible door. I do not remember deciding to stop running. I remember the corridor, the carved trunks crowding in the bones above me, clattering like teeth in someone else's mouth. I remember the wrong glow between the trees, the way the air thickened as I angled toward it, whether I wanted to or not. And then hands, not the thing in the air. Flesh and bone and fingers grabbing at my pack straps, at my jacket, at my arms. My foot caught on something low and deliberate, not a root this time, but a line of cord pulled tight between two saplings. I went forward hard, the forest tilting my shoulders, slamming into the ground. Breath left me in a grunt. By the time I dragged in another, there were 3 shapes on me. They did not hit me. They did not need to. Weight pinned my legs, a knee pressed into my back, just below my shoulder blades. Someone's grip on my wrists, so precise, it felt practiced. Stop fighting, a voice said near my ear. Calm. Annoyed. It's done. I thrashed anyway, instinct louder than reason. My hand clawed for the knife at my belt. Someone else's hand got there first. fingers closing around the handle, twisting it away. Leather bit my skin. They had cords ready, thin tough, the same kind that held bones, and rusted metal in the trees. One looped around my wrists, yanked tight, the knot biting into the meat of my palms. Another snapped around my ankles, a quick, efficient double wrap that stole leverage from my legs. By the time they rolled me onto my back, I was tied well enough that even my panic understood the futility of thrashing. I blinked up at faces haloed by the gray light between branches. The Axeman, his beard more salt than pepper up close eyes, as dark and uninterested as wet bark. The tall woman, standing a few feet back, her height making the others look like bent saplings. Her face was empty of expression, but her hands flexed at her sides, a small, repeated curl of fingers that I might not have noticed if I had not been cataloging every possible crack in their composure. The machete man hovered near my feet, weight shifted to his good leg, his head tilted, as if he were examining something in a museum. The shadow along his side seemed deeper here, the absence more defined. A fourth figure, the gray-faced man with the stick, planted the end of it in the dirt beside my head, like a lean makeshift stake. "Well," he said, "he runs better than most." "Practice," the machete man said. "He's had a lot of years to rehearse." "Get him up," the axe man grunted. "We don't have time to play." They lifted me as easily as if I were just another piece of gear. Two on my arms, one at my feet. With my wrists bound in front and my ankles cinched, I could hop, stumble, be dragged. Those were my options. They chose dragged. The forest changed again as they hauled me along. The carved trees thickened. The bones got denser overhead, an entire clattering canopy of small, hard shapes knocking against each other in the branches. I caught flashes of other faces in the trees. Men, women, people somewhere in between or beyond. All hollowed, all still. Some leaned on branches like old scars. Others sat on rocks with their backs to the trunks, eyes shut as if sleeping upright. None of them spoke. None of them stepped in. "This one's ours," the gray-faced man muttered, as if he could feel my gaze searching for help and wanted to cut the hope short. "You walk into a hunt line, you belong to that line." The ground sloped, then leveled, then opened. They had brought me to another clearing. Not the ritual circle from before. That one had been a careful, almost geometric wound in the forest. This place was messier. An oval of bare earth scuffed and churned by many feet. The trees around its edge were carved, but not in the obsessive layered way of the circle. Their marks were more utilitarian. Here symbols cut bold and deep repeated like icons on a control panel. There were structures of a sort. Two thick posts driven into the ground at one end, each bristling with nails and hooks. A low, wide stone at the center that might once have been a flat boulder and had since been worn smooth by Knee's hands, whoever or whatever had spent time leaning on it. The fire pit here was smaller than the one in the other clearing, but more recent. A ring of stone's ash, still dark, a few half-burned sticks jutting from it, like fingers reluctant to let go. Above it, the air was already wrong. Not as wrong as it would be, but enough that my skin prickled. The light bent there just a touch, as if someone had hung a sheet of glass in the air, and it was catching an angle of the sky the rest of us were not allowed to see. They dropped me beside the stone. My knees hit hard. Pain spiked up my legs, and then settled into a dull, steady throb. "Hands," the gray-faced man said. Someone grabbed my wrists, yanked them up, looped another cord around them, and over a low branch overhead. They did not hoist me fully. I was not hanging. But the tension forced my shoulders back, made standing more work. Leather curled around my upper arms, my chest, my thighs. Not elegant, not some elaborate ritual knotwork, just enough to make struggle a waste of energy. I tested the bindings anyway. The cords flexed, then held biting deeper when I pulled. "Save it," the tall woman murmured. "You'll need breath later." For what I asked. Her eyes met mine for a fraction of a second. She did not answer. The others moved around me with the efficiency of people who had done this before. The axeman went to the fire pit, nudged the ash with the toe of his boot, nodded as if satisfied. He took a handful of something from a small leather pouch on his belt, dried herbs, maybe torn bits of bark, and scattered them into the cold center. The machete man walked the perimeter of the clearing fingers, brushing the symbols carved into the nearest trunks. He muttered under his breath as he went words too soft to catch all of. I heard fragments. Hold, stay, close it, not out. The gray-faced man stood in front of me, stick-planted watching with the grim patience of a foreman. "You don't have to do this," I said, because the sentence had become a reflex. "If it's trapped here, if it's so dangerous, walk away. Burn the trees. Leave. Let someone else. And let it leak under the door," he snapped. "Let it see the road, the town, the places it doesn't even know exist because we've kept its eyes in the trees." He shook his head, a small, tired motion. "You've been here once," he said. "You stared at it once, and it took a bite out of your memory, and you think you're an expert now." He leaned closer, his breath smelling like old coffee and something metallic. "You have no idea how wide it wants to open." Behind him, the axeman struck a match. The tiny flame looked obscene in the gray light, a single point of honest color. He cupped it, lowered it to the pit, coaxed it into a reluctant lick of fire. The herbs flared, releasing a smell that was almost pleasant, sharp, and green, and sweet, until it braided itself with that other scent, the not smoke, not rot, the hollow sweetness that seemed to seep from nowhere. The air in the clearing shifted. The hair on my arms lifted as if a storm front had rolled over us. But there was no wind. In fact, what little breeze had been slipping through the branches outside cut off as neatly as a fan being switched off. Sound thinned. The distant rush of the creek, the small rustles of creatures in the underbrush, even the soft clatter of bones in the trees, all of it faded like someone had put cotton over the ears of the forest. Only the tiny crackle of the fire remained, and even that sounded muffled as if I were hearing it from the bottom of a pool. The tall woman stepped back from me, her eyes on the air above the pit. It happened slowly this time, in layers. First, a darkening, as if a shadow had dropped from nowhere to hover a few feet above the flickering flame. Then a thickening. The shadow gained edges, density, its outline blurring, but its presence sharpening. Smoke would have drifted, twisted, poured up or out. This congealed. It pulled itself into a vertical slab, roughly the shape of a door, wider than the one in the first clearing, taller than a man. The fire beneath it did not feed it the way smoke feeds itself. In fact, the light of the flames seemed to struggle to reach around it, bending, dimming, turning the underside of the slab into an obscenely sharp silhouette. Cold bled down from it in sheets. Not the fresh chill of autumn air, not the damp cool of creek mist. A deep bone-level cold, like the sudden understanding that someone you love is never coming back. My breath plumed in front of me, visible. The others did too. The machete man, halfway through another lap of the perimeter, stopped. His lips were moving, but no sound came out that I could hear. It was as if the thing above the fire were eating noise as it grew. The tall woman's hands hanging at her sides curled into fists. For the first time since I had seen her on the trail all those years ago, something raw and uncontained showed on her face. Fear. Not the surface startle of someone confronted with a loud sound or a sudden shadow. Deep fear, old, worn in, like the lines at the corners of her eyes. She took a small step back, then another, until her shoulders pressed lightly against the carved trunk behind her. "This is wrong," she whispered. The axeman shot her a look. "It's what we do." "Not like this," she said. "It's bigger." He glanced up at the hanging mass. If he felt anything, he hid it under the same stubborn scowl he used on people who refused to stay off bridges. "It's hungry," he said, "same as always." The slab of darkness above them pulsed. There was no other word for it. Its surface, if you can call the place where it met the air, a surface rippled inward and outward in slow, almost imperceptible waves. The light around it bent harder, with each one, the trees on the far side warping in my vision like I was looking at them through heat shimmer. Except the air was freezing. "You should not be here," the gray-faced man said suddenly. It took me a second to realize he was talking to the thing, not to me. His stick tapped once-twice against the earth in front of the stone like a warning knock. "You were given a corner," he said. "You stay in it." The hanging darkness did not answer in any way I could translate, but something under my feet did. A deep, low vibration, too slow to call a tremor at first. More like the sense you get standing next to a heavy train as it passes on tracks built directly into the ground. The cords around my wrists tightened, with each subtle shake friction burning my skin. "We need to move," the tall woman said. "It's reaching." The machete man had come to a stop halfway around the clearing, his head cocked eyes on the darkness. "I've never seen it come down this far," he murmured. "Do you smell that?" The cold carried the scent with cruel clarity, that same grief sweetness from the other clearing now sharpened, layered with something metallic, something like ozone and old blood. The animals came before I could answer. It started with birds, not a few, not some startled flutter. All at once, the trees beyond the clearing erupted. Wings. Crows mostly from the sound, that harsh, throaty cawing, but others too higher piping calls I could not place in the chaos. They burst out of the canopy in ragged black clouds, angling away from the clearing, away from the hanging dark. Their cries shredded the smothered silence like claws through cloth. Behind them came smaller things, squirrels, chipmunks, things that live in the understory and usually stick to their little regular routes. They darted through the brush at ground level, a low rustling wave that broke against the line of carved trunks and then funneled around the clearing in a way that suggested deliberate avoidance. Then the bigger bodies. A deer shot past just outside the ring. Its eyes rolled white breath-steaming hooves tearing clumps from the earth. Another followed, a third smaller, its ribs visible under a thin coat, nearly slammed into one of the posts before veering away at the last second. Somewhere further off, something howled. Not wolves this time, not exactly. The note was wrong stretched. Then underneath it, a second familiar sound, a chorus of lower, more natural howls, urgent and wild. The ground shuddered harder. Cracks spidered through the surface of the earth near the fire pit hairline, at first then wider. Dust puffed up from them in little gray ghosts. You see the tall woman shouted over the sudden noise. "It's pushing. It wants more room." "Bindings," the gray-faced man snapped. "Keep the lines. Don't let it." Another tremor cut him off. This one was real enough to send the stone in front of me skidding a fraction of an inch to make one of the posts lean, to set the hanging bones in the nearest tree into a frantic clatter. The cord above my head jerked. The knot at my wrist slipped a tiny blessed amount. One loop loosened just enough that I could feel the give in it. Nobody was looking at me. For the first time since they dragged me into this space, their attention was not a net around my body. It was fixed upward on the dark slab that was now almost twice the size it had been when it formed its lower edge, sagging in a way that made my stomach flip. It was not hanging above the fire anymore. It was sinking. Not visibly, not like watching an elevator descend. But the distance between its underside and the ground had shrunk. The cold rolled off it in waves I could almost see distorting the air. The tall woman had backed nearly to the edge of the clearing, her shoulders pressed flat to a carved trunk, her eyes never leaving the dark. "Pull it back," she shouted. "You have to pull it back." How the machete man shouted back, voice high, with something that might have been panic. "We've never." The gray-faced man raised his stick again, said something in a language my ears registered as words and my brain refused to parse. English threaded through it in shards. Stay, bind, within, not, take. The rest was sounds, syllables that felt wrong in my mouth just hearing them, like trying to cough up smoke. The cords around my wrists were hot now where they had rubbed raw skin. The slack in the knot was small, but it was there. I twisted my hands, ignoring the way the fibers dug into open flesh. For a second, the rope bit deeper, cutting. Then one loop slid over the joint of my thumb. Everything in the clearing seemed to go brighter at once, the gray light flaring into a sickly, overexposed glow as the hanging darkness pulsed again. The stone under my knees lurched, knocking me sideways. The cords at my chest went slack for half a heartbeat, the tension stolen by the ground shifting under the posts they were tied to. I shoved. Hard, my right hand came free. Not fully, the cord still looped my left wrist, but enough that I could get fingers between leather and skin, enough that I could wrench the knot a fraction further, widening the tiny gap my twisting had made. "Hey," someone shouted. I did not look up to see who. The world had narrowed to rope blood breath. Another tremor. The tall woman screamed. It was not the sound of a predator. It was the sound of someone who had been too close to a thing too many times and was watching it finally do the one thing she had always prayed it would not. The knot gave. My hands came apart, dragging loose loops of cord with them. My ankles were still bound, but there was enough slack in that line now too. The posts, listing the earth shifting, that when I rolled and kicked and pushed, the leather slid down to my calves. "Stop him." The axeman's voice somewhere to my left raw with fury. I did not see where he was. I did not see the machete man's face as the ground bucked under us again, as a crack split the dirt between the fire pit and the stone, as the little flame sputtered and then flared high in sudden desperate brightness. I saw only a gap, not a large one. A place between two trunks where the carved marks were shallower, the bones sparser, the air marginally less thick with that oppressive cold. I lunged for it. My feet hit earth and then left it in an awkward hobbling run, my ankles still half hobbled by the loosened cord. I stumbled, caught myself on a low branch, tore something open along my palm. Behind me, voices rose into a tangle of shouts. "Get him! Forget him! Hold the lines! Do you want this thing in your house?" Another wave of cold rolled over my back, so intense my teeth ached. It felt like fingers closing on the collar of my shirt, yanking me backward without actually touching. I ran harder. The forest beyond the clearing blurred. Trunks, branches, bones, carved symbols, all of it smearing into vertical streaks of dark and light. My breath was the only clear thing. In, out, in, out. A ragged tearing sound that filled my head, louder than the cracking earth, louder than the distant pound of hooves, and the frantic wing beats, and the half-heard words of people trying to argue with a hole in the world. I do not know how long I ran. I know only that at some point the cold lessened. The air warmed by degrees enough that my lungs stopped feeling like they were inhaling knives. The ground steadied the vibrations, tapering off into a dull, spent ache in the soles of my feet. Trees closed in again, normal ones. Their bark unmarked, their branches bare of bones. The forest sounds seeped back in, shy at first, then bolder. A single bird call, the whisper of leaves, the distant ordinary crack of a dead limb giving way. My legs kept moving after my mind had stopped issuing orders. At some point, the cord around my ankles finally slipped free, snagged on a root tore away. I did not even register the sudden liberty. I just ran faster. And then, like the first time memory thins, you can probably hear it in my voice now, the way it goes vague around the edges. I remember my breath. Loud, painful, filling my head so completely it might as well be the whole world. I remember trees, flicking past the color of them, finally inching back towards something like green, instead of the washed-out hospital gray of the places nearer the hollow fog. I remember the sensation of moving through space at speed of my body, insisting step after step that forward was the only direction that existed. And then there is a smear, a skipped frame. The part where I burst out of that particular piece of the forest, where I put actual distance between myself and the clearing, and the cult, and the thing they were trying to feed me to. That piece is gone. The next clear image I have is later, much later, somewhere else in the woods, my legs still carrying me on a route I could not even now draw on a map. You can draw your own line between those points. All I know is that once again, whatever hangs in the trees and eats sound, and time took a bite out of the tape. The next clear memory I have is seeing my car. Not the trees thinning. Not the trail widening back into something sanctioned and safe. Not the first glimpse of gravel through the undergrowth or the picnic tables or the comforting ugliness of the restroom block. Just the car. The Subaru sitting in the same spot I had left it that morning, under the same fading brown trailhead sign, its paint filmed over with a thin layer of dust and pollen. It looked like a photograph someone had tacked to the front of reality, a still image, untouched, waiting. For a second, my brain refused to bridge the gap between where I remembered being tied to a post in a clearing, staring up at a growing slab of hanging darkness while the forest tried to crawl out of its own skin, and where my body was now. One blink, and I was looking at unmoving smoke above a fire pit. The next, my hand was already reaching shakily for the driver's side door handle. My fingers left streaks on the glass. I noticed that detail before I noticed anything else, the trails of dirt and something darker smeared across the window where my skin had touched. I looked down. My clothes were soaked, not just with sweat, but with patches of damp I could not immediately assign to source. Mud caked the legs of my pants up to the knees, darker spatters climbing as high as my thighs. My jacket was torn along one sleeve, the fabric fuzzed and shredded as if I had scraped past rock or bark at speed. I could feel my heart pounding in the hollow above my sternum, hard enough that it seemed to push against the inside of my shirt. My breath was a hot, ragged rasp that did not match the air on my face, because the air on my face was cold. Not the deep grief cold of the clearing, but autumn evening cold. Ordinary, creeping chill. I turned my wrist, forcing my eyes to focus on the watch there. The numbers swam for a second, then steadied. 9:17 p.m., my last solid timestamp. The last one I remember checking anyway was when I had stood on the tree over the gorge and watched the man with the axe take his first swing. It had been just after 2. 7 hours. I tried to push my mind back into that gap, to drag shape out of the fog. Nothing, just flickers. A flash of white paint on rough bark, the familiar welcome of a trail blaze seen from an angle that suggested I was stumbling, not walking. A rectangle of color and ink under glass. A "You Are Here" map at the ranger station. The red dot marking the trailhead blurred by my own breath on the surface as I leaned too close. A face briefly in a bright nylon jacket. A stranger on the path near the parking lot, maybe eyes wide in a way that suggested fear rather than concern, mouth opening as if to ask if I needed help, and then closing again when they saw something they did not want to understand. Then the car. 7 hours compacted into 3 jump cuts and a vehicle. My skin felt too tight. I opened the door, and the dome light flooded the interior with a cheap yellow honesty that the forest had been withholding all day. The smell of old coffee fast food wrappers and sun-warmed upholstery rushed out at me like a memory of another life. My hands left ghostly prints on the steering wheel when I gripped it. I sat there for a minute, with the door still open, feet on the ground, heart thudding, looking at the dark trees beyond the hood. Nothing moved between them. No flicker of pale faces, no tall silhouettes, no hint of hanging darkness, just trunk shadows, a faint glow low on the horizon that meant the nearest small town was out there somewhere doing whatever small towns do on nights when the forest does not spit someone back out into their parking lot. I got in. The key turned on the first try, the engine doing its familiar cough and whine before catching. The sound was almost offensive in its normalcy. I had to peel my fingers off the steering wheel to close the door. They did not seem to want to let go. The headlights washed the bulletin board by the trailhead in white. For a second, I saw my own reflection in the glass, covering the pinned notices, a warped smear of a face, dirty, wide-eyed, more haunted than any of the missing hikers staring out from their laminated sheets. Then I put the car in gear and left Red Hollow behind me. The road out of the park wound through the trees in long, slow curves. I took them too fast, probably tires crunching over gravel, then humming on asphalt. I kept expecting something to step out into the beam of the headlights. The axe man with his tool resting casual over his shoulder. The tall woman too long and too narrow for the lines of the human body, her eyes reflecting the halogens like an animal. The machete man, his limp swallowed by the way he ran blade, dragging along the guardrail with a long, screaming note. None of them appeared. The forest slid by. Sign by sign, the world repositioned itself around me into something recognizable. Campground 1, mile. Thank you for visiting Red Hollow National Forest. Speed limit 45. By the time I saw the light from the gas station on the outskirts of town, my hands had stopped shaking enough that I could make the turn into the motel lot without overshooting it. The motel was one of those low 2-story strips of doors and windows, its sign half lit and buzzing. Vacancy flickered in an anemic red. I parked crookedly, sat there for another minute, then forced myself to move. Inside, behind the plexiglass, the night clerk barely looked up from whatever was glowing on his phone. He slid a clipboard toward me with a perfunctory, "You want one night or two," and did not comment on the mud, the torn jacket, the wild look. Maybe near a place like Red Hollow, you learn not to ask. "One," I said. My voice sounded like it belonged to someone who had smoked a pack a day for 40 years. Room key, stairwell, hallway that smelled like old carpet cleaner and newer mildew. Door, lock. The room was exactly what you would expect. 2 beds with identical patterned spreads, a small table bolted to the wall, a television that looked about as old as the missing hiker posters, a bathroom with a tub that had seen better decades. It was also at that moment the safest place I had ever seen. I stripped in the bathroom under the unkind glare of the fluorescent light and watched myself in the mirror. My skin was mottled with dirt, streaked with old sweat, crisscrossed with new scratches. Bruises were already coming up along my ribs in shapes that matched the cords that had held me. The burn marks on my wrists where the leather had bit in were ugly raw bands. I touched one, a flash quick and disorienting. My hands lifted against a background of gray trees ropes, tight the air so cold the breath coming out of my mouth had looked like smoke. Then that piece of film burned away, leaving only my reflection and the throb of damaged skin. I turned the water in the shower up as hot as it would go, and stood under it until the room filled with steam and my fingertips wrinkled. Mud swirled down the drain in thin brown streams. For a moment, it looked like the forest was leaking out of me. It did not feel like enough. When I stepped out, the mirror was a fogged sheet. I wiped a circle in it with the side of my hand and met my own eyes. They looked older than they had that morning, not just tired, stretched. The forest had taken something. What I did not know yet was how much. I dressed in clean clothes from my pack, a t-shirt and sweats that smelled like home, like detergent, and the inside of my apartment like anything other than leaf mold and fear. Then I did the thing that, in retrospect, proves I was not thinking like someone who had truly escaped. I reached for the recorder. It was still clipped to the strap of my pack. The little red light, dark the body of it, spattered with the same fine dirt that coated my jacket. I sat on the motel bed, nearest the door, back against the headboard legs, stretched out recorder in my hands. For a long minute, I just held it. The weight of it was small, absurdly so, given how much of my day it had tried to store. My thumb found the playback button. I pressed it. The first few hours were normal. My own voice, bright and slightly nervous at the beginning, talking into the mic as I drove. "This is day 1 in Red Hollow," I heard myself say over the background hum of the highway. If you're hearing this, it means I decided not to talk myself out of releasing it. A laugh. My laugh. Cut. Ambient sounds of the parking lot. Gravel crunching under boots. The murmured exchange with the ranger, his voice barely audible on the tiny mic. The first steps onto the trail, my breath just a little too loud. Birds, wind, water. I scrubbed forward. The gorge. You can hear the difference in my voice when I describe the fallen tree, the way it spans the drop, the way my foot slips slightly on bark, worn smooth by other hikers. There is a tightness under the words that was not there before. Then the man with the axe. The first thunk is clear, even in the motel room, even through the cheap little speaker. Metal into wood. My voice tinny and distant. "Hey, what the hell are you doing?" No answer. Just the steady pace of blows. the sound of my breath speeding up the whine of fear in it. I skipped ahead, rustling, growls, my own whispered commentary, attempting to stay calm in the middle of a wolf circle. You can hear them past me, says, barely breathing the words into the mic. 6 or 7. They are beautiful, and I am trying not to think about what it would feel like to be between their teeth. A soft whine close to the recorder, the faint scuff of paws in leaf litter, then abruptly silence. On the tape, it is even more obvious than it had been in my bones the way the sound just drops out. I listen to my own breathing, pause, then hitch. What are you hearing? My voice asks no one in particular. The wolves run. You can hear them go, their feet beating the ground, their bodies crashing through brush, the sound receding fast as if they are more than eager to be away. Then the world on the tape goes hollow. It is not just that the forest gets quiet. It is that something in the recording itself seems to thin. There is still sound, my heartbeat rattling the mic when I move, but the air around it feels thinner, like the space it is echoing in has changed shape. Okay, my voice says. Okay. I am going to keep moving, toward whatever they are running from, I guess. There is a forced bravado in it that makes me wince now. Static creeps in at the edges after that. Not constant, not the steady hiss of bad reception. More like someone dragging a brush lightly over the microphone at intervals. I fast-forwarded with my thumb, watching the little time counter leap ahead. 1:47:32, 2, so 3, so 9, 2:26:54. It was around the 3-hour mark that things broke. One moment, my voice was describing the carved trees the symbols cut into bark, the way they seemed to repeat in patterns my brain did not quite catch. The next, the recording stuttered. 7 seconds of nothing, not even room tone. Then a burst of warped sound, like someone had hit fast forward and play at the same time. My voice came back mid-sentence, pitched half an octave lower, as if the tape itself were tired. Do not know what this place is, that distorted version of me was saying. I do not know why I am still walking toward it. Behind it, faint but unmistakable, there was another sound. A low, rhythmic knocking. 3 beats, a pause, 3 again. I had no memory of hearing that in the moment. My thumb hovered over the pause button. I did not press it. The next section was worse. More static, thicker now, like someone breathing sand directly into the mic. My own words cutting in and out, some syllables swallowed, others stretched. Then inserted between 2 broken phrases something else. Not my voice. Not really a voice at all, if you played it for someone without telling them what to listen for. Just a shape in the noise. A whisper that almost formed my name and then did not. A thread of tone that slid up and down in a pattern that was not quite language, but still registered as intention. Under it, so faint, I had to hold the recorder directly to my ear to catch it, a sound like distant breath drawn in through teeth. I rewound those 5 seconds 3 times. Each time, the hair on the back of my neck lifted higher. Because it didn't sound like something external. It did not even sound like something standing near me. It sounded like something very close to the mic. Closer than my own mouth had been when I spoke. As if at some point in the hours I could not remember, I had held the recorder up to the hanging darkness, and it had decided to answer. Back home, the forest stayed on me like a smell you cannot quite wash off. You know the routine after a bad trip. Laundry, long sleeps, real food, work emails, text messages you owe people. The little rituals of re-entering normal life. I went through all of them, like I was following a script, and none of it stuck. My apartment looked the way I had left it. Couch desk plant in the corner, I half expected to find dead. It was still alive leaves, glossy turning toward the window. I stood there with my bag still on my shoulders, dirt flaking from the straps onto the floor, and thought, that plant has no idea what a tree can do if it is given a mouth. The first night back, I did not sleep. I lay in my own bed, the ceiling fan ticking out its lazy circle above me, the faint hum of the fridge in the next room, keeping company with the occasional car on the street below. All the familiar domestic noises, they did not comfort me, because I kept waiting for them to stop, for the hum to cut out, for the fan to freeze mid-turn, for the city beyond my window to hold its breath the way the forest had when the wolves ran. Every tiny creak in the building pipes settling neighbor's door, some anonymous knock 3 floors down, was a spark in dry tinder. I lasted until 3 in the morning before I gave up and reached for my laptop. If I could not sleep, I could at least start pretending I was being productive about it. I opened a blank document, titled it with a mix of self-mockery and grim sincerity, Red Hollow, Day 1, Timeline. Then I poured everything I could remember into it. Woke up at 6:45, left motel at 7:30, trailhead 8:10, ranger 8:15, gorge around 12:40, man with axe 12:45. I rebuilt the day in pieces, filling in the gaps with approximations marking the places where certainty dissolved. Phone photos helped. There is one taken near the start of the hike, where I am smiling, that tight smile people give their own, cameras, trees, neat and photogenic behind me. Timestamp 08:23. Another from a break on the trail, sometime before noon, shows a pair of boots and a stretch of creek. The timestamp sits there in the corner, like a witness, 11:17. Then there is nothing until after. The next image on my phone is from the motel room that night, a blurry shot of the bathroom mirror, steam still clinging to the edges, my own face, half visible eyes too wide. 21:54, in between 7 hours of forest and static. I pulled the GPS track from my watch next. At first, the map made me want to laugh. It looked like a child had taken a marker to the satellite image of Red Hollow and scribbled in a rough loop. Trailhead Gorge, a meandering line that hugged the creek. The trace of the route I had taken years ago with my friends, then where the wolves had circled me, where I had decided to head toward whatever scared them, the path started to wander. Nothing dramatic at first. Little deviations from the trail loops and backtracks where I had clearly tried one way then another. But when the track reached the part of the forest I now know in my bones is wrong, the line changed quality. Not visually exactly. It was still just pixels. But there were sections where the watch seemed to think I had moved in straight, clean strokes across terrain I remembered as anything but. A 20-minute segment where the line ran in a perfect, unwavering diagonal, cutting across contours that suggested steep slopes, dense tree, cover the kind of ground that should have forced me to zigzag. Another where the recorded pace spiked, then plateaued as if I had maintained an impossible inhuman run over rocky ground without my heart rate changing at all. And then gaps, whole chunks of time where the GPS had simply stopped recording. No signal the interface would say when I hovered over them. A 35-minute void that I could slot neatly over where the clearing and the hanging window should have been. Another longer that matched too well with the delirious sprint away from the ritual space, the cords biting my wrists, the ground cracking under my knees. The watch had seen what I had in its own way and decided, nope, not logging that. I matched the timestamps on the GPS to the audio file. The jagged breaks in the recording lined up with the dead patches in the map. When the forest went thin and hard to hear, so did the data. Make of that what you will. In the days that followed, my timeline document grew. I added columns, notes, questions. What exactly did the Axeman mean by "we found it"? Had he been on some logging crew, some survey? How many years had they been doing this? How many people had made it to the clearing before me and never walked back out to their cars? I opened news sites next. Local papers first. The kind whose websites still look like they were coded during the last decade's idea of modern. I searched Red Hollow missing, Red Hollow hiker found, Red Hollow National Forest body. The articles stretch back years. Headlines with the same sad shape. Local man fails to return from weekend hike. Search suspended for lost backpacker. Family still seeking answers. 5 years after son vanished in Red Hollow. The details varied, but a pattern lay there if you read enough of them in close succession. Most of the missing had been alone. Most had been described as experienced hikers, the kind of people locals like to shake their heads over in comment sections. He should have known better. She grew up around these woods. Why on earth would you leave the marked trail? The official statements from rangers and sheriffs were careful. Changing weather conditions, challenging terrain, hypothermia risk, possibility the person left the area. They never said the forest took another one. A few of the stories were about people who came back. Those were worse. A woman in her late 20s found stumbling along a fire road by a search team. Dehydrated, hypothermic, unable to explain where she had been for the past 36 hours. A middle-aged man who had crashed his truck into a ditch 3 towns over barefoot with no memory of how he had gotten from Red Hollow to a highway 50 miles away. A teenager who insisted he had been stalked by something in the woods and refused to elaborate, shutting down every time an adult pressed for details. In all 3 cases, there were mentions of disorientation and possible stress-related amnesia, but tucked near the bottom of each piece between the quotes from relatives and the comforting banalities about staying safe outdoors, there were small, strange details. The woman refused to walk near trees for months after her rescue. She crossed streets to avoid the tiniest strips of neighborhood woods. The man had scratches on his arms and neck, in patterns a medic described as consistent with rope burn, even though no rope had been found on him or in his abandoned campsite. The teenager had taken to sleeping with his bedroom light on and had told a school therapist that he could not go near his closet at night because it looks like it's breathing. I scrolled further. Into the comments, the forums, the places where people tell the stories they will not say out loud under their own names. There, the polite language fell away. You get the same kinds of posts in any place with enough history. Weird stuff in the woods, has anyone else heard? This probably nothing but. But some of the Red Hollow threads had variations I recognized with a jolt that went all the way down. Someone described their dog refusing to enter a particular stand of trees on a walk, barking at it, growling, then whining, and backing away, tail between its legs. It was like there was an invisible fence, the poster wrote. He's never acted like that before. Another talked about hearing laughter at the edge of a tree line while camping with friends, thin layered wrong, and everyone in their group assuming it was someone else until they realized they were all looking at each other and no one's mouth was moving. One thread was about the tall lady. Different people added their versions. I saw her on the old logging road, wrote one. Thought it was a tree until it turned. She was standing in the rain off the trail by the creek, wrote another. No coat, nothing. Just letting it soak her. She didn't move. Long arms. Long neck. Too many years, someone else said, and did not explain. It could have been a shared ghost story, the kind that snowballs in online spaces. It could have been people half remembering the same urban legend trying it on for size. It could have been my own brain, desperate to validate what I had seen, cherry-picking the posts that fit and ignoring the ones that did not. But there was one comment buried mid-thread that stopped me. I think she's one of the keepers, it read. My granddad used to say, there are people out there who never came back properly. They get stuck on the wrong side of the trees. They keep everyone else off it. Or they try anyway. No one responded to that one. It sat there, a single line of text timestamp 5 years ago, wrapped in the usual noise of internet speculation, like a shard of something sharp and fluff. I scrolled away from it, then back again, then took a screenshot and dropped it into my growing collection of files. Every time I thought I had enough that the pattern was obvious, more details slipped out. A mention in an old blog about a patch of cold air that felt like walking through grief. A hiker review on a trail app that casually noted tons of weird carvings on the trees off trail. Kind of Blair Witch vibes, probably locals being creepy. A half-deleted post on a true crime forum where someone claimed their cousin had run into some kind of cult people in Red Hollow, folks who knew the trails too well and talked like the woods were a church they hated but couldn't leave. Could I prove any of it? No. If you stack enough anecdotes, do they become evidence? Or do they just build a prettier house for your delusions to live in? I could not prove the anomaly. I could not prove the cult. I did not come back with a clear photograph of the hanging darkness, or a clean recording of its voice, or a GPS track that spelled out, "This is where the world is wrong." All I had were gaps, missing hours, burned patches in the audio where my own voice warped around something that did not want to be heard clearly, scars on my wrists that matched too neatly with the rope marks described in one of the articles, faces seen twice in one lifetime, aging wrong. You start to tell yourself stories to make it all smaller. Sleep deprivation. Maybe I had a seizure out there, some kind of temporal lobe storm that bent. Time gave me visions, scrambled my sense of continuity. It would not be the first time someone's brain had made a monster out of a migraine. I thought about going to a neurologist, about letting someone hook me up to wires, watch my brain waves tell me with professional certainty that what I had seen was just electricity and fear. I have not ruled it out, but then night comes. And when the apartment gets quiet, when the traffic outside dwindles and the fridge clicks off mid-cycle, what fills the space is not relief. It is the memory of a silence so complete it felt like the world had been emptied momentarily of everything but my heartbeat and the slow, hungry pulse of something hanging in the air. On the third night home, I woke up convinced there was smoke on my ceiling. Not the normal curling kind, a rectangle, a darker patch in the dark lighter than the thing in the forest, but with the same sense of wrong depth, like the room was one layer of a photograph, and that patch was a tear in it. I lay there frozen throat tight watching it, waiting for it to move. It did not. After a long time, minutes, hours, my eyes started to ache. The patch resolved itself into nothing more sinister than the shadow of the ceiling fan housing the outline of the light fixture, the normal geometry of my own bedroom. My heart took longer to believe it. I started leaving a lamp on just low, just enough to make sure the shadows stayed where they were supposed to. The dreams came anyway. Sometimes I am back on the log over the gorge, my foot slipping, my arms pinwheeling. The Axeman stands on the other side, watching, but in the dream, his face is blank, a smooth sheet of bark where his features should be. Sometimes I am in the ritual clearing ropes, tight around my wrists, while the tall woman whispers things I cannot quite hear over the sound of my own blood. Sometimes it is quieter than that. I am just walking through a forest that looks nearly right, trees spaced almost naturally, the path under my boots almost level. Then I look up and realize there are bones in the branches. Then I realize there have always been bones. Then I realize I am not sure if I am walking toward the hanging mouth or away from it. The worst ones are the nights when there are no trees at all, just my bedroom as it is, fan and lamp, and the glow of the streetlight leaking around the edges of the blinds. I lie there and watch a patch of air above the end of the bed get a little darker and a little darker and a little darker until I am sure that if I blink, it will be directly over my face. I wake from those with my jaw clenched so hard, my teeth ache, my hands curled into fists around nothing. In the morning, the timeline waits on my laptop. The map waits in its tab. The screenshot of the comment about the keepers sits where I left it on my desktop, its tiny accusatory text frozen. The part of me that still trusts numbers, patterns research keeps going back to them. Adding, cross-checking, graphing. The part of me that remembers the feeling of the forest pushing under my feet, of the air going thin, of my memories getting bitten clean out, knows that spreadsheets and maps are only ever going to be sketches of whatever lives in the hollow places of Red Hollow. So I do the only thing I know how to do that might matter. I keep talking, into the recorder, into this story, into whatever comes out of the speakers of whoever is listening now. I cannot prove it in a way that would satisfy a court or a scientist or a rational stranger. But patterns do not care if you believe in them. They just keep repeating. Right now, you are not on a trail. You are not standing on a fallen tree with a gorge yawning under your boots. You are not staring up at a piece of hanging darkness while the ground hums like something is turning over in its sleep beneath you. You are in a room that knows you. Maybe there is a ceiling fan turning lazily above your bed, clicking every few seconds in a rhythm you half recognize. Maybe it is an AC unit humming in the corner like a tired animal. Maybe the only sound is the soft breath of a heater and the faint rush of traffic, a car passing now and then, like a thought that changed its mind. There is a rectangle of light nearby, the blue-white glow of your phone screen face down on the nightstand, the small, steady digits of a digital clock, the quiet blink of a router light, a little green pulse that means you are still attached to the rest of the world, whether you feel like it tonight or not. Your bed holds your shape. The mattress remembers the way your shoulders sink, the way your knees bend. Your blanket, thin or heavy, knows the spot where your hand always ends up, the edge you tuck under your chin when you are tired of being awake. Your pillow carries the flattened outline of your head, the ghost of last night's dreams pressed into its fibers. You are not in Red Hollow. You are not between trees carved with symbols you cannot read. You are not standing in a circle of bones and rusted metal and ash. You are not staring at a slab of unmoving smoke that hangs in the air like a door someone forgot how to close. The gorge is far away. The fallen tree bridge is somewhere else entirely, its bark smoothing slowly under weather and time. or already rotted through or cut clean away. The creek at the bottom still runs over stones that do not remember your name. The wolves, if they are there, move through their own lives, hunting, sleeping, raising litters that will never know what it means to be afraid of an invisible mouth in the air. The people who chose to stay on the wrong side of the forest, the axeman, the tall woman, the one with the limp and the shadow along his ribs, are not outside your window. Their work, whatever you want to call it, belongs to that place, and that place alone. Your walls have other jobs. They keep out wind and rain. They hold up shelves and picture frames. They muffle the lives of your neighbors into small, harmless sounds. Footsteps overhead, a television 2 rooms away, water moving in pipes, like someone trying not to wake the house. Later tonight, after this story is done, playing in your ears, and the room settles around you, there might be a moment when everything goes strangely still. The heater could cycle off between one breath and the next. The fridge might decide it has done enough humming for now. A car that has been crawling through the streets below your window might finally turn the corner and vanish. For a heartbeat or 3, the silence might feel wrong. It might feel a little too much like the hollow quiet between trees, the kind that made wolves stand rigid and then run as if something were coming down the path behind you. Your chest might tighten. Your ears might strain for a sound you cannot name. Something will oblige. A pipe will knock in the wall. Once, twice, 3 times. Or a floorboard will pop as the building shifts the weight it has been holding all day. Or the wind will slip under the edge of a poorly sealed window and make a thin, breathy sound that is almost but not quite like someone laughing very softly into a microphone. Your mind will be ready to make the connection for you. It will replay the knocks in the trees, the way the cult used sticks on trunks to send messages through the forest, the way that hanging darkness seemed to eat every noise except the ones it wanted to keep. For a second, you might feel that old animal urge to get up, to go check the hallway, the closet, the bathroom, to move the curtain a finger's width and look out at whatever might be standing very still on the other side of the glass. You do not have to. You do not have to follow any sound. You do not have to answer any knock. You do not have to step outside to look for symbols on the trees, or bones in the branches, or smoke hanging in the air where no fire has been. You do not need to test the shadows in your own house to see if they behave themselves. Whatever is still in that forest already has enough names carved into its bark, enough footprints in its dirt, enough nights it remembers far better than the people who survived them. It does not need your fear to season the air. It does not need your attention, or your curiosity, or your body on some unmarked trail. You are allowed to be boring tonight. You are allowed to let your room be exactly what it is: drywall and wiring and familiar furniture, a small container for a human life. You are allowed to believe that when your building breathes and shifts, it is doing nothing more sinister than settling into itself. Out there, somewhere far away, there is a patch of woods that does not know how to forget anything. It remembers a group of teenagers who came in loud and left quiet. It remembers the flash of a muzzle in the dark and the way a scream cut off halfway through. It remembers a bridge across a gorge and an axe that bit into the grain until the wood began to give. It remembers wolves circling, then fleeing. It remembers a slab of darkness hanging above a fire, growing a little larger every year someone fed it, shrinking a little whenever someone managed to pull its edges back toward the scar it tore in the sky. It remembers the hands that tied knots and burned offerings and carved symbols into trunks until the language of the forest and the language of the people who feared it blurred together. It remembers the ones who stayed because they thought they had to, and the ones who ran because they could, and the ones who never had the chance to make that choice at all. It remembers you, not because you are special or cursed or chosen, but because that is what it does. It keeps impressions the way your mattress keeps the shape of your body. Every footstep, every gasp, every whispered apology or shouted curse becomes another layer in the story its roots are telling each other underground. You walked under its branches once in this story. Maybe you never will in your own life. Maybe Red Hollow is just a name to you, a place inside someone else's fear. Either way, tonight your forest is smaller. It is the pattern of light and dark on your ceiling, the shadow of the fan, the soft rectangle thrown by your phone if you roll your head and tap the screen to check the time, the cluster of objects on your dresser, each one with its own quiet history that does not involve teeth in the dark. There are places in this world that swallow people. Sometimes it is clean a cliff, a wave a plane that never sends another signal. Sometimes it is messy, a long, slow disappearing, where a person is still technically there, but their own memories have passed them by. The thing in the trees did both. It took bodies sometimes, and sometimes it took hours. It carved out sections of people's lives like rotten wood, leaving them with scars they could show, and stories they could not tell straight. That might be the cruelest part. Not the fear when you are in it, not even the knowledge afterward that something unnatural exists in a place others still treat like a weekend hobby. It is the way the uncertainty leaks. Did you really see what you think you saw? Did you really do what you think you did? Did you really hear a voice that was not your own in the static? Or did your brain arrange noise into patterns? Because that is what brains are built to do when they are tired and scared. Every time the survivor tries to pin the story to a timeline, to a map, to a set of coordinates and dates and words, the edges of it shift. The forest is like an old body full of scars from every mistake that has ever been made inside it. The cult, if you want to call them that, are just one patch of diseased tissue hardened and strange wrapped around a wound that never closed. The anomaly, the hollow fog, the hanging mouth, whatever name feels safest to use, is not the forest itself. It is a cut that never healed a place where something else pushed through and found it liked being fed. You do not live in that body. You are not responsible for those scars. The most that is asked of you here in this room tonight is that you do not go looking for the same wound in your own walls, that you let your house be a house, your bed be a bed, your dreams be dreams, even if they borrow a few trees for scenery. If a floorboard pops tonight, or your radiator knocks 3 times, or your building sighs in its sleep, you are allowed to let it be just that. Somewhere far away, a forest already remembers more fear than it can carry. It does not need yours too.